Chapter 3943. Let's begin. Each of you has 10 chances. Don't let me down. I don't want to be delayed by trash like you again. A skinny elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion said coldly with a wave of his long sleeve. Brat, don't let me down. You must enter the Purple Pill Pavilion. When the time comes, we brothers will dominate the Martial Pavilion. Liao Bing had high hopes for Qin Qing. As long as Qin Qing could enter the Purple Pill Pavilion, his status in the Martial Pavilion would definitely rise in the future. With the two brothers joining forces, everyone would have to give them some face. After all, alchemists were extremely rare in the Qidong region and even the entire Qixia Star region. A grade 3 alchemist could even cause a sensation in the Qidong region. Don't worry, Brother Bing, I will definitely make them look at me in a different light. I will definitely become a disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion, Qin Qing said confidently. As long as he could enter the Purple Pill Pavilion, he would naturally be a level higher than the Martial Pavilion. He would be respected and his future achievements would be limitless. All forces would fight for him. A grade 2 alchemist was already an extremely terrifying existence. An alchemist at the Unity Source stage could already teach in the Purple Pill Pavilion. This glory and power would make countless people envious. Brother Jiang, you can do it. Fu Qing was full of confidence in Jiang Qin. He would definitely be able to stand out among the freshmen. Jiang Qin nodded, took out the medicinal ingredients he had prepared, and began to refine the elixir. Genesis Qi Pill. As a pill used to restore one's Genesis Qi, it was the simplest grade 1 Genesis Qi pill in the eternal world. The dozen freshmen were all refining Genesis Qi pills. Time ticked by. Jiang Chen's concocting speed was very fast, much faster than the others. In less than half an incense stick's time he had already concocted the first pill. However, Jiang Chen shook his head and threw the pill aside. His facial expression was rather grim. Qin Qing gave Jiang Chen a glance, the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. He failed so quickly. Seems that he is really impatient. If he can't refine the pill he will be slapped in the face later. Fu Qing, can your brother do it? Liao Bing said with a smile. He stood with his arms crossed, looking very relaxed. You don't have to worry about it, humph. Fu Qing coldly stated. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already tossed the second pill to the side. The smile on Liao Bing's face grew even wider. Qin Wentian had failed time and time again, yet he was still so impatient. He truly wasn't a good alchemist. Even Fu Qing was a little worried. What happened to Brother Jiang? He was concocting pills so quickly and he even eliminated 2 pills in a row. The speed was way too fast. The person at the side had only just finished refining the medicinal herbs. Acting too hastily. It seems like this kid is really not suitable for the path of alchemy. Fang Tianhua sighed. Jiang Chen's alchemy movements were extremely skilled. He refined the medicine, purified the liquid and formed the pill in one go. Not to mention the new students, even among the elders few could match Jiang Chen's speed. Young. In the end he's still too young. Another elder also felt sorry for Jiang Chen. Among the freshmen who took the exam, Jiang Chen's technique was the most dazzling, but unfortunately the result was shocking. It was a pity that his movements were as ferocious as a tiger's. At first glance they could tell that the pill was useless. They thought that they had seen a good seedling this time, but his refining speed was too fast. It was as if he was simply absent-minded. If he was so impatient, how could he possibly refine a perfect pill? A true alchemist had gone through a lot of tempering and was as steady as Mount Tai. As long as the pill was formed it would be in the bag. Fu Qing was quite anxious. When Jiang Chen consecutively threw the 7th failed pill to the side, he only attracted endless mockery from Qin Qing. Even Fang Tianhua and the other 2 elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion kept shaking their heads and sighing. The more impatient he was, the more mistakes Jiang Chen made. How could he possibly refine a better pill? Jiang Chen's brows were tightly furrowed. He was completely unmoved by external factors. His heart was as still as water. Even though he failed again and again he was still quite calm. 2 hours passed. Among the 14 freshmen who took the exam, 9 of them had failed. 4 of them had refined a true first-grade source pill. It's done. Qin Cheng's eyes lit up. The pill had finally been completely formed in the furnace. Although it was only a 50% first-grade source pill, it was not easy for him. The other 3 people's source pills were only 20%, which could only be considered the most basic pill formation. A pill would only be useful if it reached 50%, especially for lower-tier pills. The majority of Grade 1 Genesis pills sold on the market were at 50 to 70%. Although pills above 70% were still the same Genesis pill, their medicinal effects would be multiplied. Hence, 80% pills were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Even if someone managed to refine one, they would either keep it for themselves or have it collected by others. Not bad. His talent is not bad. Fang Tianhua nodded repeatedly. Although Qin Qing was a little arrogant, he did have some ability. He was worthy of praise for being able to refine a 40% first-grade source pill. The three elders were all full of praise for Qin Qing. Compared to when they were young, he was not inferior at all. Qin Qing's face was also flushed. He enjoyed the praise of the three elders and the envy of the people behind him. Although there were only a dozen people, it was as if he was bathing in the pinnacle of everyone's expectations. He was the center of attention. On the other hand, Jiang Qin was the only one who was still silently refining pills. However, he had already thrown away 9 pills. In other words, if he could not refine a formed source pill this time, he might not be able to enter the Purple Pill Pavilion. For Fu Qing, he was more nervous than anyone else. After failing so many times, your perseverance is worth learning from. Qin Qing gritted his teeth. His eyes were extremely sinister. He had been slapped hard by Jiang Qin just now. He had long harbored hatred in his heart. If he could not enter the Purple Pill Pavilion, then Brother Bing would definitely not let him off. Qin Cheng's mockery was overflowing. Fu Qing's expression was gloomy. He could only wait silently. At least Big Brother Jiang had never disappointed him. It seems that this good-for-nothing should be unable to refine source pills. Since he did not join the Purple Pill Pavilion, the elders must have no reason to stop me from killing him. Chapter 3944. Your spirit is commendable, but if you want to enter the Purple Pill Pavilion, you still need to have real skills. You have failed 9 times in a row and you still refuse to repent. If you refine pills so quickly, you will never improve. You will only fall into a predicament and never be able to extricate yourself. Fang Tianhua Lung Lung's words were a great encouragement to the people present. However, Jiang Qin was obviously a negative example. After making so many mistakes, he still did not know where he had failed. If he continued to refine pills so quickly, wouldn't the result be the same? It seems that this guy is finished. He doesn't know what's good for him. He failed again and again. He really didn't learn his lesson. Who said it wasn't? His operation was as fierce as a tiger, but at first glance he was stupid. It turns out that I'm not the only one who has fallen in front of the Purple Pill Pavilion. Defeat after defeat, defeat after defeat, it's really heart-wrenching. However, it's not that easy to enter the Martial Pavilion. The Purple Pill Pavilion can be considered a shortcut, but it's only a shortcut for alchemists. The Martial Pavilion is indeed not a place that anyone can enter casually. Those who were talking enthusiastically on the side were also new students who had failed the exam. Only 4 people had the qualifications to enter the Purple Pill Pavilion. Seeing Jiang Qin fail again and again, they felt quite good in their hearts. When a wall is down, everyone will give it a push. Jiang Qin had this feeling right now. The group of people were sneering, acting as if this matter had nothing to do with them. They wished they could trample Jiang Qin into the mud. Even if Jiang Qin had great confidence in Fu Qing's opinion, he had become extremely passive. He was being criticized by thousands of people. Could it be that Jiang Qin had really failed repeatedly and lost confidence, causing him to be unable to refine pills? Fu Qing could not believe it, but at this moment, Jiang Qin had indeed failed 9 times in a row. Even Fu Qing was unwilling to believe this number. Big Brother Jiang, you must do your best. Fu Qing was a little anxious. He had seen Jiang Chen's alchemy with his own eyes. It was superb. There should not have been a failure at all. Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid there's nothing more to say. Elders, this guy is just wasting everyone's time. If he wants to enter the Purple Pill Pavilion, I'm afraid he'll have to cultivate for a few more years. Liao Bing sneered. He could not wait to attack Jiang Chen. If he could not enter the Purple Pill Pavilion, then Fang Tianhua and the other elders would no longer protect Jiang Chen. He had to avenge his cousin and get back at them. Fang Tianhua sighed and shook her head. She was full of pity for Jiang Chen. Such a young man with such an indomitable spirit was really commendable, but why didn't he know how to take a roundabout route? He had failed 9 times in a row. Why couldn't he find his mistakes? Blindly pursuing speed had caused him to deviate from the core tenet of alchemy. Technique and speed were not the only criteria for alchemy. Only by successfully refining an alchemy pill could it be considered a true success. I declare, wait, Fu Qing said in a deep voice. Elder Fong Jiangchen still has one last chance. You're the one who said that everyone has 10 chances. Jiangchen's 10th attempt will be a success or failure. Don't tell me you guys are willing to kill a genius in the cradle? Fong Tianhua frowned but did not say much. Indeed, Jiangchen still had one last chance. However, it seemed that it was impossible for him to succeed. Genius? Don't blow your own trumpet here. Fu Qing, don't you know what kind of person you are? Do you need me to tell you whether the person you found is reliable or not? Do you still want to continue to embarrass yourself here? Liao Bing pressed forward step by step. His gaze was like a knife as he pointed directly at Fu Qing. Is it done? No one knew who said this. As the exclamation fell, Jiangchen slowly took out the pill. At that moment, everyone's expressions were solemn. They held their breath and focused. An extremely rich pill fragrance spread in all directions, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. It was very enjoyable and refreshing. Fuck? So fragrant. Did this guy really refine the source pill? It's really a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. He really did it. Isn't that so? It's the first time I've smelled such a fragrant pill. Seems that this kid is really not simple. He failed 9 times to refine it into steel. Perhaps this is the final reward. More than a dozen people were all looking forward to it. Even Fong Tianhua and the other 2 elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion looked at each other. They were extremely shocked. This pill fragrance was too strange. Even they had never smelled such a fragrant source pill before. Jiangchen let out a sigh. Pills with 100% effectiveness were still lacking. Perhaps he would only be able to concoct pills with 100% effectiveness when he had a breakthrough in his strength. Right now, the best he could do was to concoct pills with 90% effectiveness. Please take a look. Jiangchen held the pill in his hand. Fong Tianhua and the others held their breaths and silently observed the source pill in his hand. Their hearts were surging. The happiest person was none other than Fu Qing. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. She no longer had to worry. She broke out in a cold sweat for Jiangchen. Is this a 90% pill? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I've never seen a 90% pill before. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Fong Tianhua and the other 2 elders had shocked expressions on their faces. They stared at the source pill in Jiangchen's hand, and their breathing became extremely rapid. The 3 of them had never heard of a 90% pill. Even they could not refine such a terrifying pill. A 90% first-grade source pill. Even a 3rd-grade alchemist might not be able to achieve such a standard. It's too terrifying. Elder Zhou Ku of the Purple Pill Pavilion had a grim expression. When he looked at Jiangchen again, his eyes were filled with love and respect. Such an alchemy genius simply made people's scalps go numb. This was the first time they had seen a 90% pill, let alone refine one. This child's future achievements will definitely be limitless. Another elder, Wang Dongxue, was also very shocked. The love and cherishing in her eyes made Jiangchen feel quite surprised. The 3 elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion all had looks of approval on their faces. A 90% pill, how is this possible? Qin Qing staggered a step, his eyes full of panic. How could Jiangchen's pill be a 90% pill? That was too terrifying, right? Even the 3 elders could no longer sit still. Their faces were full of shock and their expressions were that of a celestial being. He boasted of himself as an alchemy genius, but in front of Jiangchen he seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. A 90% pill and a 40% pill could not be compared at all. This was like heaven and earth. The disparity was so great that it made people speechless. Bastard. Chapter 3945. How about this? I see that your talent is not bad. Follow me to cultivate in the future. In the Purple Pill Pavilion I am also quite famous. I believe I will not mislead the disciples, Fong Tianhua said calmly. Fong Tianhua said without batting an eyelid. Although Jiangchen didn't think much of it, Fu Qing was already extremely shocked. Fong Tianhua was a prestigious elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion. Normally they wouldn't teach unless they encountered a peerless genius. Obviously, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly the peerless genius in their eyes. That's not very kind of you, Brother Fong. You already have quite a few outstanding disciples under you. Leave this disciple to me. Wang Dongxue said in a deep voice. Ahem, I don't think this is possible. As his elder brothers, how can you snatch him from me? Zhou Ku had an honest look on his face, but he was not ashamed at all. The three of them actually began to fight over Jiang Chen in public, fighting to be his master. Even Fu Qing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Jiang Chen, who had just been slandered by everyone, instantly became the master. It was simply a slap in the face. Bastard, consider yourself lucky today. Although Liao Bing was unwilling, it was simply unrealistic for him to make a move against Jiang Chen with the three elders' love for Jiang Chen. He could only suppress his anger for the time being. After he entered the martial pavilion, he would make other plans. Anyway, the grudge between him and Fu Qing was not something that happened overnight. I must surpass you. Looking at Jiang Chen, who was doted on by everyone, Qin Qing was extremely unwilling. This glory should have belonged to him, but it had been snatched away by Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen had slapped him several times. If he did not take revenge, he would not be a gentleman. This is your fault, Brother Zhou. Among the three of us, you are the youngest. In accordance with the principle of respecting the old and loving the young, you should not fight with Brother Fong for a disciple. Fong Tianhua was no longer as serious and solemn as before. If anyone could accept a peerless genius like Jiang Chen as a disciple, they might have to rely on him in the future. Life was full of ups and downs. Who could say for sure about such things? When this kind of peerless genius soared into the sky, he would be an existence that could look down on the world. As the master, even if they couldn't obtain too many substantial benefits, they would still feel honored. After nurturing such a genius disciple, their reputation would definitely spread throughout the world. You tell me which one of us should be your master? Wang Dongshue's eyes lit up as she looked at Jiang Chen. I think it's better for the three elders to judge for themselves. In that case, I should be considered a disciple of our martial pavilion, right? Can I enter the martial pavilion? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Everyone was extremely envious. Even the people from the martial pavilion were looking forward to it. However, they could only be envious. The Purple Pill Pavilion was recruiting disciples. Only those who had the qualifications of an alchemist could enter. They could only rely on their own strength to suppress the crowd. Only then would they be able to become disciples of the martial pavilion. Of course. Fong Tianhua and the others all nodded. Jiang Chen turned around and left. He swaggered into the martial pavilion without looking back. Fu Qing also followed closely behind. Fong Tianhua and the other two were still chattering non-stop. The three old fellows had completely forgotten their manners and began to argue with each other in public. They were arguing with each other and fighting with words. After a long time, Fong Tianhua and the other two were still unable to come to a conclusion. None of them were willing to give up on Jiang Chen, this big fat piece of meat. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, he discovered the 9 waste pills that Jiang Chen had thrown away. However, Fong Tianhua was a little curious. The moment he squatted down and picked up the 9 waste pills, his entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. His pupils gradually dilated and his heart trembled. It had not appeared for decades. How could this be? Even in his wildest dreams, Fong Tianhua would have never imagined that the 9 useless pills that Jiang Chen had thrown away were all second-grade source pills of 80% that had not been fused. Even the few of them were unable to refine second-grade source pills of 80%. Even second-grade alchemists at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm were extremely wary of these second-grade source pills of 80% and even regarded them as treasures. Only the 10 great elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion might have the opportunity to refine these pills, but they had actually been thrown away by a new student who was taking the exam as useless pills? At that moment, Fong Tianhua finally understood why there was no sadness or joy on Jiang Chen's face. Perhaps he did not care at all. Perhaps these second-grade source pills of 80% were really worthless in his eyes. Fong Tianhua could not help but feel his scalp go numb. His palms were full of cold sweat. Could this kid be a genius from some large family? Even so, it was still too shocking. That's not right. At that moment, Fong Tianhua finally understood that the pill that Jiang Chen had shown him was not a first-grade pill of 90% at all, but a second-grade pill of 90%. Even the few of them had been deceived by Zhang Chen. Fang Tianhua looked excited and even a little dejected in the end. Accepting a disciple? You still want to accept a disciple? Now accepting a disciple should be changed to acknowledging a master. Old Zhou, old Wang. Fang Tianhua stopped the two of them. His voice was extremely low. What? Did you retreat in the face of difficulties? Then I'll thank Brother Fang first. Zhou Ku chuckled. When Fang Tianhua pointed at the 9 waste pills, Zhou Ku and Wang Dongxue were slightly stunned. They frowned. After a few breaths, their expressions changed several times, and their bodies could not help but tremble. Do you think that the few of us are still qualified to teach him? Fang Tianhua took a deep breath and said in an extremely serious tone. Why don't the 3 of us go and acknowledge him as our master? Zhou Ku gritted his teeth and said. With just a glance, the 3 of them had already understood each other. At that moment the 3 of them could not help but feel a little hot. Even a 3rd-grade alchemist would definitely not be able to refine a 2nd-grade pill of 90%. They were indeed no longer qualified to teach Zhang Chen anything. There's nothing wrong with this. Wang Dongxue muttered. Ahem, that would be too undignified. Fang Tianhua was very embarrassed. Originally, the 3 of them were fighting to be the first to accept Zhang Chen as a disciple. Now it seemed that the 3 of them old urchins might have to acknowledge Zhang Chen as their master. This was simply a miracle. In the tens of millions of years of history of the Martial Pavilion, this had never been heard of. On the contrary, even at their age the 3 of them still had the hearts of apprentices. Their pure hearts were rare and commendable. As the saying went, those who learned martial arts came first, and those who were accomplished were the masters. Since that's the case, Brother Fang cares about your reputation. Brother Wang, let's go, Zhou Ku said righteously. Although their hearts were extremely complicated, they were full of curiosity about Zhang Chen's alchemy skills. At least Zhang Chen's alchemy skills were definitely not something they could compare to. An 80% 2nd-grade pill that they had refined out of 10,000 pills was actually regarded as a waste pill in Zhang Chen's eyes and was discarded. This was a huge blow. Wait for me. You too, don't try to steal my reputation as the eldest senior brother. Chapter 3946. I didn't expect him to be so capable. He actually managed to sneak into the purple pill hall. Sister, we've really underestimated him. Yun Ying chuckled with a hint of coldness. That coward was actually an alchemist. You really couldn't judge a book by its cover. He didn't offend you, did he? Qin Yuan said indifferently. She just didn't want the 2 sisters to be rebuffed. Even she wasn't his match, let alone the 2 of them. They might be outstanding among the new disciples of the Martial Pavilion, but Zhang Chen was definitely not someone easy to deal with. His strength was enough to rank among the top even in the Martial Pavilion. He indeed didn't offend us, but why is he ignoring us? I won't let him get away with ignoring the 2 prides of the Yun clan. Yunja waved her fist and gritted her teeth. Qin Yuan couldn't help but smile. She had only wanted to teach Zhang Chen and the others a lesson because they had spoken rudely to the 5 of them. In the end, not only did she fail, she was even beaten back by them. There was a reason for her actions, but these 2 sisters were simply unreasonable. They couldn't even pretend to be afraid, and they even treated him as if he was being ignored. Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers, but it wasn't a bad thing to let the 2 of them suffer a little. In the Martial Pavilion, the Everlasting Pavilion and the Purple Pill Hall were considered to be above ordinary disciples. After all, they had special statuses and specialized skills, so they were popular no matter where they went. Zhang Chen wasn't in a hurry to go to the Purple Pill Hall. Instead, he followed Fu Qing around the Martial Pavilion to familiarize himself with the layout. It had to be said that the Martial Pavilion's size had completely exceeded Zhang Chen's imagination. Half of the city was a cultivation ground for the Martial Pavilion. It was evident just how important the Martial Pavilion was to the Divine Martial City and even the entire Crimson East region. 10 assimilation towers, 9 clear source ponds, 8 beast dueling arenas and 7 martial arenas. Most of the people in the Martial Pavilion cultivated in the Fusion Source Tower or the Clear Source Pool. 8th or 9th layer Origin Realm disciples were a common sight, and people like Fu Qing could only be considered as lower-tier disciples. Half-step Unity Origin Realm cultivators could be found everywhere, and Zhang Chen had already seen several dozen Unity Origin Realm disciples. The Martial Pavilion was indeed worthy of being a superforce. The majority of the genius disciples of the entire Crimson East region were all gathered here. Geniuses were fighting for supremacy and heroes were vying for supremacy. It was also able to stimulate them to continuously cultivate and make breakthroughs, so that they could quickly become the experts of the Crimson East region, and the pillars of the human race. The Fusion Source Tower and the Clear Source Pool are both excellent cultivation grounds. You'll definitely be able to improve by leaps and bounds if you cultivate there. However, you'll need sufficient origin stones to enter. No matter where you go, origin stones are the best currency. Of course, if you don't have enough origin stones, you can also head to the 100,000 great forests of Perching Phoenix Mountain to look for demonic beasts and obtain their origin spirits. When that happens, you'll naturally be able to enter the Fusion Source Tower. Perching Phoenix Mountain is the most popular training ground for the disciples of the Martial Pavilion, and the demonic beasts there are extremely terrifying. However, very few people dare to set foot within 5,000 kilometers of the core region. If you want to enter Perching Phoenix Mountain to look for demonic beasts in the future, remember not to venture too deep. Otherwise, even the elders of our Martial Pavilion might not be able to guarantee your safety. Fu Qing warned Jiang Qin in a low voice. After all, although Perching Phoenix Mountain was the training ground of the Martial Pavilion, it was not completely without danger. Only by enduring the most bitter hardships could one rise above others. No one could succeed easily. The path of cultivation had always been a path that defied the heavens. It seems like there are quite a few disciples in the Martial Pavilion, said Jiang Qin. That's right. The Martial Pavilion picks out a batch of geniuses from the Crimson East region every year, but the rate of success is relatively low. Many people might not be able to rest easy even if they enter the Martial Pavilion. If they can't reach the peak of the Origin Realm within 5 years, they'll be expelled from the Martial Pavilion. Many people do everything they can to reach the Unity Realm as soon as possible. Only by reaching the Unity Realm can they truly be called a disciple of the Martial Pavilion. There are around 5,000 people in the Martial Pavilion right now, but almost half of them have a chance of being eliminated. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. This is also the motto of the Martial Pavilion. After all, this is the cradle of the experts of the Crimson East region, a super force that can fend off the feather race. It's definitely not a retirement home for those who just eat and wait to die. Only by constantly improving and surpassing yourself can you achieve anything, said Fu Qing sternly. He had already been in the Martial Pavilion for 3.5 years. If he could not reach the peak of the Origin Realm in another year or so, he would also face the risk of being expelled from the Martial Pavilion. The elimination of the last place was rather cruel for everyone. Even geniuses could become mediocre, which was why the Martial Pavilion's method was a classic. It was an invisible spur for many people. Looks like the Martial Pavilion is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Qin sighed from the bottom of his heart. The Martial Pavilion was truly a colossus. Even he needed to be in awe right now. Before one's strength reached a level where they could look down on all living things, all talk and boasting would be useless. Only absolute experts could stand at the peak and write their own legendary lives. But Big Brother Jiang, you don't have to worry. The elimination of the last place doesn't apply to the Purple Pill Pavilion and the Everlasting Pavilion. Your two pavilions have always been lacking in talent and numbers. As long as you can become an alchemist or formation master, your future will be limitless, said Fu Qing enviously. Fu Qing said enviously. However, even if Big Brother Jiang wasn't in the Purple Pill Pavilion, he would definitely shine brightly in the Martial Pavilion. In this way, showing his identity as an alchemist would make many people forget about his strength. I don't really understand the matters of the Purple Pill Pavilion. Now that Big Brother Jiang has understood the Martial Pavilion, you should report to the Purple Pill Pavilion first, said Fu Qing. All right. Jiang Qin bid farewell to Fu Qing and went straight to the Purple Pill Pavilion. The Purple Pill Pavilion was located in the deepest part of the Martial Pavilion, close to a bamboo forest. Green smoke curled up from it. Seemed like there were many people refining pills there. The 3 big words Purple Pill Pavilion were hung on the arch of the door. It was very conspicuous. This was also the cultivation place of the Martial Pavilion. Every disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion was extremely proud. As an extremely rare alchemist in the eternal world, they were all existences like national treasures. Jiang Qin, a new disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion, reporting, said Jiang Qin. After all, it was his first time here, so he tried to be as low-key as possible. However, the two young men guarding the door had arrogant expressions on their faces. They looked at him lung. "Newcomer, you don't even know these rules and you still want to cultivate in the Purple Pill Pavilion? Little brat, even if you are the son of the divine Martial City's city lord, you still have to be obedient here. If you are a dragon you have to coil up. If you are a tiger you have to crouch. Do you understand?" The two guards had arrogant expressions on their faces, but Jiang Qin still didn't do anything, which made them quite annoyed. At this moment Qin Sheng also walked over from afar. When he saw the two senior brothers he already nodded and bowed. He took out a lot of origin stones and gave them to the two proud guards. "Thank you for your hard work, senior brothers." After saying that, he rolled his eyes at Jiang Qin and swaggered into the Purple Pill Pavilion. "So the Purple Pill Pavilion is also a place that hides filth," Jiang Qin said coldly. The two guards looked at each other. They weren't angry. They looked at Jiang Qin with a cold smile, shrugged their shoulders, looked at each other and said with a feminine smile, "Jiang Qin, you are a disciple." Chapter 3947. After the manager of the Purple Pill Pavilion helped Jiang Qin settle down, Jiang Qin left the Purple Pill Pavilion with nothing to do and prepared to head to the Fusion Origin Tower to train. He wanted to see if this so-called Fusion Origin Tower was as miraculous as Fu Qing had described. After paying 1,000 Grade 1 Genesis stones, one could train in the Fusion Origin Tower for a day. Jiang Qin's spirits rose the moment he entered the Fusion Origin Tower. There were a total of 7 floors in the Fusion Origin Tower, and this was only the lowest floor. 1,000 Grade 1 Genesis stones was not a small sum, but the benefits of entering the Fusion Origin Tower were self-evident. What terrifying Genesis power! Jiang Qin's expression was grim. It seems that the 1,000 Grade 1 Genesis stones had been worth it. Training here was indeed more direct than directly absorbing the Genesis Chi from Genesis stones. In fact, the difference was almost 10 times. In other words, the benefits of 1,000 Grade 1 Genesis stones were equivalent to 10,000 Genesis stones. It was definitely worth it. Jiang Qin held his breath and began to wholeheartedly absorb the Genesis Chi, entering a state of cultivation. The terror of the dragon transformation skill was indescribable. The Genesis dragon in his body surged unceasingly, as if he was bathing in an ocean of Genesis Chi. "Jiang Qin is over there." Yunji's eyes brightened as he said with a grin. The two sisters exchanged a look and swaggered towards Jiang Qin with arrogant looks on their faces. As the two sisters who were ranked in the top 10 of the Martial Pavilion's new students this time, the pride in their bones naturally wouldn't allow anyone to trample on them. Moreover, Jiang Qin's previous disregard towards them had caused their arrogance to instantly soar. "Hey, are you Jiang Qin? You tried to act cowardly in front of me earlier, let's see where you can run to now." Yuning giggled, her eyes filled with ridicule. Jiang Qin frowned. He had originally not wanted to bicker with these two girls, but they had actually come knocking on his door. Even he did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was as if a pot had fallen from the sky while he was sitting at home. Why would I run for no rhyme or reason? Why did the two of you come looking for me? I didn't steal or rob, nor did I eat your rice. Jiang Qin said innocently. Who asked you to act like a coward? You know how to concoct pills but you still act like a coward. You deserve a beating. Yunji put his hands on his waist and wore an arrogant expression. A black line appeared on Jiang Qin's forehead. I can't afford to offend him, but can't I hide from him? I really don't want to make a move on you two little fellows. Is it wrong of me to pretend to be a coward? Jiang Qin was completely at a loss for what to do with these two rude and unreasonable girls. Tell us, how many pills are you going to compensate us? 1,000? Or 10,000? Yun Ying cupped her chin as she spoke in an extremely serious tone. The two sisters surrounded Jiang Qin, looking as if they were going to eat him alive. That's right, big sister is right. Medicinal pills are still the most cost-effective. 10,000 it shall be, 5,000 each for us sisters. It's fair and cost-effective. Yunji was extremely excited. Wouldn't he feel like eating 5,000 pills? His heart was filled with joy. Jiang Qin sighed. Seems like the two of you really think I'm a pushover. When this daddy roamed the world unhindered, the two of you were still young. I originally wanted to give the two of you a chance, but the two of you didn't take me seriously at all. This is intolerable. 1,000 and 10,000 pills? This is a classic case of not taking the face I gave you. Little girl, there's a limit to everyone's patience. Don't push me too far. Otherwise I'll cross the two of you, hehehe. Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. Big sister, he still dares to resist? I even wanted to stab you. Yunjia said angrily. You can't escape either. He wants to cross the two of us. Yun Ying glared at her little sister Yunjia. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. These two thick-skinned sisters really made him love and hate them at the same time. They were so beautiful yet so unruly and willful. It was a miracle that the two of them were still alive. Beat him up. The two sisters shouted in unison and charged at Jiang Chen. Their attacks were as quick as lightning, leaving no room for maneuver. The two of them had already reached the peak of the 7th level Origin Realm. Even 8th level Origin Realm experts would have to retreat if they worked together. You're courting death. Jiang Chen frowned. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying wave of air surged out and firmly pressed the two sisters to the ground, rendering them unable to move. They had been defeated in a single move. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Many people in the surroundings were shocked. Although the Yun clan's twin prodigies were new students, they were extremely strong. In particular, they were unstoppable when they worked together. Yet they could not even last a single move against Jiang Chen. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? Where did this guy come from? Why is he so powerful? He's probably at the peak of the 8th level Origin Realm at the very least. He looks like a new face. Could he be a new student? It's hard to say. Are all the new students this terrifying? Yun Ying and Yunjia were pressed down by Jiang Chen, rendering them unable to move. Many people in the surroundings clicked their tongues. It seemed that Jiang Chen was no pushover either. The scene of the two delicate girls being pressed to the ground was extremely charming. Some of the people in the surroundings were infuriated, while others were waiting to watch a good show. Let us go, bastard, you pervert! Yunjia yelled. Even though she was being stepped on by Jiang Chen, her mouth was still unrelenting. You still dare to be so arrogant? Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He extended his hand and ruthlessly slapped Yunjia and Yun Ying's buttocks. Call me daddy. Otherwise I'll beat you until even your parents can't recognize you. Jiang Chen also wanted to tease them. He wanted to make use of this opportunity to teach these two sisters who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. The two sisters screamed in pain as they were beaten by Jiang Chen. Their curses gradually faded away and eventually turned into sobs. Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted together. He could not bear to continue beating the two girls as they wept. Who asked him to be so soft-hearted? However, Yun Ying and Yunjia had already been beaten to a pulp by Jiang Chen. They were in a rather miserable state. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know that there is always someone better than you out there in this world. Jiang Chen's voice was extremely cold. Yun Ying and Yunjia's faces were flushed red with tears. They gritted their teeth as they hated Jiang Chen to the core. Being spanked in public, how could he swallow such a great humiliation in his heart? Stop. Jiang Chen, you're too arrogant. How dare you lay your hands on two little girls in broad daylight? Not only did you take advantage of them, but you're also so ruthless. Do you really think there's no one in the martial pavilion who can stop you? With a loud roar, Liao Bing stepped out from the crowd. He crossed his arms and looked down at Jiang Chen in a condescending manner. Lung lung. Such an opportunity to be a hero and to teach Jiang Chen a lesson was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Naturally, Liao Bing would not let it go. Chapter 3948. Yeah, isn't this new student a little too much? At the end of the day, isn't he just trying to take advantage of her? I've seen plenty of people like him. Women are weak, yet this guy is so heavy-handed. He's insane. A mere new student dares to be so arrogant? He's courting death. Jiang Chen instantly became everyone's target. The surrounding people began to criticize Jiang Chen indiscriminately, but they did not know that Jiang Chen had only intervened because he had no other choice. Jiang Chen had already given them a chance, but they were useless in the end. Who could they blame? However, in their eyes, Yunjia and Yuning were still the weaker ones. They had even been beaten to tears by Jiang Chen, their butts drenched in blood. It was a shocking sight. This was a lesson that infuriated everyone. Liao Bing had stepped forward at this moment, obviously planning to beat him to death. In the name of justice, Liao Bing glared at Jiang Chen, ready to attack at any moment. You can always find a way to frame someone. Make your move. I don't want to waste words with you because you don't deserve it. Jiang Chen's cold gaze swept across everyone. Liao Bing was even more furious. Jiang Chen did not seem to care about him at all, so he felt like he had lost face. Moreover, how could a new disciple not have the self-awareness of a new student? I'll get rid of a pest for the people today. I will not allow a tumor like you to exist in the martial pavilion. Liao Bing could not be bothered to waste words with Jiang Chen. He would not be able to rest easy if he did not get his revenge. This was a great opportunity for him to gain the support of many people and increase his prestige. Wasn't this the best of both worlds? In Liao Bing's eyes, a mere new student was nothing without Fu Qing's protection. Moreover, Liao Bing was not afraid even if Fu Qing was standing there. He was already at the 9th heavenly layer of the origin realm. Even though he had only broken through recently, he was much stronger than Fu Qing. Liao Bing was itching to try this reckless new student. He was determined to make an example out of him. Liao Bing's speed was extremely fast as he charged forward. The 9-foot-long saber in his hand swept out horizontally and vertically, slicing apart the wind and waves. It was extremely domineering. Liao Bing aimed to kill with a single strike and shock everyone. He used 99% of his strength. Jiang Chen's expression was still calm. He reached out with one hand and caught Liao Bing's broadsword. Jiang Chen smashed the 9-foot broadsword into pieces with both of his hands. Finally, he struck out with his palm and Liao Bing was knocked back more than 10 meters. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. His life was hanging by a thread. The audience was in an uproar. Who would have thought that a battle between a new student and a senior student would come to an end so quickly? Jiang Chen's strength was just too terrifying. He had defeated his opponent with a single strike and was as easy as crushing dry weeds. No one could have imagined such an outcome. The arrogant Liao Bing had become as weak as a bamboo stick. He had been easily snapped in half without the slightest effort. No matter what, Liao Bing was below average among the senior students, yet he had been utterly defeated by Jiang Chen. He had lost without any dignity at all. Even Liao Bing was dumbfounded at this moment. How could this guy be so freakishly strong? They'd planned everything out perfectly, but now they'd become Jiang Chen's personal show. They'd lost so miserably and hadn't been able to retaliate at all. It was hard for the seniors to believe that they'd lost so miserably. Liao Bing did not even have time to react before he was thrown to the ground. At that moment, the entire fusion source tower was in an uproar. Jiang Chen's battle prowess was discussed enthusiastically by everyone. A new disciple with such might was truly not to be underestimated. Many people felt sorry for Liao Bing. There was nothing to brag about defeating a freshman. Although he was a hero saving a damsel in distress, he was defeated by a freshman. That was a crushing defeat. He was destined to be used as a negative example by many people and be criticized by others. However, it was already too late to say anything at this moment. Liao Bing's defeat had attracted the attention of many people. It seemed that countless people had already seen the rise of Jiang Chen. This new student was not ordinary. Next time you won't be so lucky. Jiang Chen glanced at Liao Bing. He did not kill him. After all, he was new to the martial pavilion, so he was not afraid of Liao Bing. However, killing as one pleased was definitely not allowed in the martial pavilion. Jiang Chen still wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength did not allow him to do so. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Those who criticized Jiang Chen just now also chose to remain silent. After all, the one with the bigger fist was the one with the most logic. If one's skills were not as good as others, they could only be subservient. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. He was in a bad mood as he turned around and prepared to leave the fusion source tower. Stop. A calm voice called out to Jiang Chen from behind. It's Hua Wuxian from the Hualin gang. That guy's strength is no joke. He's at the peak of the origin realm. Many people have been defeated by him. Looks like it's impossible for Jiang Chen to leave here safely today. Everyone whispered. They were rather fearful of the purple-clothed young man who was slowly walking down from the second floor of the fusion source tower. Big brother Wuxian, you have to teach that bastard a lesson for me. He's so arrogant that he wants us seniors to have to listen to him. Tui. Liao Bing's eyes lit up. He seemed to have found his backbone when he saw Hua Wuxian. His mental energy formation was immediately activated. His life-saving straw had appeared, so he was obviously much more confident. The Hualin gang was one of the 3 great gangs in the martial pavilion. They all had their own way of doing things. Even within the martial pavilion there were factions of various sizes. Liao Bing was one of them. "You're a new student?" Leng Leng stared at Jiang Chen. Even he was unable to see through Jiang Chen's strength. How did he manage to hide his strength so well? He knew how strong Liao Bing was. Liao Bing had just broken through to the 9th layer of the Origin Realm and had improved quite a bit, but he had still been defeated by Jiang Chen. It seemed like this new student was indeed different from the past. "If you have something to say, then spit it out," Jiang Chen said to Leng Leng with his back facing Hua Wuxian. A single stone raised 1,000 ripples. Over 100 people on the first floor of the fusion source tower stared at Jiang Chen in utter shock. He had no idea who he was facing. How dare he speak to Hua Wuxian from the Hualin gang like that? Wasn't he looking to die? Hua Wuxian was not like Liao Bing. He was one of the 4 great guardian deities of the Hualin gang. He was so powerful that he could even put up a fight against a half-step Unity Origin Realm cultivator. He was someone who ranked highly in the martial pavilion. Being ignored by Jiang Chen immediately caused a huge commotion. Chapter 3949. You're the first person who dares to speak to me in such a manner. You don't need to go anywhere today. Just stay here obediently. If you can crawl out of this place, then I, Hua Wuxian, will have said it in vain. Hua Wuxian approached Jiang Chen step by step. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and their gazes met. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. There would always be people who would come knocking on his door. I want to keep a low profile for once. Is everyone so extravagant? After defeating Liao Bing and Hua Wuxian, Jiang Chen was like an arrow knocked on a bowstring. He had no way of retreating. Are all the people in the martial pavilion so arrogant? I really don't want to be your enemy, but why do you have to make things difficult for me? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. There really was a world where there were people. Even if you wanted to stay out of it, it was impossible. There's no reason. You're asking for a beating, Hua Wuxian said indifferently. Jiang Chen's previous tone had already infuriated him. He had just come down from the 2nd level of the fusion source tower, and his strength was already infinitely close to the half-step Unity Origin Realm. At this moment his hands were itching for a fight because he didn't have a worthy opponent. Now this reckless freshman Jiang Chen had come knocking on his door. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be able to leave this place safely. Jiang Chen said. You're very arrogant, but it's a pity that you need the ability to be arrogant. You've just entered the martial pavilion, yet you're already so arrogant. You don't even put the seniors in your eyes. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I face the seniors? The corner of Hua Wuxian's lips gradually curled up. He slowly walked towards Jiang Chen. Every step he took was filled with endless pressure. Their gazes met and the surrounding people held their breaths. Compared to Jiang Chen, they were also extremely nervous. If Hua Wuxian attacked, he would definitely kill Jiang Chen. As you wish. Jiang Chen's gaze gradually turned cold. This time he was truly enraged. He wanted to keep a low profile, but trouble always came knocking on his door. No flower fist. Hua Wuxian's fist stirred and lightning surged. Terrifying Genesis Chi constantly vibrated, firmly locking onto Jiang Chen. He was determined to defeat him in one go. Trash. Jiang Chen Leng Leng said as she casually threw a punch at the same time as Hua Wuxian. In an instant Hua Wuxian's entire body trembled as the bones in his arm were completely shattered. His entire body was severely injured and the powerful rebound force had completely damaged his internal organs. At this moment, everyone in the fusion source tower sucked in a breath of cold air. The scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Hua Wuxian actually collapsed to the ground, his face pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were lifeless. Jiang Chen had directly injured him with that one punch. Compared to Liao Bing, Hua Wuxian's injuries were even more severe. Hua Wuxian's defeat was also simple and violent. No one dared to breathe too loudly. Jiang Chen was like an unrivaled god of death as he stood in the fusion source tower. As he looked around, everyone lowered their heads and kept quiet out of fear. It was too terrifying. No one could withstand Jiang Chen's terrifying strength. Yun Ying and Yunji's faces were deathly pale as they stared at Jiang Chen. Liao Bing was completely dumbfounded. Even Hua Wuxian's brazen defeat had greatly affirmed Jiang Chen's strength. Who could possibly contend against an exceptional genius amongst the new students? Although they were unwilling to believe it, they clearly understood that his name would definitely spread throughout the martial pavilion in the future. At the very least he would no longer be a match for anyone below the Unity origin stage. I, Hua Wuxian, am not a human if I don't take revenge for this. Hua Wuxian's face was extremely ugly as he stared at Jiang Chen's departing figure. He had lost all face and was on the verge of death. He was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. However, the Huolin gang was still around. As long as his elder brother took action, he would definitely be able to eliminate Jiang Chen. Such a domineering new student must die a horrible death in order to dispel the hatred in his heart. The seemingly peaceful fusion source tower was already surging with undercurrents. Many people had begun to secretly guess where Jiang Chen came from. How could he possess such terrifying strength? If it wasn't for his shocking background, he must be rather confident in his ability to challenge the Huolin gang. If there was even the slightest mistake, he could very well lose his life. If nothing unexpected happened, Jiang Chen's name would become a well-known existence in the martial pavilion from tomorrow onwards. As a new student, he had crushed the Huolin gang's Hua Wuxian in a crushing manner. Such a battle record was truly glorious. Jiang Chen returned to the Purple Pill Pavilion and closed the door early to rest. He began to close his eyes to rest and cultivate silently. The sky gradually darkened, and the bright moonlight shone on the bamboo forest in front of the courtyard. 3 figures carefully appeared in the distance. Jiang Chen also frowned. He knew the movements outside like the back of his hand. He was also extremely surprised that 3 figures had quietly arrived. Who is it? Jiang Chen frowned and his expression was grim. The 3 of them were extremely fast. They had already pushed the door open and appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was shocked. What terrifying strength. He was definitely not a match for them. Just as he was shocked, the 3 figures all removed their veils. Jiang Chen was stunned and his eyes were filled with shock. It's you guys. Jiang Chen didn't expect that the people who came to his room in the middle of the night would be Fang Tianhua, Zhou Ku and Wang Dongxue. Weren't they the elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion? There must be an unspeakable secret for them to come so late at night. 3 elders, what can I do for you to come so late at night? Jiang Chen said indifferently. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. The strength of the 3 elders far surpassed his. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. Plop. Just as Jiang Chen was feeling puzzled, the 3 of them looked at each other. Their expressions were extremely solemn. With a plop, they all knelt in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression also changed. Fuck, what the hell was going on? Jiang Chen didn't expect the 3 of them to directly kneel in front of him. Wasn't this too shocking? As for why they were doing this, Jiang Chen still didn't understand. He even felt his scalp go numb. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. You guys are, there's no seniority in learning. The 3 of us have discussed for a long time just to be able to acknowledge you as our master. I will be the eldest senior brother, Wang Dongxue will be the second junior brother, and Zhou Ku will be the youngest junior brother. We hope that Master Jiang Chen will agree. Fang Tianhua's expression was serious and extremely sincere. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. This was simply too strange. The 3 elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion actually wanted to acknowledge him as their master? Jiang Chen, get out here. At this moment, a low shout was heard. The gatekeeper who had previously made things difficult for Jiang Chen in front of the Purple Pill Pavilion directly kicked the door open and entered. However, in the next moment they were completely dumbfounded. The 3 elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion knelt in front of Jiang Chen in unison. That scene made their hair stand on end. Chapter 3961. The scene was extremely awkward. The 3 elders knelt on the ground in unison, and they were kneeling in front of a new disciple of the martial pavilion. If word of this got out, they would lose all their face. However, these 2 blind servants had come so coincidentally, and the way they appeared was so barbaric. Dead silence, a deathly silence. Everyone in the room looked at each other, unable to find a place to put their gazes. The 2 disciples who rushed over were the most uneasy. Their faces were flushed and they wished they could find a hole to hide in. The arrogance they had displayed just now was nowhere to be seen. They were not fools. Although they did not know what had happened in this room, they knew that they had seen something they should not have seen. The 3 famous elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion, 3 experts at the peak of the Unity Origin realm, had actually knelt to a new disciple. Furthermore, they looked very sincere. How could such a scene be leaked? How could they have seen such a scene? When he saw the film, he saw the three elders kneeling there. Such a scene was something he didn't even dare to dream about. What should they do? Stormy waves were set off in the hearts of the two of them. They wished they could slap themselves a few times if slapping themselves was useful. They had actually seen the embarrassing situation of the three elders with their own eyes. Now they could neither advance nor retreat. We didn't see anything. A disciple nodded and bowed as he said in a low voice. Then he pulled the other person and turned around to leave. They scolded themselves in their hearts. They were really stupid to choose this time to find trouble with Xianxia. How could there be such a fucking coincidence in this world? Come back. Feng Tianhua reacted. His old face turned red and he almost stretched his neck and roared. The two disciples who had been guarding the door were so scared that they fell silent. With a plop, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Elder, spare us. Elder, spare us. We didn't see anything. We didn't see anything. One of them burst into tears on the spot. As a disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion, they had a great future and their daily lives were very comfortable. However, they did not expect to offend an elder and see something that they should not have seen. If this elder was angry, it would be a light punishment for them to be skinned alive. Wang Dongxue and Zhou Ku patted their bodies and stood up from the ground. The faces of the three elders were redder than the other. They had come to find Xianxia and made up their minds after discussing it for a long time. They had even chosen to come quietly when there was no one around because they were afraid of being seen. Who would have thought that these two fellows would be so ignorant? Before they pushed the door open, they really did not greet them at all and saw the scene of the three old fellows kneeling and kowtowing clearly. These two scoundrels saw the scene of us becoming disciples. If news of this were to spread, we would lose a lot of face. In my opinion, in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's just kill them. In my opinion, in for a penny, in for a pound. Kill them, Wang Dongxue said fiercely. Hearing this, your two disciples were so scared that they peed their pants. The two of them fell to the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Elder, spare us. Spare us. We swear to the heavens that we didn't see anything today. If we dare to say anything, let the heavens strike us with lightning and we will die a horrible death. Yes, yes. We will not dare to say anything about today's matter. Otherwise we will die without a burial place. The two of them were about to break down. This disaster came out of nowhere. There was no place to complain even if they wanted to. The pitiful thing was that they did not do anything. Don't kill them. Otherwise dig out their eyes, Zhou Ku said fiercely. Zhou Ku also said fiercely. Of course, as elders of the martial pavilion, they wouldn't be so cruel. They wouldn't do something like casually killing the disciples under them. A large part of Wang Dongxue and Zhou Ku's intention was to scare the two of them so that they wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. Xianxia sat on the chair and tried his best not to laugh. However, his body was constantly twitching. It was obvious that it was quite uncomfortable to hold it in. These two disciples must have held a grudge against him because he did not give them some benefits like Qin Qing when he entered the Purple Pill Pavilion. They were prepared to come and look for trouble. However, he did not expect to be so unlucky. He met these three elders who came to acknowledge him as their master and made a mistake. It was simply too funny. Though he had to hold it in. He could not laugh. He had to give the three elders some face. However, Xianxia was extremely happy with such a scene. This time he did not have to worry about how to deal with the upcoming trouble because these two guys seemed to be much more troublesome than him. Isn't it a little cruel to kill them directly? Feng Tianhua said. Now that Wang Dongxue and Zhou Ku were playing the bad cop, he naturally stood up to play the good cop. Yes, I hope that the elders will consider our relationship as fellow disciples and spare our lives. When the two disciples heard Feng Tianhua speak up for them, it was as if they had seen the dawn of hope. Let me ask you, why did you come here? How did Xianxia offend you? Feng Tianhua asked. This. The two of them looked at each other. At this time, even a fool would know that Xianxia was not to be trifled with. It was not that he was not to be trifled with, but he definitely could not be trifled with. Although they did not know why the three elders had knelt to Xianxia, it was a fact that they had knelt. Could they afford to provoke a person who even an alchemy master at the peak of the Unity Source realm had to kneel to? What are you talking about? Why aren't you telling the truth? If you dare to lie, I'll dig out your eyes. Wang Dongshue's voice and expression were stern, scaring the two of them out of their wits. Yes. We'll tell you. When Xianxia came to the Purple Pill Pavilion to report, His words were arrogant and he did not give us any benefits. Therefore we brothers bore a grudge and were prepared to cause trouble for Zhou Xian. We wanted to take him down a notch, but we didn't expect to encounter the three elders here, one of them said. He did not dare to hide anything. When he said that he was looking for trouble, this disciple directly slapped himself in the mouth. He could have come at any time, but he had to come at this time. Wasn't he trying to kill him? You two pieces of trash, you even dared to cause trouble for our master. Even Zhou Xian. You're really blind. Damn it. What's the use of keeping trash like you? Zhou Xian said angrily. We know we were wrong. Please give us a chance to turn over a new leaf, elder. The two of them kowtowed repeatedly, knowing that they had kicked an iron plate. Zhou Xian sat there leisurely and did not say anything. He wanted to see how the three elders would settle the matter. As for why the three of them had come over to acknowledge him as their master, they must have seen the pill he had refined. This was very normal. You two bastards, listen up. I will spare your lives, but from now on the two of you will be Zhou Xian's followers. You will serve him tea and water without any complaints. If Zhou Xian tells you to go east, you must not go west. In addition, if word of today's matter gets out, you know the consequences, Feng Tianhua said. Such decisiveness could be said to be extremely wise. Wang Dongxue and Zhou Xian secretly gave him a thumbs up. This was killing two birds with one stone. First, he had intimidated the two of them so that they would not dare to leak today's matter. Second, he had also flattered Zhou Xian. Chapter 3962. Yes. From now on, as long as senior brother Zhang says the word, we brothers will go through water and tread on fire. We will not hesitate to die. Yes, from now on, senior brother Zhang is our big brother. He is our second parent. The two of us are willing to be senior brother Zhang's slaves. The two of them did not dare to have any other opinions. They immediately patted their chests to show their determination. Even though they were extremely unwilling, they did not dare to say anything at this time. Moreover, it was obvious that Zhou Xian's status in the Purple Pill Pavilion would not be low in the future. Even the three elders valued him so much. They could not wait to follow Zhou Xian and be his followers. Previously they had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. They did not realize that Zhou Xian was a big shot. Fortunately, they did not succeed in finding trouble with him today. If they really found trouble with Zhou Xian, then their days in the Purple Pill Pavilion in the future would probably be quite difficult. Now the three elders were protecting Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian was protecting them. That was wonderful. In a competitive place like the Martial Pavilion, what was the most important? Backing was important. With a strong backing, one would not be bullied by others. With a strong backing, one would be able to strut around others. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. The two of them, who originally thought that their lives would not be guaranteed, suddenly felt that their lives had reached the peak and they had ascended to the heavens in a single step. What are your names? Feng Tianhua asked. Reporting to the elders, my name is Zhang San and he is Li Si. Zhang San said, fuck, why do the names of the two of you sound like a joke? Alright, Zhang San and Li Si, from now on, you will be at Zhou Xian's beck and call. You must not complain at all. Feng Tianhua almost laughed out loud. The names of these two people were too coincidental. Yes. We are loyal and devoted. We do not dare to complain at all. Zhang San quickly said. Get lost. Get out first. Feng Tianhua waved his hand and gestured for the two of them to leave. The two of them felt as if they had been reborn. They rolled and crawled, not daring to stay for a moment. Feng Tianhua closed the door tightly and glanced at Wang Dongxue and Zhou Xian. The three of them looked at each other and knelt in front of Zhou Xian with a plop. Fuck. Zhou Xian rolled his eyes. These three old fellows were really stubborn. Moreover, they were able to put down their pride. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. However, from their performance, it was clear that the three of them had a passion and longing for alchemy. What are the three elders doing? Hurry up and get up, this disciple can't take it. Zhou Xian said hurriedly. If you agree to accept us as your disciples, we will rise. Zhou Xian said. That's not too good, right? Disciple is inexperienced and inexperienced. Furthermore, I've just arrived here, so I should respect my elders. How can I cross the line and make you my disciples? Zhou Xian said. What are you talking about, master? In terms of alchemy, we are far inferior to you. As the saying goes, there is no distinction between the old and the young. We are sincerely convinced by Master's alchemy skills and are willing to come and learn from you, Feng Tianhua said with a sincere expression. However, his words that there was no distinction between the old and the young made Zhangchen secretly laugh. In terms of age, he, an old antique who had lived for countless years, was old enough to be the ancestor of these three old fellows in front of him. However, Zhangchen looked young, but on the surface he looked like he was only 25 or 26 years old. He was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. Of course, Feng Tianhua and the others wouldn't know about this. After all, they didn't know about Jiang Chen's background. They could only judge Jiang Chen's age from the surface. What? Jiang Chen was still in a difficult position, or rather a bit surprised. This was completely unexpected. The reason he came to the martial pavilion was to train, to increase his strength and to understand more about this world. He had never thought of taking an elder as a disciple. However, if he really accepted these three people, it would also be a kind of prestige. Master, do you think that the three of us are old and not talented enough? Do you think it's embarrassing to accept us? Wang Dongxue shouted loudly. That's right. The three of us came to be apprenticed to you with great determination. Just now we were even seen kneeling here. We are shameless. If you don't accept us, we will kneel and not get up. Zhou also started to shout. Jiang Chen was shocked. These three old men were so persistent. This was out of Jiang Chen's expectation. In his mind, the elders of these major powers were all proud and arrogant. They all had the nose of a bull. It was rare to see someone like these three old men. Jiang Chen was shocked. He had never seen these three old men before. However, after thinking about it, Jiang Chen understood. After all, alchemists were different from other martial cultivators. They pursued alchemy for a lifetime. For them, nothing was more important than improving their alchemy skills. The older an alchemist was, the stronger their obsession was, because they knew that their talent had been exhausted, and it was extremely difficult for them to improve even a little bit. And it was also because it was difficult to improve, their desire to improve became stronger. Once they grasped the opportunity to improve, it was like grasping a life-saving straw. They would not let go no matter what. Hey, I'll accept you, Jiang Chen quickly said. He didn't want these three old fellows to kneel in front of him. If that was the case, how would he cultivate in the future? Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't hate these three old fellows at all. In fact, Jiang Chen quite admired their persistence and pursuit of alchemy. For Jiang Chen, there was no loss in accepting three disciples. In fact, in the future, there would be endless benefits in the cultivation of the martial pavilion. One had to know that the status of these three people in the martial pavilion still had some weight. Because they were alchemists, they were not just arrogant in the Purple Pill Pavilion. No matter where they went to the martial pavilion, they were arrogant existences. Thank you, Master. From now on, I am the eldest senior brother, Feng Tianhua said excitedly. My second senior brother, Wang Dongxue quickly said. Fuck you. Zhou glared at the two of them. These two old fellows wanted to fight with him for everything. Now they even wanted to fight to become his disciple. Since the eldest senior brother and second senior brother had been snatched away, he could only reluctantly become the third junior brother. Since I've accepted the three of you as my disciples, I'll give you a big gift first, Jiang Chen said. As soon as this was said, the eyes of the three of them instantly lit up. They didn't know what this big gift was. If another first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm said in front of them that he would give them a big gift, the three of them would definitely chuckle. As elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion, they had nothing. How could they be interested in a gift from a first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm? However, if it was said by Jiang Chen, it would be different. They had seen the pills refined by Jiang Chen with their own eyes. Go and prepare these medicinal herbs. Chapter 3963. Feng Tianhua and the other two searched through the medicinal herbs that Jiang Chen had mentioned in their minds. They knew all of these medicinal herbs and were familiar with none of them. Even if there were 2 or 3 types that were relatively rare, they still had some in their hands. What they were really thinking about was what these 30-odd medicinal herbs could be used for when combined. As alchemists, they obviously knew that the pills that Jiang Chen had mentioned were a pill recipe. There were more than 30 kinds of pills, and it was very likely that they were used to refine some kind of pill. Unfortunately, with their experience in alchemy, they couldn't figure out what kind of pill it was. They had never even thought about the connection between these medicinal herbs. In particular, some of the pills had conflicting attributes, so it was impossible to fuse them. Once they were put together to fuse, they would explode in the process of alchemy, let alone alchemy. Of course, this was also why they were surprised. It meant that Zhou Xian knew what they didn't know. Go ahead and quickly gather the medicinal herbs. Remember, I need 3 sets of medicinal herbs. Zhou Xian said. Zhou Xian saw the expressions of the 3 of them but didn't say much. The 3 of them were only second-grade alchemists. The second-grade alchemists in the eternal world could be said to be low-level existences. They had only lived in this world for a few decades and their talent was limited. Even if they studied alchemy, how much could they understand? As for Zhou Xian, he had been studying the Tao of alchemy for countless years. There was almost no pill in the heavens and earth that he didn't know. Of course, the eternal world was a high-level pill, but the high-level pill was just the law of the world. For example, the blood and qi pill that could increase blood energy in Zhou Xian's original world had the same effect on people as the blood and qi pill in the eternal world. The difference was that the grade of the blood and qi pill was different. There was a fundamental difference between the blood and qi pill that had been integrated with immortal energy or divine energy and the blood and qi pill that had been integrated with the power of the universe. Similarly, there was a fundamental difference between the cultivators of the low-level planes and the cultivators of the eternal world. However, the process of cultivation was the same. Therefore, when Zhou Xian came to the eternal world, he had the greatest advantage, and that was experience. Although Zhou Xian's cultivation was poor, his comprehension of cultivation was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the peak existences of the eternal world. The only difference was that Zhou Xian wasn't very familiar with the laws of this world. Moreover, they were the highest level laws. Also, Zhou Xian hadn't completely adapted to this world. If he had, the pills he refined before would have been 100% effectiveness pills. Alright, I'll go right away. Zhou Ku was very obedient. He turned around and left. His 3rd junior brother was just an errand boy, but Zhou Ku was very willing to do the task that Master had given him. Not long after, Zhou Ku returned and brought the medicinal herbs that Zhou Xian needed. Master, what pill are you going to refine? Zhou Ku asked curiously. You'll know once you master it. This is a big gift from me. Zhou Xian smiled and said, I will only demonstrate the process of alchemy once. Watch carefully and experience the mysteries within. The 3 of them nodded their heads and widened their eyes without blinking, afraid that they would miss a single detail. Zhou Xian was secretly amused. These 3 old guys were as obedient as children in front of him at this moment. Zhou Xian was still a little unused to it. However, this also fully showed their pursuit of alchemy, which Zhou Xian admired very much. Zhou Xian flicked his finger and a 7-colored flame rippled out. The flame exploded in front of Zhou Xian's chest and turned into a sea of fire. What kind of flame is this? So strong. I can sense several powerful flame auras from this flame. This is definitely more than one type of flame. Impressive. During the assessment, Master only casually displayed one type of flame. I didn't pay attention to it at that time. It seems that Master still hid his strength during the assessment. The 3 of them began to be shocked. Zhou Xian had only displayed the first step of the flame and it made their eyes light up. Zhou Xian's flame was a combination of the 5 elemental true fire, the exotic star fire, the karmic fire of the red lotus and a few other supreme flames. In the end, Zhou Xian used his great Tao law to fuse them into a single flame, the azure lotus star fire. This flame was unique in the world. It was supreme and could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. As Zhou Xian continued to grow, the grade of this flame was also at the peak of this world after he came to the eternal world. It would continue to grow stronger along with Zhou Xian's strength. The most important thing was not how strong the flame was, but the taste of the great path law that the flame contained, which gave the flame a new life. To put it bluntly, Zhou Xian's green lotus starfire had its own consciousness and wisdom, just like the sky dragon sword. When Zhou Xian used it, he didn't have to do it deliberately. With a thought, he could control it like his own arm. Then a powerful soul power rippled and fused with the sea of fire. The soul power whistled and set off a whirlwind in the whole room. The 3 of them changed their expressions again. What a powerful soul power. Master's soul power is even stronger than ours. But his cultivation is only at the first heaven of the Unity Origin Realm, but his soul power has reached the peak of the Unity Origin Realm. How is this possible? It's too powerful. I always thought that he only had great attainments in alchemy and could learn a lot from his master. I didn't expect his soul power to be above ours. He's obviously at the first heaven of the Unity Origin Realm, but how can he withstand the soul power of the peak of the Unity Origin Realm? This is too magical. The three of them were stunned. This was the first time that Xianxia released his soul power. His soul carried the laws of the world. It was too powerful. Moreover, Xianxia's soul was not only powerful but also advanced. Ignoring the shocked gazes of the three, Xianxia waved his arm and the three medicinal ingredients flew up at the same time and fell into the sea of fire. The three of them were shocked again. With their experience as second-grade alchemists, this kind of alchemy method could be said to be extremely shocking. This had a very difficult requirement on the precision of the soul power. The chi-chi sounds were heard in the sea of fire. All the medicinal ingredients began to be refined at the same time. The essence of each medicinal ingredient was extracted perfectly. In just a few minutes, all the essences of the medicinal ingredients were extracted completely and started to fuse at the same time. After another 2 minutes, the three blood-red medicinal pills began to jump in the sea of fire as if they were alive. Withdraw, Xianxia said softly. His soul power and flame were withdrawn at the same time. 3 blood-red lights jumped out. Chapter 3964. Feng Tianhua and the other two were still in shock because Xianxia's alchemy speed was too fast. Although it was not the first time they had seen it, they were in a different position. The angle of view was different, so the experience was naturally different. The three of them were quick to react. They took the pill and felt that the pill was warm to the touch. It was very comfortable. The strong medicinal fragrance filled the room, making people feel relaxed and happy. Even their souls were about to be baptized. The three of them held the pill in front of their eyes almost at the same time. More medicinal fragrance was inhaled into their bodies. The three of them only felt that the blood in their bodies was violently agitated. In just an instant they seemed to be 10 years younger. Oh my God, what pill is this? I only absorbed some of the medicinal fragrance and I feel relaxed and happy. Moreover, my blood is starting to become restless. It's the kind of restlessness that I haven't felt in a long time. I suddenly feel that my exhausted inspiration is starting to become restless. This pill, look quickly. This is a peak second-grade pill. It's a 100% to 100% pill. What? A 100% to 100% pill? Oh my God, it's really a 100% to 100% pill at the peak of the second grade. Even a third-grade alchemist in the Earth Source realm can't do it. A 100% to 100% pill. This is the first time I've seen a 100% to 100% pill in all my years of alchemy. The three of them were extremely excited. Wang Dongxue held the pill in her hand and jumped up and down. She could not alleviate the shock in her heart at all. Zhou looked at the pill in his hand and cried on the spot. A 100% to 100% pill. He had never dared to dream of such a dream. At this moment such a scene appeared, but they felt like they were in a dream. Their hearts were in turmoil. The three old guys had never been so excited in their lives. More importantly, with their eyesight they could not tell what kind of pill this was. They could not even name it. However, even if they could not name it, they were not fools. They knew that this pill was priceless. A 100% to 100% pill was supreme. A 100% to 100% pill was a symbol of identity and status. It was a kind of infinite honor. Just based on this, Xianxia had enough obstacles to be their master. If the three of them had any hesitation before coming, then that hesitation had now completely turned into joy. What they needed to consider now was not whether Xianxia was qualified to be their master, but whether they were qualified to be Xianxia's disciples. The scarlet elixir in his hand alone was enough to make Xianxia famous in the Red East region and even the entire Red Cloud Star boundary. Master, this pill is way too precious. How can we accept such a huge gift? Feng Tianhua was so excited that her voice began to tremble. That's right, Master. We're here to acknowledge you as our master. Initially, we should have taken out some things to show our respect to you. But now we've taken nothing. Instead, we've taken your 100% pills. How can we feel good about this? Wang Dongxue stopped jumping and said excitedly. Is that so? If you feel bad about it, then return the pills to me. Xianxia stretched out his hand and teased. Whoosh. As soon as he said that, it was up to the three of them to withdraw their hands first. Zhou had already put the pills in his arms. To him this was a rare treasure. Whoever dared to snatch it from him would definitely fight to the death. These 3 springtime rejuvenation pills have been specially made for the three of you. They have the effect of rejuvenating withered wood and rejuvenating youthfulness. In other words, your talent is limited by your age and you're stuck at a bottleneck that you won't be able to break through in your lifetime. This pill can reverse the flow of your qi and blood and rejuvenate withered wood. In other words, your future on the path of alchemy will definitely not be limited to the unity realm. This pill can stimulate the potential in your bodies, allowing you to reach the peak of the earthly source realm, or even the heavenly source realm. Jiang Qin said with a smile. As soon as he said that, the room suddenly became strangely quiet. The three old guys were petrified. They all stared at Jiang Qin with their eyes wide open. They were completely dumbfounded. Hey, don't look at me like that. Is there a flower on my face? I know you're very excited, but there's one thing you need to know. This pill will only change your talent and potential. It will make you full of energy and qi, but it won't really rejuvenate you. To put it bluntly, your appearance won't change at all. At most, you'll be more spirited. It's impossible for you to become a handsome man like me. Jiang Qin continued. The three of them were still petrified. They were too stunned to listen to what Jiang Qin said. To them, appearance was not important. The unlimited potential, the reappearance of talent, and the longing for the earth source realm and heavenly source realm were what truly attracted them. No, the heavenly source realm was not something they dared to think about. They had been at the peak of the unity origin realm for many years. If they didn't have any opportunities, it was almost impossible for them to break through to the earth source realm. Therefore, their greatest wish was to reach the earth source realm in their lifetime. As for the heavenly source realm, they didn't have the courage to dream about it. Whoosh! After a long while, Wang Dongxue was the first to recover from the surprise. However, he was even more excited. He let out an excited roar and jumped up. This jump was too violent and he couldn't control his body. He actually knocked a big hole in the roof. His head was outside the house and his body was hanging below. It was very embarrassing. Bang! Wang Dongxue jumped down from above and looked up at the big hole he had created. He smiled awkwardly at Jiang Qin. Remember to repair my house. Jiang Qin pointed at Wang Dongxue. Hehe, I couldn't control myself for a while. Master, don't worry. This place is so shabby. How can I let you live here? I'll arrange a quiet courtyard for you later. No one will disturb you. Wang Dongxue chuckled. How could he miss this opportunity to curry favor? Fang Tianhua and Zhou Ku glared at Wang Dongxue in annoyance. They thought to themselves that such a good opportunity had been seized by this old fox. With their identity and status in the martial pavilion, it would be very easy for them to arrange a good residence for Jiang Qin. Master, you've given us a new lease of life. It's just like what you've said, our attainments in alchemy have already reached a bottleneck. It's impossible for us to break through in this lifetime. You've given us a second chance at life. Fang Tianhua flattered him with a straight face, but his words were so sincere. The gratitude in his words could not be faked at all. Zhou Ku will never forget such a great kindness. In the future, if anyone dares to cause trouble for Master in this martial pavilion, they will be Zhou Ku's enemy. That's right. Wang Dongxue, will be the first to not agree to anyone who dares to touch even a hair on Master's head. Zhou Ku and Wang Dongxue were not to be outdone. They repeatedly expressed their positions. Chapter 3965. Alright, all of you go back to secluded cultivation. Given your current state, it will take at least half a month to completely refine and absorb the miracle rejuvenation pill. After refining, it will need to settle down. Each of you will go into secluded cultivation for a month. After a month, your cultivation should be able to break through to the earthly source stage, said Jiang Qin. These three old fellows were frantically sucking up to him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Advancing to the earthly source stage is something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Great, if we can advance to the earthly source stage, our status in the Purple Pill Pavilion will skyrocket, and we will become true core elders of the Martial Pavilion. The earthly source stage is the dream stage. At that time, we will be able to control the chi of the world, fly in the sky and dive into the ground. There's nothing we can't do. All of this is given to us by Master. Tears streamed down the trio's cheeks. Wang Dongxue was crying her eyes out, causing Jiang Qin to frown. Wasn't this something to be excited about? Why are you crying? Alright, stop crying. Don't tell others that you're my disciple, it's embarrassing. Jiang Qin impatiently waved his hand. Master, I'll help you arrange a new residence. This place is a little shabby, said Wang Dongxue. No need, this place is pretty good. I'll just get Zhou Xian and Li Si to fix it up later. Zhang Chen said. Master, this isn't a good idea. This disciple has a superior residence. Scram. With a loud shout from Zhang Chen, the trio turned around and disappeared in a puff of smoke. As he watched the trio disappear, Zhang Chen could not help but laugh. These three old fellows were like clowns. Zhang Chen naturally liked the superior residence in the Purple Pill Pavilion. However, he had just arrived at the Martial Pavilion and did not want to be too ostentatious. It was better to keep a low profile. The most important thing now was to increase his strength. Only with great strength would he be able to gain a foothold in this world. Zhang Chen was in closed-door cultivation, constantly absorbing universe genesis chi. Although he had the support of the source dragon in his body, he hadn't fully adapted to the world, or rather he hadn't fully integrated with it. That was because he had once incarnated into the Tao, and was equivalent to a Tao Father himself. He was blessed by the heavens and stood above the world. This sort of high-level heaven overlord great Tao would be suppressed a little in a high-level world and might even be rejected. This made it difficult for Zhang Chen to completely adapt to the eternal world. At the very least, it was not as fast as Long Shan and De Huang Dog. Or it could be said that he had obtained the recognition of this world. Of course, due to the terrifying power of the dragonization skill and the appearance of the source dragon, Zhang Chen had a unique advantage. From the moment he entered the eternal world until now, he had basically obtained the recognition of the world. This was evident from the 100% effectiveness pill he had just refined. 100% effectiveness pill was a kind of adaptation, a kind of acceptance. In the next period of time, I'm afraid I will have to experience all kinds of battles to temper my combat strength. I have to use many of my previous abilities to fully adapt to the eternal world. Before, Fu Qing said that there is a coliseum in the Martial Pavilion. I wonder if there are any powerful demonic beasts in it. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. The thought of the coliseum immediately aroused his great interest. It was much better to go out and fight than to stay in the room for closed-door cultivation. In his current state, simple closed-door cultivation was no longer of much use. Zhang San Li Si. Zhang Chen shouted, and his voice turned into a sound wave that spread out. The next moment, two figures pushed the door open and walked in. Senior brother Jiang, what can I do for you? Zhang San nodded and bowed, trembling as he looked at Zhang Chen. He didn't dare to neglect him in the slightest. The master in front of him was someone they couldn't afford to offend. They had already agreed to be Zhang Chen's followers willingly, and they had to respect any of Zhang Chen's orders. The cultivation of the two of you is too weak. If you're so weak, how can you follow me in the future? Zhang Chen couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the two of them. His words made Zhang San and Li Si's faces turn red. If these words were said by other disciples, the two of them would probably have rushed up and fought without any explanation. How dare he say that they were too weak? The two of them were experts at the peak of the Origin Realm after all. They were only a step away from the Unity Origin Realm. As long as they reached the Unity Origin Realm, they would be equivalent to a cabinet disciple. Among the ordinary disciples of the Martial Pavilion, the two brothers were powerful figures. Moreover, because of their identity as alchemists, there were countless people who fawned on them on a daily basis. Even the boss of the Hualien gang had to be polite to them. The two brothers could be said to be doing very well in the Martial Pavilion and were very proud of themselves. Now they were being said to be too weak. Of course, even if they were very dissatisfied, the two of them didn't dare to show it at all. Now Zhang Chen was the person they couldn't afford to offend the most. Zhang Chen's backing was too strong. Any one of the three great elders could cripple them with just a word. Show me the techniques you've cultivated, said Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen said. He knew very well that there were many things in the Martial Pavilion that he would need to consult these two men. These two men were obviously doing better in the Martial Pavilion than Fu Qing, so it would be useful for them to follow him. Of course, Zhang Chen knew very well that the reason these two people were following him was completely because they were afraid of the tyranny of Fang Tianhua and the other two. That was why they didn't dare to resist at all. If Zhang Chen wanted them to follow him wholeheartedly, he could also give them some pointers and help them improve their cultivation base. To Zhang Chen, this was something he could easily accomplish. Zhang San and Li Si looked at each other. They didn't know why Zhang Chen wanted them to show their techniques, but since they didn't dare to resist, they could only respect him. The two of them didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly displayed their techniques in front of Zhang Chen. Your techniques are not bad and are very suitable for your cultivation, but you have reached a bottleneck. If you can't break through this bottleneck, it will be very difficult for you to advance to the Unity Origin realm. Now I will help you break through the bottleneck, Zhou Xian said. The two of them were stunned and suspected that their ears were playing tricks on them. Zhou Xian was actually going to help them break through the bottleneck. How was this possible? What right did this guy have? Did he really think he was a martial arts ancestor? However, the two of them were extremely surprised that Zhou Xian could see through their bottleneck at a glance. Zhang San, there are some problems with your cultivation. Do this, Li Si, do this. Zhang Qian sat on the chair and spoke calmly as if he was a mighty figure teaching his disciples. However, every word he said set off a storm in Zhang San and Li Si's hearts, and they felt enlightened. When Zhang Qian finished speaking, the two of them were already sweating profusely and trembling with excitement. The two of them looked at Zhang Qian again as if they were looking at a god. There was no longer any dissatisfaction and they almost knelt on the ground. Just like what Zhang Qian said, the two of them had already reached the bottleneck. In the past year they had thought of countless methods to break through the bottleneck, but they didn't make any progress in their cultivation techniques. Zhang Qian's words just now were aimed at their cultivation methods. Their cultivation methods were transparent in front of Zhang Qian, without the slightest bit of profoundness to speak of. Every word he said hit the nail on the head and hit the nail on the head. Chapter 3966. Zhang San and Li Si were very talented, slightly better than Fu Qing. They had been stuck at the peak of the origin realm for some time now. After receiving guidance from Zhang Qian, they felt that the bottleneck in front of them had been broken through. Their cultivation techniques that had already reached the bottleneck began to circulate automatically. Everything flowed naturally like a hot knife cutting through butter. Oh my god, I'm going to break through soon. I'm going to break through to the Unity Origin realm. Me too. I'm going to break through too. I'm going to break through to the Unity Origin realm soon. The bottleneck is gone. I suddenly feel that my future is bright. Zhang San and Li Si cried out excitedly. They were not much better than Fang Tianhua and the other two from before. Thank you, senior brother Jiang. The two of them hurriedly took out some origin stones. With the help of the origin stones, their cultivation quickly advanced to the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Zhang Qian nodded. He was not surprised that the two of them could advance. They had a strong foundation and could be said to be well prepared. They were just waiting for an opportunity. Not long after, the two of them woke up from their cultivation state. At that moment, the two of them were in high spirits, and their faces were filled with confidence. Going from the Origin realm to the Unity Origin realm was a true breakthrough. For the disciples of the Martial Pavilion, it was something that countless people dreamed of. Just as Fu Qing had said before, if they could not reach the Unity Origin realm within 5 years, they would be eliminated by the Martial Pavilion. Although the disciples of the Purple Pill Pavilion were respected, they were no exception. At that moment, Zhang San and Li Si had advanced to the Unity Origin realm, so they could not be unhappy. This was equivalent to truly entering the Martial Pavilion. The two of them looked at each other before kneeling in front of Zhang Qian in unison. Get up, Zhang Qian said. He did not move from his chair, but an invisible force had already taken effect on Zhang San and Li Si's bodies. Their kneeling bodies were lifted up by the invisible force and they were able to stand up. The two of them were shocked and the way they looked at Zhang Qian changed even more. They admitted that they could not resist that force at all. When they thought about how they had tried to make trouble for Zhang Qian earlier, they felt that they had been digging their own graves. Let alone peak origin experts like them, Zhang Qian still made them feel like he was an unreachable existence. Senior brother Jiang is really a godly person. The two of us admire you so much. That's right. Senior brother Jiang has helped us increase our cultivation. I don't know how we can repay such kindness. In the future, as long as senior brother Jiang has any orders, the two of us will not dare to complain. Zhang San and Li Si expressed their loyalty. Now they were truly impressed and truly willing. It was completely different from submitting to Fang Tianhua's despotic power before. Moreover, the two of them were not fools. Although they did not know how Zhang Qian did it, they knew that Zhang Qian was a true godly person. If they followed a godly person like Zhang Qian, there would definitely be endless benefits. At that moment, Zhang San and Li Si suddenly understood why Fang Tianhua and the other two had to kneel in front of Zhang Qian. There was a certain reason for this. Once we reach the Unity Origin realm, we will be able to stay in the martial pavilion to cultivate forever. From now on we will be inner disciples. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Zhou Xian said excitedly. Cabinet disciple? Is the martial pavilion also divided into the inner pavilion and outer pavilion? Jiang Chen looked at Zhou Xian curiously. Fu Qing had never explained this so-called cabinet to him. There's no such thing as an outer pavilion. Origin realm disciples are just regular disciples in the martial pavilion. If they can't reach the unity realm within 5 years, they'll be sent back. Only true unity realm disciples can become true disciples of the martial pavilion, which is why there's a cabinet. Only the cabinet is the true martial pavilion. Zhou Xian said. The power of the martial pavilion is enormous. As the highest training ground of the human clan in the Scarlet East region, it is the dream and cradle of countless young people. Only by becoming a cabinet disciple can one truly have some status. Without the help of senior brother Jiang, I don't know when we could become cabinet disciples. Li Sideo's gratitude towards Jiang Chen could not be expressed in words. I see. Jiang Chen nodded. He finally had a deeper understanding of the martial pavilion. In this way he was also a cabinet disciple. His cultivation was currently at the peak of the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, and he could reach the second heavenly layer at any time. Right? Is there a beast dueling arena in the martial pavilion? Jiang Chen asked. There is. Does senior brother Jiang want to go to the beast dueling arena? The beast dueling arena is the most brutal place in the martial pavilion. Very few disciples go there as the slightest carelessness could cost them their lives. Zhou Xian said. Not really. The attraction of the beast battle arena is also very great. Some people who are not afraid of death would usually go there. The beast battle arena built by the martial pavilion will provide some ferocious demonic beasts every day for the disciples of the martial pavilion to battle with the demonic beasts. However, these battles are all battles of life and death. If one is able to defeat or kill a demonic beast, one will receive a certain reward. As for the specific reward, it is determined according to the level and strength of the demonic beast killed. After killing the demonic beast, one can obtain its demonic spirit. Li Si said. The most important thing is that the cultivation of those who participate in the beast dueling arena cannot be higher than the demonic beast's level. In other words, if you are at the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, you will have to choose to fight against demonic beasts above the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. This is the truly terrifying part. You should know that demonic beasts are not easy to deal with. Their flesh and blood have a certain advantage over humans. It is difficult for humans to gain the upper hand in a battle of the same level. Only the genius disciples of the martial pavilion have the courage to challenge them. Zhou Xian said. What is the level of the most powerful demonic beast in the beast dueling arena? Jiang Chen asked. He already had a great interest in the beast dueling arena. There are demonic beasts at the peak of the Unity Origin realm. Li Si said. You guys go find me a mask and bring me to the beast dueling arena. Jiang Chen said that he had already developed a great interest in the beast dueling arena. Apart from the rewards, the process of fighting was more important. He wanted to use the battles to completely integrate with the eternal world. However, Jiang Chen did not want to be too ostentatious. After all, his cultivation was only at the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. If he went to challenge demonic beasts of the 4th or 5th heavenly layer, it would definitely cause a great disturbance. As a newcomer, it was better for him to keep a low profile. Alright, I will go prepare now. Zhou Xian and Li Si turned around and left. They knew that Jiang Chen did this because he did not want outsiders to know, so they naturally did not ask any more questions. They did not dissuade Jiang Chen from going to the beast dueling arena. They were even somewhat looking forward to it. Jiang Chen had helped them break through the bottleneck with just a few words. He was a true god. They all wanted to see how terrifying Jiang Chen's true combat strength was. Chapter 3967. Senior Brother Jiang. The Colosseum is especially lively at night. Under normal circumstances, the Colosseum only opens at night, and many disciples go to watch the battles every night. Everyone will place some bets, and as time goes on, the Colosseum has become a place of entertainment for the disciples of the martial pavilion. Zhou Xian said along the way. What's the difference between this Colosseum and a gambling den run by the martial pavilion? Jiang Chen smiled. The martial pavilion really knew how to do business, extending their business to the martial pavilion itself. However, this was not a bad thing either. For disciples who wanted to fight and break through, coming to the Colosseum to fight with demonic beasts could improve themselves. For ordinary disciples, they would come for entertainment and to place some bets. If they won, they could even earn some origin stones. More importantly, for most disciples, watching such battles could allow them to gain more insights from the battles. Frankly speaking, it's just a gambling den. However, the existence of the Colosseum is a win-win situation for the martial pavilion and the disciples below. Many disciples who have been stuck at the peak of the origin realm for a long time have finally broken through in battles of life and death with demonic beasts in the Colosseum when the 5-year deadline is almost up. Only then can they become cabinet disciples and stay in the martial pavilion forever. Wuxia said. There are also many disciples who are poor and need origin stones for cultivation, so they come to the Colosseum to try their luck. In the end, they really do win quite a few origin stones, but of course they lose even more. Zhou Xian said. Very soon, under Zhou Xian and Li Si's lead, Jiang Qin and the other two arrived at the entrance of the Colosseum. The ink-black entrance had a plaque of an unknown demonic beast hanging on it. The words Colosseum were deeply engraved on it. At the entrance of the arena, four strong men were blocking the way. Before Jiang Qin could say anything, one of the men stretched out his hand. Here are 300 grade 1 origin stones. Zhou Xian took out 300 grade 1 origin stones and handed them to the burly man. The burly man accepted the origin stones and made way for them. You need to pay 100 grade 1 origin stones to enter the Colosseum. Zhou Xian explained. Jiang Qin nodded his head. He thought to himself that the martial pavilion really knew how to do business. 100 grade 1 origin stones was not much to the disciples of the martial pavilion, but it was not a large amount. Every night, countless people would come to the Beast Battle Arena to watch the excitement. Just the entrance fees collected by the Beast Battle Arena was already a huge sum. Those guards at the entrance of the Beast Battle Arena don't seem to be disciples of the martial pavilion. Jiang Qin said that although the 4 burly men were not weak, having reached the 8th or 9th heavenly layer of the origin realm, they had long since passed the martial pavilion's recruitment criteria from their age. That's right. Those are the guards recruited by the Beast Battle Arena. There are many places in our martial pavilion that not only have disciples, but there are also quite a number of miscellaneous personnel. This is all very normal. Zhou Xian said. Jiang Qin understood and had a new understanding of the martial pavilion. Senior brother Jiang, the Colosseum is located underground. There are 2 passageways leading to the Colosseum. One is for spectators and the other is for disciples participating in the Colosseum. Let's separate here. Wuxia said. After entering the Colosseum, 2 diagonal passageways leading downwards appeared, leading to the entire underground Colosseum. Yes. Jiang Qin nodded. He had originally planned to separate from Zhou Xian and Li Si. He had come to the Colosseum this time wearing a bronze mask so that his identity would not be exposed. If Zhou Xian and Li Si continued to follow him, it would be very easy for him to be exposed. He walked down the diagonal staircase. It was about 5 or 6 meters below, and the lighting was rather dim. The stone walls on both sides of the staircase were embedded with moonstones. Jiang Qin walked to the bottom. There was a black secret door. A lifelike azure dragon was carved on the secret door. 2 burly men stood on either side of the secret door. When they saw that the person who came down was wearing a mask, they could not help but frown. Kid, can you take off your mask? One of the burly men asked. What? Does the Beast Battle Arena require people to wear masks? Jiang Qin asked. Forget it. Some people are mysterious and not willing to expose themselves. It's normal. There have been people wearing masks in the Beast Battle Arena before. Don't bother about it. As long as you have the strength to fight with demonic beasts, that is your ability. The other burly man said. Kid, you go in. The burly man snorted coldly. He pushed open the secret door and signaled Jiang Qin to enter. Behind the secret door was a huge room. Inside the room, there were more than a dozen upper echelons of the Beast Battle Arena. Every one of them was a Unity Origin Realm expert. At this moment, these Unity Origin Realm experts were all staring at a screen in front of them. On the screen, a disciple with a face full of stubble was fighting a fierce tiger in the Beast Battle Arena. After Jiang Qin walked in, he did not attract the attention of these experts. They continued to watch the screen and did not look at him at all. Those who came to fight, come over here. An old man came to Jiang Qin's side. He did not ask much about Jiang Qin's mask. The beast battle arena did not care about who came. They only cared about the strength of the person and the benefits he could bring to the beast battle arena. Jiang Chen followed the old man to a table at the side. The old man sat down and picked up a brush. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Name and cultivation." Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, "Bronze-masked man, first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm." Bronze-masked man? That's fine. It's fine if you don't want to reveal your name. According to your cultivation, I'll help you choose a demonic beast. What do you think of this? After the old man finished speaking, he pointed at the crystal ball at the side of the table. The crystal ball immediately glowed and the image inside appeared. In the image of the crystal ball was an extremely violent lion. Its body was emitting a faint flame. It was not easy to deal with at a glance. Netherworld lion, first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. How about it? Do you dare to accept? The old man looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. He wanted to see if Jiang Chen had the courage to accept. Is there a stronger one? Jiang Chen said. He did not even want to look at this kind of trash. It would be a waste of his time to fight this nether lion in the beast battle arena. Brat, it looks like you have no idea how powerful this nether lion is. There was also an arrogant brat who came yesterday. He was at the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. In the end, he could not even last 10 breaths against the nether lion and was swallowed alive. The old man sneered. He clearly disliked people like Jiang Chen who overestimated themselves. It's fine. I want to challenge something stronger. Jiang Chen continued. You overestimate yourself. The old man snorted and pointed at the crystal ball again. The image changed again. It was also a nether lion. It was pitch black and emitted a faint black flame. A nether lion at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Do you have the courage? Chapter 3968. The elder looked at Jiang Chen with great interest. He wanted to see if Jiang Chen was brave enough. One should know that the nether lion was the strongest among all the demonic beasts at the second heavenly layer of the bestial battle arena. Ordinary human cultivators at the third heavenly layer of the bestial battle arena might not be able to defeat it. However, Jiang Chen's next words almost caused the old man to fall off his seat. Are there any stronger ones? Jiang Chen asked. He didn't even look at the nether lion. But the elder rolled his eyes. He had really met someone who didn't know what to do today. Kid, I won't hide it from you. You're the first person to be so arrogant in the bestial arena's history. Logically speaking, I should respect the wishes of the disciples who come to challenge you. After all, life and death is your own business. However, for the sake of the bestial arena's profits, I can only let you challenge someone one level higher. If you can defeat the second layer Unity Origin realm nether lion, then the bestial arena will consider letting you fight stronger demonic beast. Do you understand? The elder said. Jiang Chen nodded. He understood what the elder meant. Every match was related to the bestial arena's profits. There would be many people betting on every match. If the difference in cultivation between the person and the demonic beast was too great, then everyone would bet on the demonic beast. Wouldn't the bestial arena suffer a great loss? For example, Jiang Chen, who was at the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, against the nether lion who was at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. In the elder's opinion, it was a one-sided battle. The brat with the bronze mask had no chance of defeating the nether lion. Of course, the elder had never seen Jiang Chen before, so he didn't know who he was. Since he dared to challenge him, he might really have some ability. There had been some outstanding geniuses in the bestial arena. It wasn't like there hadn't been someone who could defeat a demonic beast one level higher. Therefore, although it was very risky for Jiang Chen to fight a second heavenly layer Unity Origin realm nether lion, there were still other variables in the arena. After all, most people would bet on the nether lion to win. If Jiang Chen fought a third layer Unity Origin realm nether lion, the outcome would be obvious and the bestial arena would suffer a great loss. Therefore, there was a rule in the beast battling arena, and that was that those who came to challenge were absolutely not allowed to cross 2 levels to battle a demonic beast. They could only cross 1 level, and if they were able to win, then they would have the qualifications to battle a more powerful demonic beast. That's fine. I'll arrange it then. Jiang Chen said. Kid, you better think it through. This nether lion is not easy to deal with. I'll give you another chance to back out. This nether lion isn't easy to deal. Arrange it then. Jiang Chen said impatiently. This nether lion was nothing in his eyes. All right then. In an hour, go to the third beast dueling arena. Make your preparations. Also, if you win, the reward for challenging someone of a higher cultivation realm will be incomparably generous. A total of 10,000 grade 2 origin stones. If you can defeat the Nether Lion, the Nether Lion's demonic spirit will also belong to you. The old man said, bring him to the third war beast stage and wait. A muscular man walked in and took Zhou Xian away. Zhou Xian snorted disdainfully at the reward. He was now a true tycoon. 10,000 grade 2 origin stones was nothing to him. Of course, origin stones were good stuff. The more the better. There's going to be a good show tonight. It's been a while since there's been a good show. The old man chuckled. Old Wang, is this kid reliable? Did you test his strength? If he's not strong enough, we'll suffer a terrible loss. Another old man walked over and asked with a frown. That's right. Every time there's a challenge, it's the most exciting time in the bestial arena, not to mention the Nether Lion. If nothing unexpected happens, many people will bet on the Nether Lion. The others also said. It's hard to say. This kid is wearing a mask, so we can't see his true appearance. Also, I can't see through him with my eyes. I hope he doesn't disappoint us. Wang Xian said. The screen in the room switched to the third stage. It was a huge stage with a circumference of 30 meters. The stage was at the bottom and 20 meters above. It was a place for spectators. At this moment, the third stage was still empty. There wasn't a single person around. However, it could be imagined that once the news spread, the third stage would become the main character of the night. Soon, the news of Zhou Xian battling the Nether Lion began to spread in the bestial arena. In half an hour, the Unity Origin Realm First Heavenly Layer Bronze Masked Man versus the Unity Origin Realm Second Heavenly Layer Nether Lion. The location is the third stage. A voice similar to a broadcast resounded in the entire bestial arena. The voice repeated over and over again, reaching every corner of the bestial arena. For a moment, the entire bestial arena was in an uproar. He's going to challenge someone of a higher realm. It's been a long time since there's been a challenge in the bestial arena. It's not interesting at all. Looks like it's going to be crazy tonight. Who is this bronze-masked man? How come I've never heard of him before? He actually dares to challenge the Nether Lion. He's quite courageous. He probably doesn't want to reveal his identity. He's just using a random name. Come, let's go to the third stage and see who this bronze-masked man is. The entire bestial arena was in an uproar. It just so happened that the battles on the other stages were about to end. A large number of people were walking towards the third stage. As the highlight of the night, no one was willing to miss it. Zhang San and Li Si also mixed into the crowd and followed. When the three words bronze-masked man was heard, they already knew that the bronze-masked man was definitely Zhou Xian. However, they didn't expect that Zhou Xian would choose to challenge someone of a higher realm, causing the entire bestial arena to be in an uproar. Very soon, Zhou Xian arrived at the third stage under the lead of the burly man. When he arrived, there were already quite a few people standing on top of the stage. The surroundings of the stage were surrounded by fences. These fences were dark and shiny, made from some kind of extremely tough rock. They could withstand the attacks of 5th Heavenly Layer Unity Origin experts, ensuring that the people and demonic beasts fighting inside were unable to break through the fences and charge out. This prevented the people outside from being harmed. Creak. The fences were opened and Zhou Xian strode in. He stood there calmly and looked at the fences on the other end of the bestial arena. If nothing unexpected happened, the Nether Lion would walk in from there. Is this the bronze-masked man? He looks very ordinary. He's wearing a mask to pretend to be profound. There's nothing special about him. He's not tall or mighty either. How can he be the Nether Lion's opponent? The Nether Lion is cruel and has the nickname of the Nether Grim Reaper. Even a second Heavenly Layer Unity Origin expert might not be able to survive under the Nether Lion's attacks, let alone this bronze-masked man who's only at the first Heavenly Layer. I don't think the bronze-masked man will win. The bets are about to open. I'm going to bet on the Nether Lion. Chapter 3969. Before the start of the match, there would be a period of time to place bets. The so-called opening was when the beast battling arena acted as the banker. Everyone else placed their bets and basically lost whatever they bet on. Sometimes, the odds would double if there was a huge disparity in strength. The beast battling arena did not know how strong the bronze-masked man was in this match, But with their experience, at least those who came to the beast battling arena would not come to their deaths. Since the bronze-masked man dared to accept the bet, he must have some powerful tricks up his sleeves. Almost all the disciples who were watching the show in the beast fighting arena chose to place their bets. 80% of the people bet on the nether lion, while 20% of the people bet on the bronze-masked man. Hey brother, are you stupid? That bronze-masked man doesn't look like much. You'll definitely lose if you bet on him. That's right. The nether lion is no ordinary demonic beast. It's extremely ferocious. Most second heavenly layer Unity Realm cultivators would definitely die, and even third heavenly layer Unity Realm cultivators might not be its opponent. Moreover, this bronze-masked man is only at the first heavenly layer Unity Realm. Even if he has some strength, how could he be the nether lion's opponent? Moreover, I've never seen this bronze-masked man before. He doesn't dare to show his face with his mask, so he's too unfamiliar. I don't dare to bet on him. The number of first heavenly layer Unity Realm cultivators in the Martial Pavilion who can defeat second heavenly layer Unity Realm geniuses can be counted on one hand. I've already calculated, and the characteristics of the bronze-masked man do not match them. That's hard to say. I feel that anyone who has the courage to challenge the nether lion is definitely not someone easy to deal with. He must have some ability. Otherwise, who would come to their deaths for nothing? I also feel that the bronze-masked man is not too weak. Although he doesn't have the characteristics of those first heavenly layer Unity Realm geniuses, don't forget that the Martial Pavilion has just recruited quite a few disciples this year, and there are quite a few geniuses who have already reached the Unity Realm. Discussions were everywhere. The betting area was flooded with people. Many people were still hesitating, not knowing what to choose. After all, they were too unfamiliar with the bronze-masked man. No one could guarantee the outcome, so they could only place their bets based on the strength of the bronze-masked man and the nether lion. Therefore, there was a reason why most people placed their bets on the nether lion. We'll bet on the bronze-masked man 10,000 second-grade origin stones. A voice rang out. Everyone looked over. The person who had spoken was Zhou Xian. He and Li Si had each taken out 10,000 grade 2 origin stones, betting that the copper-masked man would win. The two of them were full of confidence. 10,000 second-grade origin stones were all they had. For a disciple who had just advanced to the first heavenly layer of the origin realm, 10,000 second-grade origin stones was already a huge fortune. In the entire Martial Pavilion, perhaps only the people of the Purple Pill Pavilion would have such a fortune. These past few years, Zhou Xian and Li Si had fished up quite a bit of profit from the Purple Pill Pavilion. Now that they had reached the Origin Fusion realm, they needed Grade 2 Origin Stones to cultivate. They were planning to exchange all their Grade 1 Origin Stones for Grade 2 Origin Stones, and the Beast Battle Arena was a good opportunity. Others might not understand the bronze-masked man, but the two of them did. In their hearts, Xianxia was a god, an omnipotent god. With just a few words, he had enlightened them and allowed them to advance to the Origin Fusion realm. He had even made the 3 elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion kneel in front of him. Just thinking about it made their hair stand on end. Although Zhou Xian and Li Si had never seen Xianxia in action, how could such a miraculous person be weak? In Zhou Xian and Li Si's eyes, there was naturally a reason why Xianxia dared to challenge the nether lion, who was a tier higher than him. This reason was confidence. Aren't they from the Purple Pill Pavilion? They're actually betting on the bronze-masked man. Damn, these two fellows must be crazy. 10,000 second-grade origin stones. Only people from the Purple Pill Pavilion would have such a fortune. Even so, this is probably all they have. Aren't they afraid of losing everything by betting so much? Damn it, let's go all out. I'll also bet on the bronze-masked man. I think the disciples of the Purple Pill Pavilion are not idiots. Zhou Xian and Li Si's actions successfully attracted everyone's attention. Some people had originally wanted to bet on the nether lion, but they suddenly turned around and bet on the bronze-masked man. No one was an idiot. Everyone had their own judgment. In their opinion, the experts of the Purple Pill Pavilion would not give away their origin stones for nothing. An hour passed by very quickly. With the sound of the bell on stage number 3, the gate on the other side of the stage opened. Brr! An earth-shattering roar almost tore open the roof of the arena. Under countless gazes filled with anticipation, a male lion covered in black armor walked in. Brr! The male lion roared. Its body was over 3 meters tall, and its entire body emitted a dense killing intent. It was bloodthirsty and extremely savage. When the nether lion saw Zhou Xian, it immediately bared its teeth, exposing its extremely sharp teeth. Its blood-red eyes could make people fall into hell with a single glance. A nether lion at the second heavenly layer of the origin realm was definitely a killing machine in this arena. There was once a genius of the martial pavilion at the peak of the second heavenly layer of the origin realm who came to challenge the nether lion. In the end, he was defeated by the nether lion because that disciple had a backer. His grandfather was an elder of the martial pavilion. In the end, the arena violated the rules and Zhou Xian saved him from the jaws of the nether lion. If it was anyone else, they would have been torn to shreds by the nether lion long ago. Clang. The iron gate of the fence was closed, but no one shouted for the start of the fight. According to the rules of the beast fighting coliseum, the battle had already begun the moment the two sides entered the war beast stage. It would only end when one side completely fell. This was true cruelty. Every disciple that came to participate in the beast battle arena had to be mentally prepared or have sufficient confidence in their own strength. Who do you think will win? I think the nether lion will most likely win. His aura is too strong. See. I hope the bronze-masked man won't disappoint us. I bet on him. Everyone was very excited. Almost everyone had participated in this battle. Some of them had even bet quite a lot of origin stones. Roar. The nether lion let out another roar and the raging black flames around it started burning. In the next moment, the gigantic lion charged towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian stood there without moving. Under the bronze mask was an extremely calm face. Zhou Xian did not even look at the nether lion. To Zhou Xian, the difference in strength was too great. This battle was meaningless. Fuck, what's going on? Why isn't this guy moving? Don't sacrifice my origin stones if you want to die. Sigh, another person without any self-awareness. Now that he has seen the nether lion's aura, he has been scared silly. What a pity. Fuck, I thought it was some powerful person. What's the meaning of standing there without moving? Chapter 3970. The bronze-masked man's performance disappointed many people. The nether lion's supply was about to arrive, but the bronze-masked man had not even released his source energy. This was no longer a matter of confidence. The most likely explanation was that he had been scared silly by the nether lion's ferocious aura. This was normal. Many conceited people always overestimated themselves and thought that they were great. They had no idea how scary the nether lion was before they came. They thought that they had some tricks up their sleeves and could kill the nether lion. In the end, they were scared silly when they saw the nether lion. The spectators were not the only ones who were disappointed. In the central hall of the beast battle arena, the higher-ups of the beast battle arena shook their heads as they watched the screen in front of them. Sigh, looks like I overestimated him. Wang Xian shook his head and sighed. It's normal for him to be scared silly by the nether lion. There are too many arrogant people these days. It's fine if this beastard dies, but he caused us to suffer heavy losses. Most people bet on the nether lion to win. If this beastard is eaten by the nether lion, we'll have to pay a lot of source stones. Everyone was disappointed. They had hoped that the bronze-masked man could create a miracle. If that happened, the beast battle arena would make a fortune. However, looking at the situation before them, it seemed impossible. The good thing was that everyone did not know much about the bronze-masked man's strength, so they were more cautious when placing their bets. Many people placed their bets to test the waters, but not many actually placed their bets. Therefore, even if the bronze-masked man lost, the beast battle arena would not suffer too much, or it could be said that it was within the beast battle arena's tolerance range. Almost everyone in the beast battle arena thought that the bronze-masked man was scared silly and doomed. Only two people still had confidence in him. That was Tom, Dick and Harry. If Zhou Xian was scared silly by the nether lion, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Just when everyone thought that the bronze-masked man was scared silly and was about to be eaten by the nether lion, the bronze-masked man suddenly moved. Zhou Xian was as still as a mountain, but he moved like a dragon. With a sway of his body, he leaped up and landed on top of the nether lion's head. He punched out with a fierce fist. It was a simple punch, nothing fancy at all. It didn't even use any origin energy. It relied entirely on the strength of his physical body. However, the speed of this punch was as fast as lightning. The powerful nether lion couldn't even react in time. Boom! Zhou Qian's fist smashed into the nether lion's head. Howl! The nether lion let out an incomparably mournful cry. Under countless shocked gazes, a bloody hole appeared in the nether lion's head from Jiang Chen's punch, causing blood to spurt out. The incomparably majestic body of the netherworld lion was sent flying before it fell on the ground. It wriggled a few times before it completely lost all signs of life. Only a large amount of blood dyed the third war beast stage red. Silence, deathly silence. The entire Colosseum became deathly silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard in the Colosseum. Countless eyes widened, countless mouths gaped, and countless faces filled with disbelief. On the viewing platform in the Colosseum's main hall, everyone had the same expression. What had just happened? Everything seemed like a dream, like a dream. It was so fake that they were numb to it. Jiang Chen ignored everyone's shock. He walked towards the nether lion step by step. A sharp blade appeared in his hand, and he extracted the nether lion's demon spirit from its shattered head. A second heavenly layer unity demon spirit was a treasure no matter what. Whoosh. After the silence, unprecedented waves began to rise in the Colosseum. Fuck. Some people jumped up in excitement. They had placed their bets on the bronze-masked man to win, but they never thought it would be so exciting. Fuck, what did I just see? It can't be real. Pinch me, I must be dreaming. How can the bronze-masked man be so powerful? This isn't realistic. Is his cultivation really only at the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm? Heavens, isn't he a little too powerful? He killed the nether lion in a single move. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. God damn it, how can there be someone so monstrous? He killed off a second heavenly layer nether lion in a single strike. Is he still human? No one was not shocked. Everyone was in a state of intense shock. At this moment, winning or losing no longer seemed to matter. The scene of Jiang Chen killing the nether lion in a single punch was still playing in their minds. Impressive. That's way too unrestrained. Zhou Xian subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Li Si, who was next to him, wasn't any better. Although they were very confident in Jiang Chen and knew that Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary man, they didn't expect him to be this strong. When they thought about how the two of them had gone to the place where Jiang Chen lived to cause trouble, wanting to take Jiang Chen down a notch, they simply did not know what was good for them. At the same time, Zhou Xian and Li Si secretly rejoiced that they had encountered Feng Tianhua and the other two when they were looking for trouble with Jiang Chen. They immediately admitted defeat. Otherwise, they would have definitely offended Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's terrifying talent, he would definitely become the focus of the martial pavilion's nurturing. Once there was a conflict with Jiang Chen could kill them directly, and the martial pavilion would not blame them. Not to mention that Jiang Chen had the protection of the three great elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion. In the main hall of the Beast Battle Arena, Xian was the first to jump up. The other elders also widened their eyes, unable to believe that this was true. Who said that this guy doesn't believe it? Quickly go and find out who this person is. When did such a powerful disciple appear in the martial pavilion? He must be new. Among the older disciples, there is no such powerful person. No matter who he is going to become a hot topic in the Beast Battle Arena. Xian, when he comes to collect his reward later, ask him if he dares to accept a bigger challenge. The entire Beast Battle Arena was in an uproar. The upper echelons of the Beast Battle Arena began to pay attention to the bronze-masked man. This was the first time such a powerful character had appeared in the Beast Battle Arena. Only such a person could become a hot topic. The Beast Battle Arena had been open for so long, but there had never been a disciple who dared to fight a demonic beast 2 levels above them. One had to know that the demonic beasts in the Beast Battle Arena were each more ferocious than the last. They were all killing machines. Fighting 2 levels above them was no laughing matter. If someone in the Beast Battle Arena dared to challenge a demonic beast 2 levels above them, it would definitely boost the atmosphere. Could even cause a sensation in the entire martial pavilion. Alright, I got it. Xian nodded. He knew the stakes involved. He had to be careful with this bronze-masked man. Chapter 3971. As soon as he walked out of the arena, Jiang Chen saw a person walking towards Jiang Chen with a face full of smiles. Bronze-masked young master, our elder requests your presence. That person did not dare to be the slightest bit slow. His attitude towards Jiang Chen was even more respectful. There was no longer any of the contempt he had before. After witnessing the scene of Jiang Chen killing the netherworld lion with their own eyes, they had developed a sense of reverence towards Jiang Chen. Putting everything else aside, just this kind of talent alone was enough to make him one of the top geniuses in the martial pavilion. No matter what his identity was, no matter what kind of face was hidden beneath the mask, there was only one thing they could be sure of, and that was that a genius like this would definitely be heavily nurtured by the martial pavilion in the future. In the martial pavilion there were many top-notch geniuses. Which one of them was not arrogant? Even the bestial battle arena could not afford to offend them. Moreover, the bronze-masked man's performance was too unyielding. Right now he had already caused a frenzy in the bestial battle arena. The bestial battle arena still needed him to build momentum. Yes. Jiang Qin nodded. This was exactly the effect he wanted. His goal in coming to the bestial battle arena was to stimulate himself with battle. How could a second heavenly layer nether lion be enough? Even a third or fourth heavenly layer nether lion would not be enough. He had instantly killed the nether lion to attract the attention of the bestial battle arena. Otherwise, the bestial battle arena would not dare to arrange an even more powerful demonic beast for him. If they did not, then what was the point of him coming to the bestial battle arena? As for the interests of the bestial battle arena and others, or his own reputation, Jiang Qin did not care at all. Who won or lost had nothing to do with him. There was no need to talk about his reputation. If he cared about his reputation he would not have worn the bronze mask. The bestial battle arena was extraordinarily lively. Those who had bet on the bronze-masked man to win were all cheering and exchanging their origin stones. As for those who had bet on the nether lion, most of them were somewhat dejected. What bad luck! When did the martial pavilion have such a monster? A second heavenly layer nether lion could not even last a single move against him, causing me to lose so many origin stones. Yeah, the nether lion is too weak. Could not even withstand a single blow. Stop complaining. You can't blame the nether lion for being weak. It's just that the guy wearing the mask is too strong. We didn't even know about this person. If we had to choose again, I'm afraid we would still choose the nether lion. Despite their complaints, many of them were still unable to extricate themselves from the scene of the bronze-masked man killing the nether lion. It was simply too domineering. That scene could no longer be described as ferocious. There were no other words to describe it. Inside the bestial battle arena, the bestial Qin returned. Ah, you really didn't disappoint me. This is your reward of 10,000 grade 2 origin stones. Seeing Jiang Qin walking back, Wang Xian hurriedly greeted him with a hearty laugh. His attitude towards Jiang Qin had completely changed, as if he was welcoming a victorious hero. Wang Xian was trying to please him for the benefit of the bestial battle arena. Jiang Qin received the 10,000 origin stones from the bestial battle arena. Jiang Qin received a storage ring and put away the 10,000 second-grade origin stones. These were his spoils of war, so of course he wouldn't be polite with them. Can I challenge stronger demonic beasts now? Jiang Qin asked. Yes, of course you can. We all know your abilities. You definitely have the right to challenge stronger demonic beasts. There have been many talented disciples in our bestial battle arena, and there have also been geniuses who have killed demonic beasts above their cultivation level. However, this is the first time you've done so. Wang Xian said, immediately agreeing to Jiang Qin's request. Naturally, he had to agree to such a request. The Colosseum was relying on Jiang Qin to boost their morale. If Jiang Qin turned around and left, Wang Xian was afraid that Jiang Qin would drag him back by force, or even beg him to come back. Then hurry up and make the arrangements, Jiang Qin said. All right. Wang Xian stretched out his finger and tapped on the crystal ball. A ferocious-looking pangolin appeared. The pangolin was 6 meters long and its body was covered with spikes. Its blood-red eyes emitted a bloodthirsty light. It was incomparably ferocious. Just a glance at it would cause one to break out in cold sweat and tremble in fear. The hell pangolin is known as the hell-killing god. It's at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. How about it? Do you dare to challenge it? Wang Xian gritted his teeth. This time he did not even introduce the ordinary 3rd heavenly layer demonic beast to Jiang Qin. Instead he introduced the most terrifying 3rd heavenly layer demonic beast. Are there any stronger ones? Jiang Qin said indifferently. Wang Xian staggered and almost fell on his butt. He looked at Jiang Qin with anticipation, wanting to see if he had the guts to accept. He never thought that Jiang Qin would say something like that. Cough cough. Brat, don't be conceited. The hell pangolin isn't something that the nether lion can compare to. It's at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Even ordinary 4th heavenly layer Unity Origin Realm demonic beasts are no match for it. They'll become its food. You're only at the 1st heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, so it'll be extremely dangerous for you to fight it. Wang Xian said. Too weak. I'm not interested. I want to challenge a 5th heavenly layer demonic beast. Jiang Qin said indifferently. He was not bragging. His current cultivation was already at the peak of the 1st heavenly layer demonic beast. He could step into the 2nd heavenly layer at any time. If he used dragon transformation, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill a 5th heavenly layer demonic beast. One had to know that Jiang Qin did not only rely on his cultivation, but also those terrifying techniques that would greatly increase his battle prowess. To put it bluntly, when he came to the Eternal World, Jiang Qin could directly kill low-level Eternal World cultivators that were 4 or 5 levels higher. However, as soon as he said this, not only Wang Xian but all the experts in the hall were stunned. Their eyes fell on Jiang Qin as if they had heard a joke. 5th heavenly layer demonic beast? Are you sure? Wang Xian doubted his ears. The others thought the same. This was too ridiculous. Wang Xian originally thought that Jiang Qin thought that the Hell Pangolin was too weak and wanted to challenge a 4th heavenly layer demonic beast. He never thought that Jiang Qin's appetite would be even bigger, directly challenging a 5th heavenly layer demonic beast. No one believed that Jiang Qin could challenge a ferocious demonic beast that was 4 levels higher than him. Even though they had personally witnessed Jiang Qin's strength when he killed the Nether Lion, they still felt that Jiang Qin was bragging. They felt that he was bragging too much. I'm sure. I'm not interested in the Hell Pangolin. Chapter 3972. That won't do. Directly challenging a 5th heavenly layer of the Fusion Origin Realm is too risky for our Beast Arena. At that time, everyone will bet on your loss. If you lose, the Beast Arena will suffer a huge loss. We have to be certain that you have the strength to defeat a 5th heavenly layer of the Fusion Origin Realm demonic beast. A white-haired old man walked over. The old man was extremely powerful. He was at least an 8th heavenly layer of the Fusion Origin Realm cultivator. His name was Yang Luan and he was one of the managers of the Beast Arena. The Hell Pangolin you saw is one of the twin pangolins. I can arrange for you to fight the twin pangolin together. The combined battle prowess of the Hell Pangolin is enough to surpass any 4th heavenly layer of the Fusion Origin Realm demonic beast. As long as you can win this battle, I will arrange for you to fight a 5th heavenly layer of the Fusion Origin Realm demonic beast. What do you think? Yang Luan said. All right. Jiang Qin agreed without any hesitation. He was still rather interested in the Hell Pangolin. He knew that these twin pangolins were incomparably terrifying. They could cooperate well with each other. Their combined battle prowess would increase by at least a level. Elder Wang, you can arrange it. In an hour, the bronze-masked man will fight the Hell Pangolin. Yang Luan arranged for Wang Xian. Yes. Wang Xian did not dare to delay. He looked at Jiang Qin and said, in an hour, it will still be the 3rd Beast Arena. If you can win, you will be rewarded with 100,000 second-grade origin stones. This reward is not bad. Jiang Qin nodded. He was rather satisfied with the reward this time. 100,000 second-grade origin stones was a considerable amount of wealth. Now that he had advanced to the Fusion Origin Realm, he could not do without second-grade origin stones in the future. Jiang Qin turned around and left the hall with a muscular man. They returned to the 3rd Beast Arena. Meanwhile, the hall was in an uproar. Third manager, isn't it a little too risky for the bronze-masked man to fight the Hell Pangolin directly? Wang Xian asked with a frown. Yeah. If he's fighting against a Hell Pangolin, he might have a chance at victory. After all, he only insta-killed the Hell Lion earlier and did not display his true strength. At that time, there will be people betting on the Hell Pangolin and there will be people betting on him as well. However, if he's fighting against a twin Hell Pangolin, it'll be equivalent to fighting a Hell Pangolin at the 4th heavenly layer. No one can surpass 3 cultivation levels to kill a Hell Pangolin. At that time, everyone will bet on the Hell Pangolin. If the bronze-masked man loses, we'll suffer a great loss. Another elder also spoke. Let's take a gamble. I don't think this person is simple. Even with my insight, I can't see through him. The fact that he can kill the Nether Lion proves that he's guilty. He possesses great talent and strength. A person like that definitely won't be a reckless person. Since he dares to challenge a 5th heavenly layer fusion origin beast, it means that he's confident enough. This is an opportunity for us. Once he wins, we'll be able to make a huge profit. Yang Luan smiled. Alright, I'll trust him this time. Wang Xian nodded. The beast battle arena was a gamble, but this was the first time such a gamble had occurred. Fighting a beast that was 3 levels higher than itself had never appeared in the martial pavilion before. Kibbe said that it was unheard of. Once it succeeded, the beast battle arena would become completely famous. At that time, the entire martial pavilion would be alarmed. With such a monstrous genius appearing in the martial pavilion, even the pavilion master of the martial pavilion would be unable to sit still. In the restless beast battle arena, the broadcast sounded once again. Everyone pay attention. In an hour on the 3rd battle arena, the bronze-masked man will fight a 3rd heavenly layer fusion origin twin hell pangolin. The broadcast sounded from different parts of the beast battle arena. The same words were repeated 3 times. This time the entire beast battle arena exploded once again. Many people suspected that they had heard wrongly. Only after hearing it 3 times did they confirm that they had heard correctly. Fuck, is he crazy? This is simply crazy. What kind of joke is this? Fighting a 3rd heavenly layer fusion origin hell pangolin and a twin at that. This is equivalent to fighting 3 levels higher. How can he win? Where did this bronze-masked man come from? Where does he get such great confidence? This beast battle arena has never seen such a battle before. Everyone became restless. No one could remain calm. Tonight, the beast battle arena was destined to be chaotic. How is it? They've started. Who do you think will win? Is there even a need to think? Of course, we'll bet on the twin hell pangolin. This great beast is too terrifying. Moreover, when the twin cooperates, it's equivalent to a 4th heavenly layer fusion origin beast. Although the bronze-masked man is powerful and can instantly kill a 2nd heavenly layer fusion origin nether lion, I don't believe that he can fight a demonic beast 3 levels higher. That's right. I don't believe it either. It's impossible for someone to fight 3 levels higher. At the very least, our martial pavilion has never seen such a monstrous genius. Let alone the martial pavilion, even in the entire Qidong region or even the entire Xia astral boundary, it would be difficult to find such a person. Even in the entire Qitian star region, there wouldn't be more than a few. I also bet on the hell pangolin. The difference in cultivation is too great. I don't believe the bronze-masked man can win. The Xia astral boundary doesn't have such a monstrous genius. Just as Yang Luan and Wang Xian had predicted, almost no one was willing to bet on the bronze-masked man. Although the bronze-masked man had just gone crazy and killed the nether lion, how could the nether lion be compared to the hell pangolin twin? They were not even on the same level. The difference was too great. No one could kill an enemy 3 levels higher, let alone an incomparably ferocious demonic beast. After the beast battle arena opened, many people began to place their bets. Most of them were betting on the pangolin to win. On the other side, Zhou Xian and Li Si also began to hesitate. Do you think senior brother Jiang can do it? It's not that we don't believe in him. It's just that crossing 3 levels is too difficult. Li Si said. That's right. Although it's a 3rd heavenly layer fusion origin pangolin because of the twins, it's equivalent to a 4th heavenly layer fusion origin pangolin. However, I still choose to believe in senior brother Jiang. He gives me a godly feeling. I believe in him. Zhang San said in a firm tone. That's right. We shouldn't doubt senior brother Jiang. Even if we lose, I'll accept it. Senior brother Jiang is our great benefactor. Li Si said. How much? Zhang San looked at Li Si. All of it. Including the 10,000 we won before, it's 20,000 second-grade origin stones. Li Si gritted his teeth. In the end, the 2 brothers chose to continue supporting Jiang Chen. They placed all their bets on Jiang Chen. Apart from them, there were less than 5 people who placed their bets on Jiang Chen. The upper echelons of the beast battle arena did not pay attention to this battle. There were only 2 outcomes to this battle. Either the beast battle arena would make a huge profit or they would suffer great losses. Chapter 3973. An hour passed by very quickly. The 3rd war beast stage was even livelier than before. There was no longer enough space on the platform. It was filled to the brim with people. In the end, before the battle began, the arena used some methods to transmit the images of what was happening in the war beast stage. Everyone could clearly see the battle in the war beast stage through the large screen above their heads. Inside the beast arena, Jiang Chen was just as solemn as before. He stood solemnly with one hand behind his back, exuding an extraordinary aura. Although the crowd could not see his face clearly under the mask, they could basically confirm that the bronze-masked man was not nervous at all. He's too calm. Does he really have the strength to defeat the twin hell pangolins? He's just pretending to be calm. Let's see if he can still remain this calm when the twin hell pangolins appear. Let's see. Being calm is useless. He needs true strength. Let's see how he fights the twin hell pangolins. He won't be as ferocious as he was when he killed the hell lion. Fascinating. This is the first time I've seen a battle like this. I'm really looking forward to it. No one could maintain their basic calmness. Everyone who appeared here at this moment had placed a bet. The outcome of this battle was directly related to their wealth. With the sound of a bell, the iron gate on the opposite side opened. 2 pangolins that seemed to have come from hell walked in one after another and entered the war beast stage. The powerful hell pangolins shone with a dark light, like demons from hell. Their cruel eyes made people not dare to look at them. The 2 pangolins stood on the left and right. They were both at the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. They were able to communicate with each other and cooperate very well. When they worked together, their battle prowess was equivalent to a 4th heavenly layer hell pangolin. In other words, Xianxia was currently fighting against terrifying existences that surpassed him by 3 levels. Even if it was Xianxia, he would need to use some tricks if he wanted to kill them without using his draconic transformation. What a terrifying fellow. If it were me, my legs would have turned to jelly. I wouldn't even have the courage to fight. If it were me, I would probably be eaten alive by this fellow. We can already feel the terror of the pangolins just by watching, let alone the people fighting below. The appearance of the twin hell pangolin caused a huge commotion. Hearing about such a ferocious demonic beast and seeing it with one's own eyes were 2 completely different concepts and feelings. One of the pangolins let out a hissing sound, and the other pangolin was affected by it. It also began to hiss. 2 sound waves intertwined in the air above the war beast stage. It was incomparably ear-piercing and unpleasant to hear. Some of the weaker people couldn't help but cover their ears. Their faces were pale and their chests were stuffy. They felt an indescribable discomfort. In the next moment, the 2 pangolins simultaneously attacked Xianxia from the left and right. The pangolins' bodies were covered with sharp spikes, and their narrow fangs glowed with a cold light. When they opened their bloody mouths, anyone who was bitten by them would immediately be torn to pieces. It's good to be here. Xianxia's aura fluctuated as he released a terrifying amount of origin energy. Only then did everyone see that he was only at the peak of the 1st heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. However, the origin energy he released was so powerful that it didn't seem like something a 1st heavenly layer Unity Origin realm expert could release. True Dragon's Palm. Xianxia roared and threw out a true dragon's palm, slamming it fiercely onto the head of one of the pangolins. At the same time, Xianxia used another true dragon's palm with his other hand, slamming it onto the other pangolin. He attacked from both sides with extreme speed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. 2 muffled sounds rang out. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 2 pangolins were both blown away. They landed heavily on the ground and became dizzy. The pangolin let out a roar. It was obvious that it was extremely furious. Fuck, does he have to be so fierce? Fuck, is he still human? How can he be so powerful? What's that move? So terrifying. It's over. This guy is a peerless monster. I've bet all my wealth on the pangolins. If I lose, I'll become a pauper in the future. Don't worry. The twin pangolins are most powerful when they fuse. They'll only become stronger after fusing. It was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. At this moment, no one could remain calm. The ferocity that the copper-masked man had displayed made those who were originally extremely confident become anxious. Of course, those who were familiar with them knew that the twin pangolins had not truly fused yet. Once they fused, they would truly possess the strength of the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. At that time, everyone believed that the copper-masked man would definitely not be a match for them. It would be too much if they could still be defeated. After defeating 2 pangolins with a single move, Xianxia did not follow up with another attack. He was also waiting for the pangolins to fuse. After all, even 2 pangolins at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm were too weak before Xianxia. There was no point in fighting them at all. He would only be able to take a proper look at them after they fused. The twin pangolins roared again and again. Clearly they were extremely furious. Demonic beasts at the Unity Origin realm had sufficient intelligence. They were no different from humans. At the beginning, the pangolins did not think highly of this copper-masked man. After all, his cultivation was only at the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. However, after a single strike, Jiang Chen's strength had completely shocked them. This caused the twin pangolins to have no choice but to take him seriously. Rays of light rippled out from the pangolin's body. These rays of light began to fuse with one another. Because of the bloodline and tacit understanding between the twins, this fusion was extremely fast. Of course, if the fusion was a little slower, the enemy would not give it a chance in battle. Before the fusion could be completed, the enemy would have already attacked. Almost in a flash, the twin pangolins completed their fusion. A bolt of lightning flashed in the void and the twin-headed pangolin appeared. It had one body and two heads. Its body was more than twice its previous size, and its two heads were even more ferocious. After the fusion, the cultivation of the Hell Pangolin had successfully reached the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. It's fused. Awesome, it has reached the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. It's 3 levels higher than the copper-masked man. Let's see how the copper-masked man can resist it. No one can fight a Hell Pangolin that is 3 levels higher than them. Anyway, I have never seen or even heard of it. The copper-masked man will definitely lose. It's impossible to make up for such a gap. Many people were excited. Seeing the fusion of the Hell Pangolin, they all believed that the copper-masked man would definitely lose. Chapter 3974. After the fusion, the twin Hell Pangolin became extremely violent. The Hell Pangolin was an incomparably brutal demonic beast, but it had just been defeated by a kid at the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. This was a great humiliation. Now that it had fused with the Hell Pangolin, its strength had skyrocketed. It seemed that it was determined to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Dong dong dong. The Hell Pangolin moved, walking towards Jiang Chen step by step. The beast battling stage let out a deep rumble. Even from the outside, one could feel the vibrations of the beast battling stage. Monstrous demonic chi filled the air, suffocating everyone. The Hell Pangolin wanted to use its powerful aura to put immense pressure on Jiang Chen. Unbeknownst to it, Jiang Chen didn't feel any pressure at all. Under the mask there was a smile on his face. An invisible battle intent began to ripple. For Jiang Chen, the Hell Pangolin at the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm was still a challenge if he didn't use the Draconic transformation. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't plan on using the Draconic transformation. He didn't even plan on using any combat skills. This time he would completely rely on his physical body to fight against the pangolin. Jiang Chen had been stuck at the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm for some time, but because he hadn't completely fused with the eternal world, his body was still slightly lacking. This was why he came to the beast battling stage. This time he wanted to take advantage of the Hell Pangolin to fully stimulate the potential in his body, the potential that belonged to the eternal world. Once it was stimulated, his cultivation would directly break through to the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He would also completely adapt to this world. From then on, his path of cultivation would be completely smooth. Because of the Origin Dragon, it was very easy for Jiang Chen to achieve this. All he needed was an opportunity. And right in front of him was an opportunity. The pangolin moved. Both of its heads opened their mouths at the same time, revealing their ferocious fangs, and bit at Jiang Chen. The scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone knew that the real battle was about to begin. Both of Jiang Chen's arms trembled. Dragon chi surged out from his body. With a sway of his body, he leapt into the air and stretched out both of his hands. With lightning speed, he smashed both of the pangolin's heads. Boom, boom. However, it was obviously impossible for him to destroy the nether lion's head with one punch like he did with the nether lion. The pangolin's head was incomparably hard. When it smashed into the pangolin's head, sparks immediately appeared. Moreover, the pangolin's tyrannical charge caused Jiang Chen's arm to go numb, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. When he looked at the pangolin again, it was safe and sound. Not bad. The corners of Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. The Hell Pangolin could be said to be a pinnacle existence amongst Yao beasts. It possessed a powerful bloodline, something that the average human cultivator could not hope to match. Additionally, its fleshly body was incomparably strong. Fighting against an existence like this was exactly what Xianxia needed. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia took a step forward and stretched out his hands once again. Without any fancy moves, it was purely the strength of his fleshly body. There were no battle skills or combat weapons, but he was fighting against the hell pangolin with his fleshly body. Just this courage alone was enough to make the crowd admire him. The pangolin was incomparably violent. It stretched out its sharp claws. These claws glowed with a dark light and were incomparably sharp enough to split mountains. As for Xianxia facing the sharp claws, he directly grabbed them with his hands. Bang! Xianxia's hands fiercely collided with the pangolin's claws, but neither of them moved. Xianxia tilted his body and used his back legs to support himself. He channeled all his strength into his hands. On the other side, the pangolin and the mountain-plucking she, two beasts that were like wild beasts, directly engaged in a battle of strength, neither of them willing to back down. The crowd couldn't help but gasp. The scene was too shocking. A giant beast was competing with a puny human in terms of strength, and they were equally matched. Heavens, what the hell is this guy? Just how strong is he? He's like a monster in human form. After fusing with the twin hell pangolin, this bronze-masked man didn't even use any battle skills. He's completely relying on the strength of his fleshly body to fight against the pangolin. How is this possible? The strength of the pangolin's fleshly body can be said to be unparalleled. It's not something that a human can fight against. Even a fifth heavenly layer Unity origin human cultivator would have to rely on battle skills or combat weapons to defeat the pangolin. It's impossible for him to rely on his fleshly body. This is too ridiculous. Everyone was shocked. This bronze-masked man had shocked the crowd once again. The entire Colosseum was in an uproar. Not only the spectator stands, but the inner hall of the Colosseum was also in an uproar. This guy, just who is he? Check the new disciples and see if there's anyone as strong as him. Yang Luan said excitedly. This guy's fleshly body is definitely not any weaker than the pangolin. Most importantly, he's only at the first heavenly layer of the Unity origin realm. He's a real monster. Up until now, he hasn't used any battle skills, nor has he revealed his combat weapons. If he goes all out, even the fused hell pangolin might not be a match for him. Wang Xian said. No wonder he wants to challenge the fifth heavenly layer of the Unity origin realm. He's not being arrogant and conceited. He's really capable. However, the stronger he is, the better it will be for our Colosseum. This time, almost everyone bet on the pangolin to win. If the bronze-masked man wins, we'll make a huge profit. An elder said, his face full of excitement. The Colosseum's gamble this time was the right one. In the arena, the battle of strength was still going on. The pangolin roared crazily and exerted force with its sharp claws, trying to crush Xianxia's palm. Unfortunately, the pangolin's claws, which were sharp enough to crush rocks, didn't even leave a scratch on Xianxia's palm, let alone crush it. The pangolin was furious. It couldn't suppress Xianxia with its fleshly body, so it began to use its origin energy. A powerful force suddenly rippled out from the pangolin's body like a storm, rushing towards Xianxia. Bang! Xianxia was sent flying by this sudden force, his back hitting the iron fence. This wave of powerful supplies had truly left Xianxia befuddled. Xianxia shook his head forcefully, causing his body to emit cracking sounds. Again. Xianxia was completely excited. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. He liked the feeling of facing a strong opponent and the feeling of constantly charging under pressure. Xianxia could already feel his potential bursting out. He could feel that he was about to advance to the second heavenly layer of the Unity origin realm. All of his origin energy was about to completely fuse with the eternal world and adapt to it. The source dragon in his dantian couldn't help roaring excitedly. Chapter 3975. With a shake of his feet, Xianxia's body moved like lightning. Blue veins popped out on his arms as he once again dashed towards the hell pangolin. His fists were like lightning, arriving in front of the pangolin in the blink of an eye. The pangolin roared angrily. Its tail swept out, its speed even faster than lightning. The iron tail whistled, but Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. His eyes were filled with excitement as his fists collided with the pangolin's iron tail. A muffled explosion sounded out, followed by sparks. Terrifying shockwaves rolled out. Jiang Chen was not a match for the pangolin by relying on his physical strength alone. This was no longer a competition of pure strength. The pangolin's demonic aura soared to the sky, and its source energy was even more powerful. Under this attack, Jiang Chen was once again sent flying back to his previous position. For a moment he felt his arms go numb and his chest felt stuffy. It was an unspeakable pain. Very good, come again. Jiang Chen was incomparably stubborn. Under the mask his eyes began to shine brightly. Without the slightest pause, Jiang Chen once again leaped towards the pangolin. Bang bang bang. Once, twice, thrice. In the third stage, Jiang Chen was continuously thrown away by the pangolin. The iron fence was being hit by the pangolin. Every time the pangolin collided with the iron fence, it made the scalp of the spectators go numb. If it was any other ordinary person, he or she would have been smashed into pieces. However, Jiang Chen was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Every time he fell, he would immediately climb back up and continue to attack as if nothing had happened. Motherfucker, what the hell is this guy doing? This is too abnormal. This bastard still hasn't used any combat skills. I feel that if he used combat skills and source energy, the pangolin would have already lost. Scary, this is too scary. This guy isn't even using combat skills or combat weapons. What the hell is he doing? Everyone was incomparably shocked. They had never seen such a perverse person before. He was simply a beast in human form. Not to mention the spectators, even the hell pangolin was incomparably anxious. Facing a cockroach that couldn't be killed, who wouldn't feel depressed? Inside the hall, the Beast Arena's elders and upper echelon all had marvelous expressions in front of the screens. This guy wants to use the pangolin's pressure to improve himself. I think he's about to succeed. That's right. He's using this method to break through. If he had used his full strength, I believe the pangolin would have died. Looks like he'll reach the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm very soon. Once he does, it'll be the end of the pangolin. It seems like we made the right bet this time. I wonder when such a monster appeared in the Martial Pavilion. Such a monster is hard to find even in the entire Crimson Afterglow astral boundary. Did you notice? His self-recovery ability is very strong. Every time he was hit by the pangolin, he would recover in the next second. With such an ability, he is invincible. Everyone was shocked. The old guys in the Beast Arena were completely stunned. Even though they were experienced and knowledgeable, they had never seen such a heaven-defying person. They believed that after tonight, the bronze-masked man would become famous in the Martial Pavilion. Even the Pavilion Master would be alerted. One had to know that the Martial Pavilion represented the greatest human force in the Crimson East region. It was the pinnacle existence against the winged people. It had always been determined to nurture geniuses, hoping that one day, a peerless figure would appear and lead the Martial Pavilion to destroy the winged people and unify the Crimson East region. With the talent that the bronze-masked man had displayed, he would definitely become the most valued monstrous genius in the history of the Martial Pavilion. There was no doubt about this. While everyone was still in shock, the scene in the Beast Arena began to change greatly. The bronze-masked man's aura suddenly began to rise. In the blink of an eye, he had successfully broken through to the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Under the pangolin's continuous attacks, Jiang Chen finally succeeded in breaking through. He had stimulated his potential and successfully reached the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. At this moment, Jiang Chen's body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. This change was a fundamental change. For ordinary cultivators, it might only be a change of one level. However, for Jiang Chen, it symbolized that he had completely obtained the recognition of the eternal world's laws and had completely integrated with this world. In this way, the benefits were too great. The source dragon in his dantian swam freely and was extremely excited. This indicated that all the things that Jiang Chen had in the past, including his methods and weapons, had been accepted by the eternal world. In the future, he could truly put them to good use. In the future, there would no longer be a situation where he could refine pills of 90% effectiveness. He would only refine pills of 100% effectiveness, the most perfect pills. Look, oh my god, this guy has broken through. He's actually using the pangolin's pressure to improve himself. He's now directly reached the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. It's over. We're all done for. We're going to lose a lot this time. I've already bet everything I have. Where did this monster come from? How could he break through under such circumstances? This is too ridiculous. He's really a god. I've never seen such a monster before. Even if I lose some money, it's still worth it to be able to watch such an earth-shaking battle. The crowd was completely restless. Many people felt bitter. Xianxia had broken through at this moment. The outcome of this battle had already been determined. After witnessing Xianxia's ferocity, the hell pangolin was like a piece of trash in front of Xianxia. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. The hell pangolin felt the change in its opponent's aura and became extremely agitated. Without waiting for Xianxia to make a move, the pangolin's huge tail whipped towards Xianxia once again. Xianxia snorted coldly. His feet trembled and the entire war beast stage violently trembled under his feet. A terrifying wave of chi rolled out. He reached out his hand and grabbed the pangolin's huge tail. Xianxia's arms trembled. He threw the huge pangolin high up into the air and heavily smashed it onto the ground. Dong! A deafening sound rang out. The entire war beast stage shook violently. Everyone could feel the trembling under their feet as if there was a huge earthquake. Next. Dong dong dong. Oof. Miserable cries began to fill the entire war beast stage. The huge pangolin was like nothing in the hands of Xianxia. It was smashed back and forth on the ground, creating a huge crater. The pangolin was already badly mutilated. The scales and spikes on its body had already fallen off. Bang. Chapter 3976. The entire arena was silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. At this moment, everyone in the arena was in a state of numbness. Xianxia walked over to the pangolin's corpse by himself. The pangolin had already broken out of its state of fusion and had turned into two corpses. Xianxia's expression was calm. A dagger appeared in his hand and he cut open the pangolin's head. He took out the two demonic spirits, then turned around and walked out of the arena. The staff of the arena personally opened the metal gates for Xianxia and respectfully led him out. Whoosh! The crowd began to boil over. This time it was completely different from when they had killed the Netherworld lion. Many people were jumping up and down as they yelled. Some people had already forgotten how many origin stones they had lost. They were only excited about this miracle. Amazing! This is the Legend of the Bestial Arena. Legend of the Bestial Arena. This title is great. The bronze-masked man has broken the record in the history of the Bestial Arena. Motherfucker, I'm going to lose so badly. I've thrown in all my wealth. This hell pangolin is really too weak. The bronze-masked man has advanced and is now at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. I wonder if he will continue to challenge even stronger demonic beasts? If he continues to challenge, I wonder what level he will challenge. He can challenge opponents 3 levels higher now. If he challenges a 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, I'll definitely bet on him to win. The title of the Bestial Arena's legend had been revealed. The bronze-masked man had become famous overnight, and his name had resounded throughout the entire arena. Not only that, after tonight, the title of the Bestial Arena's legend would spread throughout the entire Martial Pavilion, attracting everyone's attention. If the bronze-masked man continued to come to the Bestial Arena in the future, he would definitely stir up a storm in the entire Martial Pavilion. Perhaps countless disciples and elders from the inner pavilion would step forward to participate. We brothers have struck it rich this time. Zhou Xian and Li Si were currently beaming with joy. They felt that after getting to know Xianxia, it was their greatest fortune. Who knew how many more benefits they would receive from following this godly person in the future? Inside the Beast Battle Arena's main hall, Yang Luan and the others were overjoyed. This time the Beast Battle Arena had made a lot of money. It was almost a month's worth of profits, so there was no reason for them to be unhappy. At this time Xianxia walked in from outside. Everyone's gazes towards Xianxia changed once again. After experiencing such a battle with the twin hell pangolins, he was still so calm and composed as if nothing had happened. It was hard not to admire him. Wang Xian smiled as he walked forward. He took out a universe ring filled with 100,000 grade 2 origin stones and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia put away the universe ring. He did not stand on ceremony at all. This was what he deserved. Are you interested in challenging the 5th layer of the Unity Origin realm? Wang Xian asked. Level 6. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. He was no longer interested in the beast battle arena. He had achieved his goal in coming here, but it wasn't impossible for him to continue challenging the beast battle arena, but it must be difficult and challenging. With his current strength, 5th layer Unity Origin Realm demonic beasts posed no challenge to him. If it was a peak 6th layer Unity Origin Realm demonic beast, Jiang Qin would still feel some pressure and challenge. If that was the case, Jiang Chen's cultivation would advance further. With Jiang Chen's current state, there were countless ways for him to break through to higher realms. Challenging powerful demonic beasts was also a method. In the martial pavilion he would not reject any method. This. Wang Xian frowned as he looked at Yang Luan. He could not make the decision for such a request. Challenging a demonic beast 4 levels higher was unprecedented. It seemed impossible. He could tell that Jiang Qin wanted to use the battle against the demonic beast to stimulate himself. However, the beast battle arena was extremely risky. 6th Heavenly Layer Unity Origin Realm Demonic Beast. Are you confident? Yang Luan asked. He also knew the pros and cons of this. In reality he was rather conflicted as well. This was because Jiang Qin had defeated the twin infernal pangolin and increased his cultivation by a level. This had already proved that he had the ability to challenge a demonic beast 3 levels higher. If Jiang Qin were to face a 5th layer Unity Origin Realm demonic beast, perhaps most people would bet on Jiang Qin to win, and Jiang Qin would almost certainly win. At that time the beast battle arena would be the one losing. However, if he were to face a 6th layer Unity Origin Realm demonic beast, that would be a whole 4 levels higher. It would be rather terrifying. It was very difficult to imagine that someone could defeat an enemy 4 levels higher, let alone an extremely ferocious demonic beast. At that time, it was inevitable that most people would bet on the demonic beast. Once the legend of the bronze-masked beast battle arena spread, it would definitely shake the entire martial pavilion. At that time even more people would participate. If Jiang Qin was defeated, the losses of the beast battle arena would be unimaginable. The only thing I have is confidence. Jiang Qin looked at Yang Luan and said with incomparable arrogance. He would not promise the beast battle arena that he would definitely win, but if the beast battle arena wanted him to continue the challenge he had to be at the 6th layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Otherwise he had no interest at all. Think about it. If you agree, I'll directly announce that the bronze-masked beast battle arena will be facing a 6th layer Unity Origin Realm demonic beast 3 days later. I'll come again 3 days later. If you don't agree I won't come again. Jiang Qin said this before turning around and leaving. He did not leave any face for the upper echelon elders of the beast battle arena. What do we do? Do we agree or not? After Jiang Qin left, Wang Xian looked at Yang Luan. Probably only Yang Luan could make this decision. After all, the name of the bronze-masked beast battle arena would have already spread throughout the entire martial pavilion in 3 days. The number of people participating in the beast battle arena battle in 3 days would probably make the entire beast battle arena explode. If so many people were to place their bets, the losses would not be small. This matter is extremely important and not trivial. I'll need to discuss it with the head steward and the second steward, said Yang Luan. This could be said to be the biggest matter in the history of the beast battle arena. Even he, the third steward, could not make the decision. He needed to discuss it with the other 2 head stewards. After leaving the beast battle arena, Jiang Qin directly returned to the residence of the Purple Pill Pavilion. Zhang San and Li Si were already waiting at the entrance. When they saw Jiang Qin return, the 2 of them hurriedly went up to him. Senior Jiang is so mighty. You're really too awesome. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such a monstrous person like you. In the history of the martial pavilion, there has never been such a powerful person. That's right, especially when you threw the pangolin at the end. My God, it was simply too exciting. It was so fierce that it was a complete mess. From today onwards, Senior Jiang will be my Li Si's lifelong idol. The 2 of them frantically flattered Jiang Qin. These 2 fellows had been in the martial pavilion for such a long time, but they had never been as excited as they were today. They were really too excited. Meeting Jiang Qin was equivalent to meeting the benefactor of their lives. Not only had they achieved their dream of reaching the Unity Origin Realm, they had also earned a lot of Origin Stones in the Beast Battle Arena. With their demand, they would not need to worry about Origin Stones for a very long time in the future. And I'm going into seclusion. Don't disturb me. Jiang Qin instructed them and walked into the room. Understood, Senior Jiang. Chapter 3977. Taking off his mask, Jiang Qin sat cross-legged on the cushion. With a thought, the source dragon immediately leaped out of his dantian and revolved around him. He seemed extremely excited. When he had just entered the everlasting world, the dragonization art had evolved, and all the dragon marks in his body had evolved into source dragons. Jiang Qin originally thought that he had completely adapted to the everlasting world, but he couldn't guarantee that he could refine pills with 100% effectiveness when refining pills. This made Jiang Qin understand that because he was once the ruler of a world, he was naturally rejected by the laws of the world. It wasn't easy for him to completely integrate into this world. This also caused his cultivation to stagnate at the first heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. But now, because of the battle in the Colosseum, Jiang Qin had completely completed his transformation. He had broken through the final barrier between himself and the laws of the everlasting world. In other words, his path to the everlasting world had just begun. Next, the source qi in Jiang Qin's body began to become restless. With a wave of his arm, the true dragon palm appeared with extraordinary might. Afterward, bolts of lightning began to appear above Jiang Qin's head. The lightning he controlled was all unique in the world. Dawn Sky Golden Lightning, 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning, Universe Drought Lightning, Thousand Flames Destruction Lightning, and the Source Lightning of the Thunder God. All kinds of lightning interweaved and spiraled, forming the Death Lightning Lotus. The moment the lightning appeared, strange phenomena began to appear in the sky. Jiang Qin hurriedly put away the lightning. Back at the Fu clan, he had secretly used lightning to scare away Fu Yuntao and the people of the Liang clan. But at that time the lightning was cast by Jiang Qin himself, so it didn't cause any phenomenon of the heavens and earth. Now, when he casted the terrifying world origin lightning once again, it would cause a phenomenon of the heavens and earth. Perhaps, it might even attract the lightning of the eternal world. Just this point alone showed that he had completely integrated into the everlasting world. The means that he possessed had also completely integrated into this world. They were all extremely terrifying things. Once they were released, the power they could produce would definitely be world-shaking. This was what Jiang Qin was most gratified about. In other words, after coming to the everlasting world, he didn't need to find new means at all. His own unique means were already endless. Moreover, they were all high-level existences. Jiang Qin continued to evolve his own Dharma Mudra, the Buddhist Dharma Mudra, and the last absolute seal of heaven and earth. When he displayed them, their power was unpredictable. With the heavenly dragon sword in hand, his swordsmanship fluttered until he displayed the 26th blade. It was as if the sword itself was in the world. If someone were to see the terrifying methods that Jiang Qin had displayed, it would already be considered good if they were not scared silly. They would definitely kneel on the ground and worship him as their master like Feng Tianhua and the others. Unknowingly, the sky had already turned bright. Jiang Qin was immersed in his past techniques, unable to extricate himself from them. At this moment he felt refreshed. His cultivation had actually improved, reaching the peak of the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Again, Jiang Qin's cultivation might be very weak, but in every other aspect he was at the level of an ancestor in the everlasting world, whether it was alchemy, artifact forging, or formations. I'm still too weak. I need to continue to increase my strength. The everlasting world is so big. I need to leave the Qidong region and even the Xianxia astral realm as soon as possible. I don't know where the monkey is now, but that energy ball is so magical and terrifying. It definitely won't appear in a small place like the Qidong region. If I want to see the monkey, I'll probably have to go to the Qizhong region. As for Feng, the everlasting world is so big. I don't know where to find him at all. Now I can only rely on my luck. However, whether it's to find the monkey or Feng, strength is necessary. Only with great strength can I truly walk the everlasting world without fear of anything. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He had come to the everlasting world with a certain purpose. Other than the monkey and Jiang Feng, there was also Pangu and Hongjun. They definitely had a close relationship with a certain force in the everlasting world. If he wanted to find them, the first condition was strength. Strength had become the most important thing at the moment. Let's go to the fusion source tower. Jiang Qin changed into a set of white clothes and strode out of the room, preparing to go to the fusion source tower. He had been to the fusion source tower once and it was indeed a good place. Previously, when he went to the fusion source tower, he didn't advance because his body hadn't integrated with the laws of the world. However, the source energy in the fusion source tower was extremely dense. With his current state, he could advance to the third heavenly layer of the unity source realm at any time. Therefore, he had to go to the fusion source tower. Moreover, since he had come to the martial pavilion, it would be a great waste if he didn't make use of the cultivation conditions here. As soon as Zhou Xian walked out of the room, he saw Zhou Xian and Li Si striding over. Senior brother Zhang, something big has happened. Something big. Zhou Xian was extremely excited. He almost jumped up when he spoke. There's news from the bestial battle arena? Zhou Xian smiled. God, how did you know? Li Si was stunned. When he saw that nothing could be hidden from Zhou Xian, his admiration for Zhou Xian immediately increased. That's right. It's news from the bestial battle arena. The bestial battle arena has just made an announcement. 3 days later, the bronze-masked man will fight against a 6th heavenly layer three-eyed panther. The entire martial pavilion is talking about this topic now. Moreover, your reputation as the legend of the bestial battle arena has already spread. Basically, everyone in the martial pavilion knows about you, Zhou Xian said. Zhou Xian said. They had come looking for Zhou Xian as soon as the news had spread. Yes, I understand. Zhou Xian nodded. His face was as calm as an ancient well. Zhou Xian and Li Si were all stunned. That was a three-eyed panther. Zhou Xian was able to remain so calm even though he was 4 levels higher than him. What kind of mentality was this? He was too calm. Senior brother Zhang, this should have been agreed upon by you and the bestial battle arena. However, that three-eyed panther is not easy to deal with. It's much more powerful than the hell pangolin. It's a real mutated beast with innate abilities. Especially its third eye, it can release the god-destroying light. It's extremely terrifying. Li Si said. That's for the best. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, I wouldn't be interested. Zhou Xian shrugged. He had naturally heard of this three-eyed panther. Only such a demonic beast could truly attract Zhou Xian's interest. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, Zhou Xian would not be interested at all. Looks like senior brother Zhang's methods are far more powerful than we imagined. This time, the bestial battle arena is going to be really lively. The battle in 3 days' time will probably alarm more than half of the martial pavilion. I wonder how many people will participate. Chapter 3978. Ever since the beast battle arena had been built, there had never been a battle like this. It went without saying that once news of this got out, it would cause a huge commotion in the martial pavilion. Right, you didn't spread my name out, did you? Zhou Xian looked at Zhou Xian and Li Si. No, Senior Zhang doesn't want us to talk about it, so we definitely won't. Right now, everyone is guessing who the bronze-masked man is. Zhou Xian said. That's right, the bronze-masked man has become famous overnight. However, Senior Zhang probably won't be able to hide his identity for long. The martial pavilion is only so big. Many people are investigating the appearance of such a monstrous person. It won't be long before Senior Zhang's identity is exposed. Li Si said. That doesn't matter. Zhou Xian shrugged and continued to walk forward. I'm going to the merging source tower to cultivate. You don't have to follow me. As for Li Si saying that his identity would be exposed, he didn't care at all. To put it bluntly, wearing a mask was just his mood. He didn't plan on hiding it for long. Just as Li Si had said, the martial pavilion was only so big. Finding a bronze-masked man was too easy. Moreover, Zhang Chen's goal in going to the beast battle arena was to improve himself. Now that he had achieved his goal, he didn't care about anything else. Even if he had to fight in his true form against the three-eyed panther in 3 days, it wouldn't matter. Zhang Chen walked towards the merging source tower step by step. He encountered many people along the way. Although he had expected this, he was still surprised by the bronze-masked man's fame. Everything he heard and saw was related to the bronze-masked man. Did you guys hear? Something big happened in the beast battle arena yesterday. A bronze-masked man appeared out of nowhere and killed a hell pangolin that was 3 realms higher. Are you an idiot? Do you even need to hear that? The news from the beast battle arena has already spread. The bronze-masked man is going to fight a Unity Origin 6th Heavenly Layer 3-eyed panther in 3 days. That's what I call exciting. You guys didn't see how ferocious that copper-masked man was. Last night I was at the beast battle arena. Even though I lost some origin stones, it was worth it to be able to personally witness such a monster. Sigh, it's a pity that I didn't get to see that scene with my own eyes. What a pity. I must be there for the battle against the three-eyed panther in 3 days. However, do you think that the bronze-masked man can defeat the three-eyed panther? How is that possible? The difference is too great. There's a difference of 4 levels. Although the copper-masked man has reached the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, I'd rather die than believe that he's able to kill the terrifying three-eyed divine leopard that's 4 levels higher than him. The three-eyed divine leopard is an extremely powerful beast. Ordinary demonic beasts can't be compared to them. That's right. In my opinion, the copper-masked man should have stopped while he was ahead. After all, he already has such a great reputation, so why would he play around with his life? The beast battle arena is getting bolder and bolder. They even dared to issue a challenge like this. I'm afraid that they think there are too many origin stones, so they might as well just give each of us some. Everyone was discussing the copper-masked man. The reputation of the copper-masked man was far greater than what Zhou Xian had imagined. The battle in the beast battle arena last night had already become a legend. However, there were still many people who did not think that the copper-masked man would win against the three-eyed panther in 3 days. It was the same as when Zhou Xian had fought against the infernal pangolin twins. Almost no one believed that Zhou Xian could win, let alone the terrifying three-eyed panther. Surpassing 4 levels was already beyond common sense. It had already surpassed everyone's understanding of cultivation. It was simply impossible. In the eyes of many, this was no different from seeking death. He was using his life to earn popularity. Zhou Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed like it was impossible for him to keep a low profile. The battle in 3 days would definitely shake the entire martial pavilion. Zhou Xian did not care about that for now. He had already arrived at the merging source tower. This time he was prepared to pay a few more origin stones to enter the 3rd or 4th floor of the merging source tower. Unfortunately, before he could pay the origin stones, he was stopped by a group of people at the plaza in front of the merging source tower. That's him. He's Zhou Xian. A person stood out and pointed at Zhou Xian as he spoke fiercely. It was Wuxia. Seeing this, Zhou Xian shook his head helplessly. He did not want to look for trouble, but trouble always came looking for him. Needless to say, the helper that Wuxia had brought must be a high-ranking member of the Huolin gang. Look, a fight is about to break out at the merging source tower. It's the people from the Huolin gang. That's Zhou Xian, a new disciple. He beat up Wuxia at the merging source tower yesterday. Today the Huolin gang is here to look for trouble. Is there something wrong with this Zhou Xian's brain? He could have offended anyone but the Huolin gang. Among the 4 great Vidras of the Huolin gang, other than Wuxia, the other 3 are all cabinet disciples at the Unity Origin realm. Especially the eldest, Dafeng Wei, who is already at the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. His grandfather is also an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion. He cannot be provoked at all. Let's go over and have a look. It seems like it's the 3rd Vidra of the Huolin gang, Tan Fan. This person is also powerful. He's at the peak of the 1st heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He's also skilled in martial arts. It seems like this Zhou Xian will not have a good time today. The crowd surged towards the merging source tower. There was a show to watch and no one would miss it. Offending the Huolin gang was simply looking for trouble for oneself. On the plaza, the members of the Huolin gang were all very arrogant. Tan Fan was tall and had a strong physique. It was obvious that he was a strength type. You're Zhou Xian? Tan Fan spoke with an imposing manner. I advise you guys not to block my way. Don't waste my cultivation time. My time is very precious. Zhou Xian said indifferently. However, he was indeed a little angry. He really didn't have much time to chat with these disciples. You're indeed arrogant. Unfortunately, you're arrogant in the wrong place. In this martial pavilion, you're the first person who dares to touch the Huolin gang. Tell me, what do you want? Tan Fan sneered. He almost burst out laughing. In this martial pavilion, he had never seen anyone who dared to be so arrogant in front of the Huolin gang. What do you think I should do? Zhou Xian asked. Kneel down and kowtow to Wuxia 3 times. Then compensate him with 10,000 second-grade origin stones. Then we'll let this matter go. I hope you're a smart person. If you don't know what's good for you, you can imagine the consequences. Tan Fan stated his conditions. It was an exorbitant demand. Haha, it seems like I also have to state my conditions. If you take out 10,000 Grade 2 Origin Stones and move out of the way, I won't beat you up. 10,000 Grade 2 Origin Stones can be considered compensation for wasting my time. Chapter 3979. Tan Fan and the rest of the Hualien gang were stunned by his words. Even the others didn't hear him clearly and thought that there was something wrong with their ears. What? Make the Hualien gang pay? Make a countercharge? Motherfucker, do you dare to be so arrogant? What did you say, kid? I dare you to say it again. Hua Wuxian shouted. If your ears are not good, I can help you treat it for free. I won't say it again. Jiang Chen glanced at Hua Wuxian. His words almost made Hua Wuxian's nose crooked. What an arrogant guy. Now I will let you know how miserable the consequences of offending the Hualien gang are. Tan Fan was furious. A terrifying aura rippled from his body. It seemed that he was ready to attack. It's over. Tan Fan is going to attack. Jiang Chen is finished. He is definitely not a match for Tan Fan. That's right. In the Martial Pavilion, there are only a few people who can defeat Tan Fan at the same level. Moreover, Jiang Chen is just a newcomer. Sigh, this guy is really stupid. Why did he offend the Hualien gang? He just needs to admit that he is wrong. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen was stupid. As a new disciple, it was very unwise to offend the Hualien gang. I heard that you defeated Hua Wuxian. I really want to see what kind of tricks a new disciple has up his sleeves. Newcomers are always arrogant. Today I'll let you know that this is the Martial Pavilion, not the small place you came from. Tan Fan's aura shook and he punched at Jiang Chen. This punch was powerful enough to break a hard stone. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen would be unable to resist Tan Fan's punch, Jiang Chen moved. Flap. A resounding slap resounded, and then everyone saw a figure flash before an anguished howl resounded. Looking back at the scene, Tan Fan's majestic body had already fallen to the ground. There was a pile of blood and teeth all over the ground. This slap had really caused Tan Fan's world to darken and the sky to be filled with little stars. More importantly, Tan Fan struggled violently on the ground, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get up. Everyone was dumbfounded. When they looked at Jiang Chen again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Fuck, is he still human? How could this guy be so strong? He killed Tan Fan with a single slap. That's too scary. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe it? Did you see how he attacked just now? It's too fast. It's like a spark from a flint. I only saw a blur. No wonder he's so arrogant. Seems like he's really capable. The crowd exclaimed. The situation had changed too quickly. The arrogant Hualien faction couldn't even withstand a slap from Jiang Chen. If this news spread out, they would become a laughingstock. Jiang Chen walked up to Tan Fan and said in a cold voice, "If you want to cause trouble, get the strongest member of your Hualien faction to come. Otherwise, stay far away from me in the future. Remember, you must have the strength. If you don't have the strength, you will only humiliate yourself. Do you understand?" Jiang Chen left behind these mocking words and ignored the shocked gazes around him as he walked towards the fusion source tower. Jiang Chen paid some Genesis stones and went straight to the third floor of the fusion source tower. The density of the origin energy in the fusion source tower changed with each level. The density of the origin energy on the third level was 3 times that of the first level. Of course, the price one had to pay in order to cultivate in this level was also relatively high. Although Genesis stones also contained incomparably pure Genesis power, relying on Genesis stones to cultivate and cultivating in a place with abundant Genesis chi were two completely different concepts. Cultivating in a place with abundant Genesis chi was akin to bathing in a sea of cultivation, and the benefits were far greater than using Genesis stones. In truth, the true use of Genesis stones was not for cultivation, but to replenish Genesis power at crucial moments. Large amounts of Genesis stones were needed for advancement, and practicing battle skills and chi cultivation techniques would also cause excessive Genesis power consumption in one's body. This was why Genesis stones were so important. On the plaza of the fusion source tower, Tan Fan, who had been slapped by Jiang Chen, only managed to stand up shakily with the help of the Hualien faction's disciples after Jiang Chen left. At this moment, Tan Fan felt the world spinning around him and he was seeing stars. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. However, the pain on his body was nothing compared to the humiliation he had suffered. As one of the 4 great guardian deities of the Hualien faction, he had arrogantly come to cause trouble for someone else, only to be slapped to the ground in front of so many people. How was Tan Fan supposed to continue living in the martial pavilion in the future? I didn't expect that bastard to be so powerful. Third brother, what should we do now? Wu Xian asked. He was unable to take this lying down. We definitely can't let this go. In the martial pavilion, no one would dare to touch a Huolian faction member and come out unscathed. Let's go look for second brother. Tan Fan viciously said. Thinking of the humiliation he had suffered, he knew that this matter was not over yet. Tan Fan swallowed 2 elixirs and recovered. Then he left with the people of the Huolian faction. He had come in a rush, but when he left he seemed to be in a slightly sorry state. The battle had come to an end, but the crowd did not leave. Instead, more and more people were attracted to the fusion source tower. Everyone knew that this matter was not over yet. The Huolian faction had never suffered a loss. Everyone knew that the Huolian faction's leader, Feng Wei, was already a Unity Origin Realm expert. Apart from his powerful strength, he had an arrogant grandfather behind him. His grandfather was an elder of the Martial Pavilion, and an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion. There were many elders in the Martial Pavilion, but in terms of status, the Purple Pill Pavilion was naturally second to none. The weight of an alchemist was extremely heavy. In the 3rd level of the Fusion Source Tower, Jiang Qin randomly found a mat and sat down. There were roughly 20 to 30 people seated on the 3rd level, and every one of them was a Unity Origin expert. Moreover, they were basically experts at the 3rd layer and above. These people glanced at Jiang Qin, then continued cultivating without paying him any attention. After all, cultivating here required money, and no one would waste their time in the Fusion Source Tower. The 3rd floor of the Fusion Source Tower couldn't be compared with the 1st floor. Aside from cultivating, there were very few people who would do anything else in here. Jiang Qin knew that these were all disciples of the inner pavilion, and each of them was more arrogant than the last. It was already very fortunate for Jiang Qin that such people ignored Jiang Qin. He had no time to bother with them. The Genesis Qi on the 3rd level was incomparably dense, and the mat was connected to a Genesis Qi gathering array. Jiang Qin sat on the mat and began to frantically absorb the Genesis Qi. However, not long after Jiang Qin started cultivating, a loud shout suddenly rang out from outside the Fusion Source Tower. Chapter 3980. This shout contained a terrifying amount of origin energy. The sound waves were so loud that it could be heard clearly in the Fusion Source Tower. On the 3rd floor, Jiang Qin, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. Sigh. Jiang Qin sighed. He could not help but reveal a trace of coldness in his eyes. What he hated the most was people disturbing him when he was cultivating. This made him very angry. Jiang Qin, get out here and die. The arrogant and despicable voice sounded again. This time it was even louder than before. Jiang Qin knew that if he went out, the Huolian gang would continue to shout like this. They might even break into the Fusion Source Tower. Ignoring the astonished gazes around him, Jiang Qin stood up and walked out of the Fusion Source Tower. Jiang Qin was very angry and the consequences would be severe. There was no reason for Jiang Qin not to be angry. He had paid 100 grade 2 origin stones to enter the 3rd floor of the Fusion Source Tower. Although 100 grade 2 origin stones was nothing to a rich man like Jiang Qin, wasting it like this still made him extremely angry. The plaza outside the Fusion Source Tower was already filled with people. The liveliness was comparable to the bestial battle arena last night. The more people there were, the livelier it would be. Moreover, in the Martial Pavilion, there were not many new disciples who dared to offend the Huolian gang. Jiang Qin had already become famous. Of course, in the eyes of most people, this kind of fame was not necessarily a good thing. If he offended the Huolian gang, how would he be able to live in the Martial Pavilion in the future? For example, he did not even have the chance to cultivate normally. Not long after Jiang Qin paid the origin stones to enter the Fusion Source Tower, the Huolian gang attacked again. Not only could he not cultivate, but he had also wasted the origin stones to enter the Fusion Source Tower. On the plaza, the Huolian gang had sent over a dozen Unity Origin Realm experts. 2 of them were at the 3rd heavenly layer while the rest were at the 2nd heavenly layer. It's over. This time Jiang Qin is really done for. Even Qin Feng, the 2nd of the 4 guardian deities of Huolian gang, has come out. Qin Feng's strength seems to have reached the peak of the 3rd sky of the Unity Origin Realm. There are so many other masters. Can be seen that Huolian gang is really angry. I have to say that there are so many masters in Hualien Gang and they are all elites. Among the 4 King Kongs, only Qin Feng is qualified to make others believe in him. Tan Fan and Hua Wuxian are sworn brothers because of their friendship with Qin Feng, but it doesn't mean that the 4 King Kongs are the most powerful in Hualien Gang. That's right. Tan Fan and Hua Wuxian were just lucky. Otherwise, what status would they have in the Hualien Gang with their strength? Hua Wuxian in particular is only at the peak of Qi origin. He hasn't even reached Unity origin. Discussions could be heard everywhere. Basically, everyone was saying that Xianxia was done for. It was rare for Hualien Gang to send so many masters. It seemed like they were going to defend the Hualien Gang's dignity. After all, how could they let a newcomer bully them? Xianxia walked out of the fusion source tower calmly. His expression was calm but his eyes were cold. Who's barking here? The fusion source tower is a place for cultivation. How are others supposed to cultivate if you keep barking here? Xianxia spoke as soon as he walked out. His words caused the crowd to become even more heated. Holy shit, is he really that powerful? Some people widened their eyes, especially those from Hualien Gang. They thought that their ears were playing tricks on them. They thought that Xianxia would tremble in fear and beg for mercy after walking out of the fusion source tower. Who would have thought that this guy would be so arrogant? He seemed to be even more powerful than Hualien Gang and directly called the Hualien Gang a bunch of dogs. You bastard, who are you calling dogs? A Hualien Gang expert at the second heaven of Unity Origin realm shouted. In the martial pavilion, Xianxia was the first person who dared to speak to Hualien Gang like this. I'm scolding you. Hualien Gang is a bunch of dogs. So what? Bite me if you don't like it. Xianxia did not mince his words. He had not scolded anyone for a long time. Suddenly scolding someone made him feel refreshed. Of course, as long as Xianxia was angry, Xianxia would naturally face serious consequences. At the very least, these arrogant people from Hualien Gang would not have a good ending. He's really awesome. He scolded the entire Hualien Gang with a single sentence. He's really brave. I like it. Unfortunately, he's just a hothead. Isn't he courting death by going against Hualien Gang? Or does he think he can defeat these experts from Hualien Gang? He's a newcomer after all. He doesn't know how famous Hualien Gang is in the martial pavilion. Maybe he's a big shot in his own place. That's why he's so arrogant in the martial pavilion. Unfortunately, he's going to suffer a big loss today. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. However, Hualien Gang would teach him how to behave. Today's show was going to be interesting. Bastard. The second heavenly layer Hualien sect's disciple was enraged. With a quick step he arrived in front of Xianxia. Terrifying origin energy was unleashed from his body, and his sharp palm grabbed towards Xianxia. Bang! Xianxia's face was filled with impatience. He suddenly stretched out his leg and kicked the disciple's lower abdomen. A blood-curdling scream was heard. The disciple was sent flying away by Xianxia's kick and fell heavily on the ground, fainting on the spot. Xianxia's kick had sent the disciple flying away, causing him to fall heavily on the ground. What bullshit, Hualien Gang. Come at me together. Today I'm going to remove Hualien Gang from the martial pavilion. Xianxia's aura fluctuated. He was extremely domineering. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he did something so domineering. This Hualien Gang had really provoked Xianxia. It was fine if Xianxia didn't take action. But today he really took action. This Hualien Gang might really be removed from the martial pavilion in the future. So powerful. He really has some skills. Even the second heaven of Unity Origin realm is no match for him. Look at his aura. It seems that he's also at the second heaven of Unity Origin realm. He's too arrogant. He's a genius. But isn't it a little too arrogant to threaten to remove Hualien Gang from the martial pavilion? As soon as Xianxia made his move, everyone was shocked. Not to mention anything else, that kick was really cool. What an arrogant kid. How dare he go against Hualien Gang? Let's go together and teach him how to behave. The other experts of Hualien Gang were furious. All the disciples at the second heaven of Unity Origin realm charged at him together. Bang bang bang. Aw aw aw. However, in just a few breaths' time a large number of disciples fell on the ground. All the disciples of Hualien Gang were howling on the ground. None of them could get up. Chapter 3981. The crowded square suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone looked at Xianxia in a different way. He was too powerful. The disciples of the Hualien gang were all inner disciples of the martial pavilion. Every single one of them was a talented genius. Their strength could no longer be compared to ordinary cultivators. It was not an exaggeration to say that even a third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm expert would not be able to kill the genius disciples of the Hualien gang as easily as Xianxia did. However, Xianxia did it. Seemed to be very easy. The genius disciples of the Hualien gang were like chickens and dogs in front of Xianxia. They could not even withstand a single blow. There were 4 people of the Hualien gang left in the square. Apart from Qin Feng, there was another third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm expert. The other 2 were obviously Tan Fan and Hua Wuxian. These 2 guys had suffered losses from Xianxia before. Now that they saw Xianxia's true strength, they were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. At this moment, the 2 of them were extremely regretful. After all, the difference in strength between them and Xianxia was too great. Even with such a difference, the 2 of them still tried to make trouble for him. Were they not looking for death? Now it seemed that if it was not for Xianxia showing mercy, they probably would not even have the chance to stand here right now. A casual attack from Xianxia could make them lie on the ground for half a month. Come at me together. Don't waste time. Xianxia hooked his finger at Qin Feng in a provocative manner. I'd like to see how strong you are. The third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm disciple Lung Lung said. He unleashed his full aura and took a step forward. He punched out with a thunderous momentum, attacking Xianxia with lightning speed. Bang! The terrifying scene appeared again. Just like in the beginning, Xianxia once again threw out a simple kick. The speed was too fast and the strength behind the kick was too great. The disciple didn't even have a chance to react before he was kicked in the stomach, sending him flying away. The disciple let out an anguished howl, fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, no longer able to stand up. Is this a human? How can this guy be so powerful? Where did this monster come from? I've never heard of such a monster in the 99 cities of the Red East region. He's a level higher than him and his opponents are completely vulnerable in front of him. With such strength, could this guy be the Bronze-Masked Man? Bronze-Masked Man? Oh my god, that's possible. If he's the Bronze-Masked Man, then the Hualien gang has kicked an iron plate. Even the boss of the Hualien gang is no match for the Bronze-Masked Man. That's impossible. The Bronze-Masked Man should be more imposing than him. It's hard to say. I heard that the Bronze-Masked Man is also at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. For a moment, people began to associate Xianxia with the Bronze-Masked Man. Of course, this was only a preliminary connection. After all, the Bronze-Masked Man was too powerful. Although Xianxia was also powerful, he had yet to display the Bronze-Masked Man's aura. It's your turn. Xianxia looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression changed. He clenched his fists tightly, but he did not have the courage to make a move. Among the disciples just now, he was the strongest. Although he was slightly stronger than him, if he wanted to completely defeat him or even injure him, he would have to use a lot of effort. Xianxia's current strength was terrifying. Qin Feng was not an idiot, nor would he be blindly confident. At this point, Qin Feng would not be confident that he was still a match for Xianxia. Almost without thinking, even if he were to rush up, he would definitely end up the same as the others. Not only would he be injured, he would also be humiliated. If you don't dare to make a move, go and call the boss of the Hualien gang over. I'll wait here. Just like what I said just now, from today onwards, the Hualien gang will no longer exist in the martial pavilion. Go. Xianxia waved his hand at Qin Feng. He did not take Qin Feng seriously at all. Removing the name of the martial pavilion was too domineering. If it was said at the beginning, everyone would definitely scoff at it. However, after witnessing Xianxia's strength, perhaps Xianxia really had the strength to do so. Of course, Feng Wei was not so easy to deal with. He had a strong enough backing. To put it bluntly, the main reason why the Hualien gang was not to be trifled with was because of Feng Wei. Feng Wei's backing was too strong. Second brother, what should we do now? Tan Fan looked at Qin Feng and could not help but ask. What else can we do? We can only inform the boss. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. God knew how difficult it was for Qin Feng to say these words. After all, it was a way to show that he was afraid. That's the only way. Tan Fan nodded. He did not expect to kick an iron plate today. Xianxia's strength was beyond their imagination. At this time only the boss could deal with Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, just you wait. Our boss is here. You can only kneel and beg for mercy. Hua Wuxian threatened. If you say one more word, I will make sure that you won't be able to speak in the future. Zhou Xian glared at Hua Wuxian. Hua Wuxian immediately stopped talking. He was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down, but he really did not dare to say another word. Looking at Zhou Qian's means, if he really attacked him he would only be able to regret it. Qin Feng and the others left, but the crowd did not disperse. Everyone knew that the real show had not really begun. The actions of the Hualien gang directly alarmed the boss, Feng Wei. This was extremely rare. Zhou Qian stood there calmly. Since the Hualien gang had continuously harassed him, he would spend some time today to play with them. This time he would correct them so that in the future when they saw him, they would take a detour and not disturb his cultivation. Zhou Qian was very clear that if he did not subdue the Hualien gang this time, it would become an extravagant hope for him to cultivate peacefully in the future. How strong-willed. I have never seen such a strong-willed person, challenging the entire Hualien gang alone. Sometimes learning to lower one's head is also a good thing. That Feng Wei is really not easy to deal with. Feng Wei's cultivation is already at the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. I heard that he is not far from the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Not to mention that he has a powerful grandfather as his backing, just his own strength alone is not a match for Zhou Qian. I think that Zhou Qian is not a match for Feng Wei. If he can defeat Feng Wei with the cultivation of the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, then we can basically conclude that Zhou Qian is the bronze-masked man. That's right. Although there are many geniuses in the martial pavilion, I have never heard of anyone who has the ability to defeat an opponent 2 levels higher than him, except for the bronze-masked man. Chapter 3982. Not long after Qin Feng and the others left, they rushed back again. However, this time they were much more imposing and arrogant than before. This was because a young man had come along with them. The young man was wearing an azure robe. He had an imposing appearance and was rather handsome. The arrogance on his face couldn't be concealed at all. His aura was much stronger than Qin Feng's. He was at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm and had already stepped into the intermediate Unity Origin Realm. The leap from the 3rd heavenly layer to the 4th heavenly layer was not a small one. It's Luo Yuan, the boss of the Hualien gang. His aura really is extraordinary. His cultivation is already at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. He's only a step away from the 5th heavenly layer. With this level of cultivation, I'm afraid Zhou Qian is no match for him at all. Unless he's the bronze-masked man, he has no chance against Feng Wei. The real show is about to begin. Whether or not Zhou Qian is the bronze-masked man will be revealed soon. Many people began to get excited. The existence of the bronze-masked man was a surprise to everyone in the martial pavilion. Ever since last night at the bestial battle arena, many people had been guessing who the bronze-masked man was. After witnessing Zhou Qian's amazing display of power today, the people could not help but associate him with the bronze-masked man. Of course, it was hard to say whether Zhou Qian was the bronze-masked man or not. Once he fought Feng Wei, he would be able to tell for sure. Who's Zhou Qian? There was a loud shout. Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. Soon Feng Wei strode to the center of the plaza. When he saw his disciples strewn all over the ground, he could not hide the anger on his face. In the martial pavilion, no one had ever dared to go against the Hualien gang like this. This was not only a disgrace to the disciples, but also to Feng Wei himself. Are you Zhou Qian? Feng Wei said as he looked at Zhou Qian, who had his arms crossed across his chest. That's right. Zhou Qian said lightly. Are you the one who said that you want to remove my Hualien gang from the martial pavilion? Feng Wei said coldly. Yes. Zhou Qian nodded with a relaxed expression. There was no sign of nervousness on his face. It could be said that he did not take Feng Wei seriously at all. You talk big, but I don't know if you have the strength to back it up. Feng Wei clenched his fists, which gave off cracking sounds. A powerful battle intent was unleashed from his body. Get out of the way and make room. Qin Feng shouted and then pulled the disciples of Hualien gang who were lying on the ground to the side. Voila! Everyone dispersed and cleared out a large area for Feng Wei and Zhou Qian to fight. Make your move. Let me see what gives you the right to remove my Hualien gang from the martial pavilion. Feng Wei said arrogantly. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. Under the gaze of countless shocked gazes, Jiang Qin disappeared from where he was like a ghost in a flash. His speed was so fast that no one could stop him. The next moment, Jiang Qin appeared beside Feng Wei. What? Feng Wei exclaimed, and his expression changed drastically. Jiang Qin's speed was so fast that even a Unity Origin 4th Heavenly Layer expert like him did not have the chance to react. Feng Wei raised his palm in a hurry and hit Jiang Qin. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin's movement was much faster than his. He grabbed Feng Wei's raised arm and forcefully interrupted Feng Wei's attack before it could even be completed. Feng Wei's aura fluctuated again, but unfortunately he still did not have the chance to attack. Jiang Qin grabbed Feng Wei's arm and lifted him up, then smashed him heavily on the ground, creating a big hole. Damn, the bronze-masked man. That's right. It's this move that smashed the hell pangolin. I saw it with my own eyes. It's exactly the same. It's definitely the bronze-masked man. He's too powerful. Even Feng Wei is no match for him. He's 2 levels above him. Who else could it be other than the bronze-masked man? That smashing motion just now was simply too cool. It's really the bronze-masked man. Jiang Qin is the bronze-masked man. The Huayan gang has really kicked an iron plate this time. No wonder he's so powerful. He's the bronze-masked man. However, since he hit Feng Wei like this, Feng Wei's grandfather will definitely not let it go. Everyone knows that Elder Feng Tianhua is famous for being protective. That's right. Even if Jiang Qin defeats Feng Wei, I'm afraid this matter is not over. If Elder Feng Tianhua comes forward to cause trouble, Jiang Qin will not have an easy time in the future. Jiang Qin's aura was too strong. He directly exposed his identity with one move, especially when he smashed Feng Wei. It was exactly the same as when he smashed the Hell Pangolin last night. It was the same vigor, the same domineering aura, and the same hair-raising aura. The appearance of the bronze-masked man made everyone's blood boil. After all, after last night, the entire martial pavilion was guessing who the bronze-masked man was. Jiang Qin did not intend to hide his identity. He had only one goal when he first went to the Beast Colosseum, and that was to improve his strength. He did not want to be ostentatious, so he wore a mask. However, Jiang Qin also knew that with the ability of the higher-ups of the Beast Colosseum and the Martial Pavilion, it was too easy to find the bronze-masked man in the Martial Pavilion. Even if he did not expose himself now, he would still be exposed when he fought the Three-Eyed Panther 3 days later. Since the Huayan gang was determined to make things difficult for him, he naturally had to teach them a lesson. As for whether or not his identity as the bronze-masked man would be exposed, Jiang Qin really did not care. Everyone in the square was dumbfounded. They all stared at Feng Wei, who had been smashed into the ground. Feng Wei, who was at the 4th level of the Unity Origin realm, was not a match for Jiang Qin. Cough, cough. Feng Wei, who was in the deep pit, coughed and struggled to get up from the ground. The fact that he was able to crawl back up on his own meant that Jiang Qin had already gone easy on him. If Jiang Qin had given Feng Wei a good thrashing like he'd done to the pangolin last night, he would have been crippled as well. Jiang Qin, if you dare to hit me, my grandfather will not let you off. Feng Wei's eyes were red, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth and face. He looked at Jiang Qin fiercely and threatened him. Hearing this, Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. In the end, he still had to rely on his grandfather. It seemed that even though he had gotten rid of the Huayan gang, the trouble was still not over. Jiang Qin, if you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times now, I will consider letting you continue to cultivate in the Martial Pavilion in the future. Feng Wei said. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Qin kicked Feng Wei's lower abdomen. You lost to me, yet you still dare to threaten me. Chapter 3983. Wah. Feng Wei spat out a mouthful of blood and squatted on the ground. He held his stomach and wailed. He looked at Jiang Qin and could not believe that there was someone in the Martial Pavilion who dared to beat him up like this. Even his grandfather's name did not work. This was simply crazy. Crazy, crazy. This Jiang Qin is too lawless. He dared to beat Feng Wei up like this. Isn't he cutting off his own path of retreat? Yeah, the newcomer doesn't know the rules at all. He thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he has some talent. He doesn't know that he is still far from it. This time he has completely offended Feng Wei. His grandfather is famous for being protective of his children, and he only has one grandson. Now that his grandson has been beaten up like this, Elder Feng will definitely not let it go. Sigh, if Elder Fong were to step in, this Zhou Xian might not even have the chance to go to the beast battle arena in 3 days. Feng Wei wasn't the only one who thought that Zhou Xian was a madman. Almost everyone on the scene thought that Zhou Xian was a madman. His way of doing things was just too lawless. In their point of view, Zhou Xian was at a great disadvantage. After all, it was impossible for the disciple in Zhou Xian's heart to have a backer. Even if he did, his backer wouldn't be as powerful as Feng Wei. In short, even if Zhou Xian won the fight and was really going to destroy the Hualin gang today as he said, no one was optimistic about Zhou Xian's chances. In this martial pavilion where relationships and backing were needed everywhere, it was not enough to rely on oneself unless one was really strong enough. Of course, the current Zhou Xian was still far from being strong enough. Big brother Zhang, you are in trouble. At this moment, Fu Qing appeared out of nowhere and came to Zhou Qian's side. He said anxiously, his grandfather is an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion. He has a high position and is not to be trifled with. Moreover, his grandfather loves Feng Wei very much and treats him like a treasure. In the martial pavilion, almost no one dares to provoke Feng Wei for no reason. This is also the reason why the Hualin gang is still standing. Today you have hit Feng Wei, his grandfather will definitely not let this go. What's his grandfather's name? Zhou Xian asked curiously. If it was an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion, he would not be afraid. His 3 disciples were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, his 3 disciples were about to advance to the Earth Source stage. At that time, their statuses in the martial pavilion would rise steadily. If Feng Wei's grandfather was an ordinary elder, Zhou Xian would not care at all. His grandfather is Feng Tianhua. You've met him before. He was the elder who assessed you that day. Fu Qing said. Fuck. Zhou Xian almost laughed out loud. It would have been better if he had not mentioned Feng Tianhua. As soon as Feng Tianhua was mentioned, Zhou Xian strode toward Feng Wei and pulled him up. Then he slapped him left and right and his mouth slapped loudly. Useless thing, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your grandfather. As Zhou Xian whipped Feng Wei, he continued to spout arrogant words. He actually said that he would teach Feng Wei a lesson on behalf of Feng Wei's grandfather. This was too awesome. Many people were dumbfounded. Could it be that this fellow had really gone mad? This was simply unforgiving. This guy is really a lunatic. Feng Wei is really miserable today. He actually said that he would teach Feng Wei a lesson on behalf of Feng Tianhua. He really thinks too highly of himself. If Elder Feng really came, he would be so scared that he would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen someone so arrogant. Does this guy really not consider the consequences of doing things? I'd like to see how he can survive in the martial pavilion in the future after offending Feng Wei. Everyone was shocked. They felt that Zhou Xian had gone too far by pulling Feng Wei up and slapping him again. Or rather, he did not want to live anymore. He threatened to teach Feng Tianhua's grandson a lesson on behalf of Feng Tianhua. This was simply a humiliation to Feng Tianhua. He, Feng Tianhua, was a famous elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion. Not to mention how protective he was usually. How many people in the entire martial pavilion dared to say that they would teach Feng Tianhua's grandson a lesson on behalf of him? Zhou Xian, I'm going to kill you. Feng Wei roared. Feng Wei roared. His face was bruised and swollen and his eyes had turned red. It was too hateful. It was too shameful. Feng Wei had lost all his face today. The leader of the Hualin gang who no one dared to provoke had never suffered such humiliation. As he spoke, a messenger spirit talisman appeared in Feng Wei's hand. A messenger spirit talisman? I'll help you crush it. Zhou Xian grabbed the messenger spirit talisman in his hand and crushed it on the spot. This talisman must have been personally made by Feng Tianhua for his precious grandson. Once his grandson was in danger, as long as he crushed the talisman, Feng Tianhua would sense it immediately. Feng Tianhua was stunned when he saw Zhou Xian crush the talisman. He never thought that Zhou Xian was really not afraid at all. He even took the initiative to crush the talisman. This was really a reckless act. Zhou Xian wanted to completely settle the grudge with the Hualin gang and avoid future trouble. He would get things done in one go today. Since this was Feng Wei's grandfather's Feng Tianhua, it would be even easier to resolve. Moreover, he had taught Feng Wei a lesson. It could be considered as doing a good deed for Feng Tianhua. He was not just saying it when he said that he would help Feng Tianhua teach Feng Wei a lesson. People like Feng Wei lived a comfortable life in the martial pavilion with Feng Tianhua as their backer. His path had been too smooth. Without experiencing hardships and setbacks, it would be difficult for him to have any great achievements in the future. Feng Tianhua could protect him for a while, but he could not protect him forever. Once he walked out of the martial pavilion, Feng Wei would be at a disadvantage. If the martial pavilion and the Feather Clan went to war one day, Feng Wei could only be a sacrifice. Today Zhou Xian wanted Feng Wei to suffer setbacks and grow through setbacks. If Feng Wei fell into depravity due to setbacks, then Zhou Xian could not be blamed. He's really awesome. He's really not afraid of anything. I thought he snatched Feng Wei's messenger talisman to prevent Feng Wei from crushing it to send a message to his grandfather. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to crush it. I really don't know where he got his confidence from. Elder Feng treats his precious grandson very well. Just you wait. It won't be long before Elder Feng arrives. When that time comes, I want to see how Zhou Xian will deal with it. He's overestimating himself. Elder Feng will teach him how to behave in a while. It was getting more and more lively. Initially they thought it was just a small dispute. Now even the elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion was involved. Now everyone wanted to see how Zhou Xian would end up. Zhou Xian was naturally powerful and could be described as a monster. However, his cultivation was too weak. Compared to the elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion, the gap was still not small. Not long after, an extremely powerful aura rushed over from afar. At the same time, a loud shout suddenly sounded, shaking the entire Fusion Source Tower square. Who dares to touch this old man's grandson? The aura was unparalleled and the voice was like thunder. On the crowded square, the crowd made way for a path. Chapter 3984. The scene began to become restless. The real show was about to begin. The members of the Hualyan gang seemed to have found their backbone. They now hated Zhou Xian to the bone and longed to see the scene of Zhou Xian being taught a miserable lesson by Feng Tianhua. They were not just looking forward to it. They could not wait. Grandfather. When Feng Wei saw his grandfather, he howled and burst into tears. Such a big man was crying with snot running down his nose. It was impossible to look at him directly. He felt wronged. The moment he saw his grandfather, all of Feng Wei's grievances poured out. With his pig head that had been slapped out, he limped toward Feng Tianhua. Fuck! Feng Tianhua was so scared that he trembled. He almost did not recognize that this was his handsome grandson. With such a pig head, even his own grandfather would not recognize him. Fortunately, Feng Wei's voice did not change and his body shape did not change. Feng Wei could still more or less determine that the person who had been beaten up so badly was his grandson. It was precisely because he recognized his grandson that Feng Tianhua's anger instantly rose. He was truly enraged. Bastard, who did this? Feng Tianhua was enraged. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. In the entire martial pavilion, everyone knew that Feng Wei was his grandson. Everyone knew that he was famous for being protective of his children. Today someone had actually dared to beat his grandson into such a sorry state. This was simply unimaginable. Feng Tianhua wanted to see which ignorant person dared to touch his grandson. This person definitely did not want to live anymore. Elder Feng is indeed angry. Zhou Xian is finished. He's too self-righteous. Elder Feng is about to advance to the Earth Source realm. He will definitely teach Zhou Xian how to behave. Wait for the show. I want to see how the extremely arrogant Zhou Xian will deal with Elder Feng later. Those who were watching the show did not mind the matter getting bigger. Many people were waiting to watch the show, especially the people from the Hualyan gang. Those who had been beaten up by Zhou Xian before were more eager to see the scene of Zhou Xian kneeling in front of Feng Tianhua, kowtowing and admitting his mistake. Who did this? Get out here. Feng Tianhua shouted again. His anger was still rising. He swore that he would teach this ignorant thing a lesson. He dared to touch his grandson. Did he still want to stay in the martial pavilion? It's me. A voice rang out. Zhou Xian walked over in an orderly manner. He stood not far from Feng Tianhua with a calm smile on his face. Elder Feng, why aren't you in secluded cultivation to break through to the Earth Source realm? Your grandson was blind enough to find trouble with me, so I've already taught him a lesson. Does Elder Feng have any objections? Zhou Xian said in an indifferent tone. At this moment Feng Tianhua was completely stunned. He no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance from before. His entire person had completely collapsed. In front of Zhou Xian he was like a child who had done something wrong in an instant. Zhou Xian, why are you here? Feng Tianhua did not call him master. He was in a bad mood. The person he had come to deal with in high spirits turned out to be Zhou Xian. Even if he was given 8 times more courage he would not dare to make a move. Who was Zhou Xian? He was the person he respected the most. He was his master and he had knelt and kowtowed to his master. In Feng Tianhua's heart, Zhou Xian was an omnipotent god. This is me. I helped you teach your grandson a lesson. Elder Feng, you won't blame me, right? Zhou Xian continued. Oh no, how could I? This little bastard dared to find trouble with you. Even breaking his leg would be considered a light punishment. You didn't teach him enough. I'll teach him another lesson, Feng Tianhua said. He nodded and bowed. There was no trace of his previous imposing manner. This elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion was famous for his fiery temper. At that moment in front of Zhou Xian he was as docile as a little sheep. For a moment the entire square was silent. Everyone was stunned and their mouths were wide open. They could not believe this scene. Such a scene could not be dreamed of even in a dream. Grandfather, you have to avenge me. Feng Wei hurriedly urged when he saw that his grandfather's imposing manner had weakened. Avenge? How? It would have been fine if Feng Tianhua did not vent his anger when he heard it. However, when he heard it he was furious. This bastard grandson. Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke Zhou Xian. That was his own master. How could he vent his anger? Slap. Feng Tianhua slapped Feng Wei's face, causing his pig-like head to become even more bloated. Little bastard, kneel. Thump. This slap directly stunned Feng Wei. He knelt on the ground with a plop and touched his burning face with one hand. He raised his head and looked at his grandfather as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Why? Feng Wei was completely stunned. His grandfather usually doted on him the most. This was the first time he had hit him since he was young. Shut up, little bastard. Unexpectedly, Feng Tianhua did not hold back at all. He came up and slapped Feng Wei's face again, causing him to scream loudly. It could be seen that this grandfather really did not show any mercy. Fuck, what's going on? What's going on? Is Feng Tianhua crazy? Shouldn't he be beating up Zhou Xian to avenge his grandson? Why did he catch his grandson and beat him up? This is too outrageous. It's a mess. Everything is a mess. Elder Feng looks very afraid of Zhou Xian. What the hell is this? What kind of person is this Zhou Xian? Could it be that he has some hidden identity? Even the elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion are so afraid of him. Everyone was dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was like a farce. It made everyone's eyes pop out. It was completely different from what they had expected. Not only was it different, but the difference was too big. That's enough. Zhou Xian shouted. He knew Feng Tianhua's intentions and mood. It was enough to stop this kind of thing. He did not want to go too far. Feng Wei had already received the price he deserved. Do you think this punishment is okay? If not, I'll go back and teach him a lesson until you're satisfied. Feng Tianhua said. He looked at Zhou Xian with eyes full of admiration. What the hell is this? Oh my god, am I blind? I must be blind. Is this still the elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion that we're familiar with? What kind of magic does Zhou Xian have to make a dignified elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion so humble? If I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if I were beaten to death. It's over. I'm afraid Feng Wei can't vent his anger anymore. Not only can he not vent his anger, but I'm afraid it's just as Zhou Xian said. From today onwards the Hualien gang will be eliminated. Chapter 3985. Everyone was dumbfounded. Of course, the most dumbfounded person was Feng Wei himself. He felt that his grandfather had changed. He had become too strange. It actually hit him. Feng Wei was full of grievances. What was wrong with his grandfather? Fuck, why is Big Brother Zhang so awesome? Fu Qing, who was at the back, admired Zhou Xian even more. At this moment his admiration for Zhou Xian had reached an unprecedented height. It was really like a surging river that was endless. Fu Qing knew best when Zhou Xian came to the martial pavilion. It had only been a mere 2 days and he had actually conquered the elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion. It was hard to imagine how he had done it. Elder Feng, take him back and train him well. In addition, from today onwards, the Hualien gang will no longer exist in the martial pavilion. Zhou Xian said. Yes. The Huayan gang will be disbanded from today onwards. Fang Tianhua did not dare to say anything about Jiang Chen's words. To him, Jiang Chen's words were absolute orders that could not be doubted. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Chen was Fang Tianhua's master, Fang Tianhua owed Jiang Chen a huge favor in terms of alchemy alone. The value of that rejuvenation pill was immeasurable. With just a few casual pointers, they had the hope of advancing to the earthly source realm. If Fang Wei had not crushed the messenger spirit talisman and awakened himself from his closed-door cultivation, Fang Tianhua was confident that he would have broken through to the earthly source realm in less than 3 days. No one would be able to repay such a great kindness. His good-for-nothing grandson had come to provoke Jiang Chen for no reason. Wasn't he looking for trouble for himself? Fang Tianhua doted on his grandson very much. He originally wanted to find an opportunity in the future to ask Jiang Chen to give Fang Wei some pointers. Who would have thought that Fang Wei would offend an expert first? Let's go, little bastard. Go back and reflect on yourself. Fang Tianhua pulled Fang Wei up and left the people's sight as quickly as possible. Obviously, he did not want to stay here and embarrass himself. The people of Hualin Gang were all trembling at this moment. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with a different look, from hatred to fear. This guy was too terrifying. He couldn't be provoked at all. Even Fang Tianhua was so polite. They were nothing. Moreover, Jiang Chen's own strength was enough to beat them up. What right did they have to fight with Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen ignored the people from the Hualin Gang and waved to Fu Qing, who was behind him, before leaving with large strides. After today's incident, he was no longer in the mood to continue cultivating in the fusion source tower. It would be better to change places and find some peace. Fu Qing quickly chased after Jiang Chen. Fu Qing was not a fool. He knew that Jiang Chen was helping him build momentum. The current Jiang Chen was about to become famous in the martial pavilion. Even Fang Tianhua gave him face. In the future, among the disciples of the martial pavilion, there would probably not be many people who would dare to cause trouble for Jiang Chen. At this time, Fu Qing and Jiang Chen were close. Everyone naturally knew that Fu Qing and Jiang Chen had a special relationship. Fu Qing was protected by Jiang Chen. In the future, no one in the martial pavilion would dare to bully Fu Qing. It was not easy for Fu Qing to cultivate in the martial pavilion. He came from the small Yen city. In the martial pavilion, it could be said that he had no power or backing. He was the most ordinary disciple. Jiang Chen could be considered to have gone through thick and thin with Fu Qing. If he could help, he would naturally help. As they watched Jiang Chen walk away, the people in the entire square couldn't help but sigh. The members of the Hualyan gang were all dejected. They were indescribably depressed. Some of the higher-ups looked at Hua Wuxian fiercely. All of this was caused by Hua Wuxian. If Hua Wuxian had not provoked a big shot like Jiang Chen, the Hualyan gang would not have fallen to the point of disbanding today. Each of them was even beaten up like this. Hua Wuxian lowered his head and did not speak. At this moment he was also extremely depressed. If he had known that he had provoked such a person in the past, he would not have come forward even if he was beaten to death. Let's go. There will be no Hualyan gang in the future. Everyone, if you see this maleficent star in the future, stay away. Qin Feng sighed and left. The members of the Hualyan gang were all in an extremely sorry state. All along in the martial pavilion, the Hualyan gang had a certain level of strength. They were tyrannical. It was always them who bullied others. When had they ever been bullied like this? Sigh. Who would have thought that the Hualyan gang would end up like this? Yes, they were destroyed by a disciple who had just arrived. God knows how depressed the Hualyan gang is. I'm afraid that Feng Wei will be depressed. He originally thought that he had suffered a loss and asked his grandfather to help him vent his anger. He didn't expect that he would be beaten up by his grandfather again. He won't have a chance to vent his anger in this lifetime. That goes without saying. In terms of fighting, he is no match for Jiang Chen. When the old man sees Jiang Chen, it's like a mouse seeing a cat. However, I'm really curious. Why is Elder Fang Tianhua so respectful to a new disciple? Inexplicable, inexplicable. Even if these people racked their brains, they probably wouldn't be able to figure out the reason behind it. If they knew that Fang Tianhua had already become Jiang Chen's disciple, who knew how shocked they would be? In the courtyard where Fang Tianhua lived in the Purple Pill Pavilion, Feng Wei's face was full of grievances. He was sniffling and crying. He felt so wronged. His grandfather had never beaten him up since he was young. Right, you're a man. It's improper for you to cry. Feng Tianhua couldn't help but berate him. Grandfather, why didn't you help me vent my anger? That Zhang is just a new disciple. Why are you afraid of him? Feng Wei asked, puzzled. Why should I be afraid of him? Do you know who you've provoked? You're a good-for-nothing. You still have to thank him for showing mercy. You only suffered superficial wounds. If he had been more heavy-handed, you would most likely have been crippled. Feng Tianhua glared at Feng Wei. On the way, he had already checked Feng Wei's injuries. Although they looked very serious, they were all superficial wounds. None of his vital organs were injured at all. This also made Feng Tianhua even more surprised. It was rare in the world for him to grasp the strength of his attack so accurately. Zhang was only at the second tier of the Unity Source realm, but his combat prowess was so terrifying that even Feng Wei was not his match. This made Feng Tianhua's opinion of Zhang rise to another level. One had to know that the combat prowess of alchemists was often not too strong. This was because alchemists focused their entire lives on alchemy, and they would be relatively weak in other aspects. As for Zhang, his alchemy skills were enough to be described as shocking. Now even his combat prowess was so terrifying. Such an extraordinary person was really rare. This bastard is naturally powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, he's only at the second tier of the Unity Source realm. Moreover, I heard that he's a disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion. He's completely under your jurisdiction. Why are you so afraid of him? Feng Wei was still puzzled. All right, grandfather, I'll tell you why I'm afraid of him. It's because I've already acknowledged him as my master. He's my master now. You have no respect for your elders and have bullied your ancestral master. I'll help you heal your injuries first. Come with me to apologize to your ancestral master tonight. Feng Tianhua said. What? Ancestral master? Feng Wei felt his feet stagger and he almost fell to the ground. He felt that he had heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. Chapter 3986. Grandfather, why you must be joking, right? Feng Wei asked with great difficulty. This was too fucking ridiculous. Who was his grandfather? He was an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion, a famous second-grade alchemist, and an expert at the peak of the Unity Source realm. Wasn't it nonsense for him to acknowledge a new disciple as his master? If Zhang acknowledged Feng Tianhua as his master, Feng Wei might still be able to accept it. Grandfather is not in the mood to joke with you. Zhang abilities are enough to be my master. Under master's guidance, I have already gained some enlightenment. The spring-returning pill that master helped me refine has allowed grandfather's talent to develop a second time. He is about to advance to the Earth Source realm. What a great resource this is, Feng Tianhua said. Feng Tianhua said, his tone full of respect for Zhang. How is this possible? Feng Wei only felt that his mind was in a mess. Such a shocking matter made him feel like he was dreaming. However, looking at his grandfather's expression and his attitude towards Zhang in the Fusion Source Pagoda, Feng Wei knew that this was not fake. His grandfather had really acknowledged Zhang as his master, and Zhang was really his ancestral master. He had really provoked his ancestral master. However, how did Zhang dare to accept his grandfather as his disciple? Let me tell you, master is a truly extraordinary person. There is nothing he doesn't know. Come with me tonight to kowtow and admit your mistake. I will ask master to give you some guidance. If he is in a good mood, he will give you some guidance. It won't be long before your cultivation breaks through to the 5th layer of the Unity Source realm. Feng Tianhua said extremely seriously. I'm not going. I hate him to the bone. I won't kowtow and admit my mistake even if you beat me to death. Feng Wei shook his head fiercely. What a joke. He had to kowtow and admit his mistake to Zhang as his ancestral master. How was that possible? Zhang looked to be about the same age as him. Rotten wood can't be carved. You don't have the final say in this matter, I do. Such a good opportunity is right in front of you. If you give it up, then you really don't have any talent. Feng Tianhua looked exasperated and scolded Feng Wei. Feng Wei might not know Zhang abilities, but he had seen it for himself. If there was one word to describe Zhang image in his heart, it would be unfathomable. On the other side, Fu Qing followed behind Zhang like a child. Brother Zhang, how did you make Elder Feng so afraid of you? How did you do it? Fu Qing asked curiously. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Zhang smiled. Fu Qing replied with an, oh, and shrugged his shoulders. Since Xianxia wasn't willing to tell him, there must be some secrets behind it. There was no need for him to ask any further. In any case, to Fu Qing the reason wasn't important. What was important was that Xianxia had become famous. Fu Qing, last time you said that apart from the fusion source tower, there is also a clear source pool in the martial pavilion. Do you know where it is? Xianxia asked. He didn't want to go to the fusion source tower now, but he was very interested in the clear source pool. To him it was all about training anyway. There was no difference between the fusion source tower and the clear source pool. I know. There are several clear source pools in the martial pavilion, and their effects are basically similar to the fusion source tower. However, there is one clear source pool that is different. Fu Qing said. Oh, tell me, how is it different? Xianxia said with interest. One of them, the clear source pool, is built specifically for the true geniuses. Apart from the incomparably dense Genesis Qi in the pool, it is also reinforced by the power of lightning. It is a fusion of the lightning pool and the Genesis pool, and has already produced liquid lightning liquid and original liquid. The conditions for the genius disciples who enter the pool to train are also different. The clear source pool will not take any Genesis stones from the disciples, and every disciple of the martial pavilion has the right to enter at once. If they can last for more than 10 minutes, they can enter at any time in the future. If they can't last for 10 minutes, it means that they have completely lost the right to enter. Fu Qing continued, this has little to do with one's cultivation. It mainly depends on one's condition because one cannot use origin qi to block the impact of the energy inside the clear source pool. If one's condition is not good enough, even an earth source expert will not be able to last for 10 minutes. I've been there once, but I didn't even last for a minute. Fu Qing shrugged, his face filled with regret. However, he was not too upset about it. After all, it was incredibly difficult to last 10 minutes in the clear origin reservoir, and he was definitely not the only one who could last less than a minute. Most of the disciples were in the same situation or even worse than him. That's interesting. Let's go to the clear source pool. Xianxia chuckled. He never thought that there would be such a good place in the martial pavilion. He was the ancestor of lightning, so a mere lightning pool was nothing in his eyes. Xianxia could use the lightning energy inside to baptize the lightning energy in his body with the everlasting world's lightning. It would not be a problem for him to break through to the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Of course, Xianxia did not want to break through to the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm right now. He wanted to stabilize his cultivation at the peak of the second heavenly layer, saving it for his battle with the three-eyed panther. Breaking through during battle would be truly satisfying. Xianxia was looking forward to fighting a sixth heavenly layer three-eyed panther. Such a super beast was extremely powerful, on a completely different level from the hell pangolin and nether lion. To put it bluntly, a sixth heavenly layer three-eyed panther combined with its innate ability would be enough to crush an ordinary seventh heavenly layer Unity Origin cultivator. Xianxia's battle with the three-eyed panther was basically equivalent to fighting a seventh heavenly layer Unity Origin cultivator. Even though he had reached the third heavenly layer, he would still feel some pressure. Unless he used his dragon transformation, but that was his trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Xianxia did not want to use it. Under Fu Qing's lead, Xianxia soon arrived at the so-called clear origin pool. The clear origin pool was built in a col at the back of the mountain. It stood alone and seemed extremely remote. Normally, very few people would come here. Xianxia liked this kind of environment. Xianxia loved peace and quiet when cultivating. There was nothing better than the clear origin pool. Big brother Jiang, it's right in front. Due to the uniqueness of the clear origin pool, it's also called the clear origin lightning pool. There are no guards here, and anyone who enters once will have their aura branded by the clear origin lightning pool. If you can't last 10 minutes, you'll be rejected by the lightning pool the next time you come. If you can last 10 minutes, you'll be able to enter at will. Fu Qing said, if Big Brother Jiang wants to cultivate here, I won't disturb you. I still have to go to the Fusion Origin Tower to cultivate. All right. Chapter 3987. In an incomparably quiet and secluded valley was a small fort made of rocks. It looked somewhat desolate, and there was a black stone door in front of the fort. Mottled lightning flickered on the stone door, emitting crackling noises that were rather eye-catching. Xianxia walked straight to the entrance of the clear source lightning pool. He placed his palm on the rock door and exerted a bit of force. A cracking sound was heard and the rock door opened. A wave of pure energy gushed out from the inside, making Jiang Qin feel refreshed. It's just as Fu Qing said. This is my first time coming to the Qingyuan lightning pool, and I can directly enter without any obstruction. Jiang Qin nodded and walked towards the Qingyuan lightning pool. Clang. The moment Jiang Qin walked into the Qingyuan lightning pool, the door automatically closed as if someone was secretly controlling it. Inside the door was an open space that was several dozen feet wide, and at the very center was a lightning pool that was several feet wide. Above the lightning pool, a steaming mist pervaded the air. One could see crackling lightning bolts circling above the lightning pool, resembling numerous lightning snakes. Jiang Qin could see that someone had built a formation here. This formation had the ability to communicate with the heavens and earth. Whenever there was a thunderstorm, the formation would automatically absorb the energy of lightning from the heavens and earth and merge it into the lightning pool. The energy of lightning and the origin energy of accuracy in the lightning pool would fuse together, forming another type of energy that was extremely powerful. The Genesis Chi here is many times denser than in the third level of the blending source tower. The lightning pool is practically filled with liquid Genesis power and lightning power. Training in the Qingyuan lightning pool will definitely be very beneficial. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed brightly. He was evidently very satisfied with the environment. After all, besides the dense energy, it was also very quiet, making it very suitable for training. It was unlike the blending source tower where there were too many people and things to do. Jiang Chen slowly walked towards the Qingyuan lightning pool, alerting the other person in the pool. There was another person in the Qingyuan lightning pool. Jiang Chen had already noticed him when he entered, but since everyone was here to train, Jiang Chen did not pay much attention to him. It was a young man in his mid-20s. He wore green clothes and had bronze skin, making him look extremely resolute. What truly attracted Jiang Chen's attention was the young man's cultivation. He had already reached the 6th layer of the Unity Origin stage, and was only a step away from the 7th layer. If Jiang Chen's judgment was correct, it would take him at most a month to reach the 7th layer. There was no doubt that a young man of such cultivation was an extremely powerful genius in the martial pavilion. Someone entering the Qingyuan lightning pool had obviously alerted the young man. The young man who was sitting beside the pool couldn't help but open his eyes and look at Jiang Chen. The young man's eyes were filled with disdain. He was originally sitting beside the pool, but he could not help but open his eyes and look at Jiang Chen. Therefore, the young man was able to see through Jiang Chen's cultivation with just a glance. His eyes were filled with disdain when he saw through Jiang Chen's cultivation. Here comes someone who overestimates himself. The young man sneered. He did not even bother to conceal his voice, nor did he care if Jiang Chen heard his disdainful words. Jiang Chen smiled and shrugged his shoulders. He didn't pay any more attention to this guy and went to find a place to cultivate. Jiang Chen took a step into the thunderbolt pool, sat down and closed his eyes to rest. He allowed the terrifying lightning and Genesis Chi to strike his body, but he did not move an inch. Kid, if you can last 10 minutes, I, Xie Ting, will protect you in the martial pavilion. The young man opened his mouth. To his surprise, Jiang Chen did not even spare him a glance. This made Xie Ting extremely depressed. So arrogant, Xie Ting's eyes widened. Obviously, he did not expect that the other party would dare to ignore his words. Who was he? He was Xie Ting, a famous genius of the martial pavilion and the young city lord of the divine martial city. Within the martial pavilion, there were countless people who wanted to get close to him. To think that there was someone who dared to ignore him. This guy was really amazing. Xie Ting's interest was piqued. He wanted to see how long the guy who ignored him could last. At this moment, Jiang Chen was crazily absorbing the lightning energy in the lightning pool. After the lightning energy entered his body, it immediately triggered the reaction of the 5 types of divine lightning in his body. Rays of lightning started to flicker and ripple. Of course, this was happening within Jiang Chen's body and Xie Ting could not see it. If Xie Ting were to see such a scene, he would most likely faint in the lightning pool. The lightning power of the eternal world contains the origin aura of this world. After absorbing the lightning power, the divine lightning I control will undergo a certain transformation and reach a perfect level in this world. Jiang Chen was inwardly pleasantly surprised. What he had to do now was to use all his previous abilities in the eternal world. To put it bluntly, the divine lightning in his body was enough for him to control the lightning of the eternal world. In addition to the lightning power, Terrifying Genesis Qi was also frantically surging into Jiang Chen's body. In his dantian, the golden origin dragon was extremely excited. It was as though it was swimming in a comfortable ocean, swimming back and forth. It almost rushed out of its body and wandered in the lightning pool. The strong impact of the lightning power and terrifying Genesis Qi would make it difficult for ordinary disciples to stay for a long time under the impact of such power because they simply couldn't withstand such terrifying energy. Their physical conditions would soon reach a limit, and if they forcibly stayed inside, there was a great possibility that their body would explode and die. But this situation would never occur with Jiang Chen. His physical body had been tempered thousands of times and had inherited the great Yen body. He could transform into heaven and earth, form his own Dao system and be unique in the world. Jiang Chen sat in the lightning pool, but there was no difference between sitting outside and sitting inside. Not to mention persisting inside, he could even sleep in the lightning pool. Time couldn't be used to judge Jiang Chen because as long as Jiang Chen wanted to, he could stay in the lightning pool forever. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. Jiang Chen sat there as steady as Mount Tai, and there wasn't the slightest change of expression on his face. There wasn't even a drop of sweat on his forehead, let alone an expression of being unable to resist. Xia Ting, who originally looked down on Jiang Chen, couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen with a slightly different expression. Not bad, boy. You can really persist. Not bad, I will take care of you in the martial pavilion in the future, but I want to see how long you can persist. If you can last half an hour, your talent is almost the same as mine. I lasted for half an hour the first time I came here. Chapter 3988. Xia Ting naturally had the pride he deserved. After all, he was truly capable. In the martial pavilion, the number of people who could last for half an hour the first time they entered could be counted on one hand. As it turned out, half an hour was nothing here. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour had passed. At this moment, Xia Ting could no longer sit still. By God! What the hell is this bastard doing? When did such a genius come to the martial pavilion? To think that his talent is comparable to mine. No, this guy's talent is even greater than mine. I was already exhausted when I lasted for half an hour, and I wouldn't have been able to bear it if I didn't leave for another moment. But this guy seems completely fine, and his condition is no different from when he first entered. The way Xia Ting looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. Geniuses were the most admired geniuses. Geniuses were arrogant, and only the more amazing geniuses would earn their respect. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour had passed. Jiang Chen was like an old monk, allowing the lightning and Genesis Qi to batter him. His expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. God damn it! Xia Ting was about to explode with profanity. He had been in there for almost an hour and a half and was already reaching his limit. He was about to leave, but this guy who had popped out of nowhere was so terrifying. He had lasted for over an hour the first time he entered the Qingyuan lightning pool. No, it was likely far longer than that because he looked no different from when he first entered. It seemed that he would be able to last for quite some time. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour had passed. Fuck. Xia Ting stood up from within the lightning pool, panting heavily as he walked out of the pool. This was his limit. In reality, the time he spent in the lightning pool today had already broken Xia Ting's previous record. This should have been something to be proud of and something to celebrate. After all, there were not many people in the martial pavilion who could reach his current state. But Xia Ting could not feel the slightest bit happy. His face was filled with defeat. After panting for a while, his gaze once again fell on Jiang Chen. What made Xia Ting go crazy was that this guy was still the same as before. Could it be that this bastard is asleep? This is too ridiculous. Xia Ting really wanted to strangle Jiang Chen's neck and ask him if he was really asleep or if he was cheating. This was too awesome. Was he still human? Kid, one of the meridians in your body is blocked because you were too eager to succeed in your cultivation. Go back and try to double your strength. Jiang Chen said with his eyes closed. From beginning to end he did not look at Xia Ting. Xia Ting, who had originally wanted to walk up to check on Jiang Chen's condition, suddenly shuddered and froze on the spot. How did you know? Xia Ting was dumbfounded. He had indeed encountered some problems with his cultivation, but they weren't hard to resolve. If he wanted to resolve them, he could have done so himself in a month. However, what shocked him was that this guy was able to see through his cultivation with a single glance. Even earthly source experts couldn't do such a thing. In just an instant, Xia Ting looked at Jiang Chen in a new light. You can see through me? Xieting continued to ask. However, Jiang Qin ignored him and continued to cultivate. Xieting, on the other hand, could not help but remember Jiang Chen's words. At this moment, the door of the lightning pool opened once again. 2 disciples of the martial pavilion walked in. They were both at the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. They could be considered as elites in the martial pavilion. Senior brother Xie, you're here too. The 2 hurriedly went up to greet Xieting when they saw him. After all, Xieting's status in the martial pavilion aside, just his identity as the young city lord of the divine martial city was enough to make countless people feel inferior. The 2 of you don't leave after you finish cultivating. Stay outside the Qingyuan lightning pool and see how long this guy can stay here. If he comes out, inform me immediately. Xieting said. Who is this guy? He doesn't seem to be very strong. Yes, senior brother Xie, who is he? The 2 were puzzled. Their gazes landed on Jiang Qin. When they saw Jiang Chen's cultivation, they did not think much of it, just like how Xieting looked at Jiang Qin. I don't know who he is either, but he's been here for almost 2 hours. Xieting said while gritting his teeth. What? 2 hours? How is that possible? That's ridiculous. The 2 were shocked. The way they looked at Jiang Qin instantly changed. They could not believe their eyes. If Xieting did not say it, they would not believe it at all. However, Xieting would not joke around. At least he would not joke about something like this. Just focus on cultivating. Don't disturb him. Tell me when he comes out, Xieting said. Clearly he was quite interested in Jiang Qin. Moreover, his interest in Jiang Qin was not only because Jiang Qin had stayed in the Qingyuan lightning pool for a long time, but also because Jiang Qin was able to see through his situation with a single glance. Jiang Qin even told him a method that could help him solve his problem quickly. Yes, senior brother Xie. The 2 did not dare to neglect Xieting's words. They did not dare to ignore them. Xieting tidied his clothes and walked out of the Qingyuan lightning pool. He could not wait to return and try out the method Jiang Qin told him. If it worked, he would be able to break through to the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. In reality, Xieting did not wish for Jiang Chen's method to work, because if it worked, then Jiang Qin would be too terrifying. He was definitely a genius. An hour later, the 2 of them walked out of the lightning pool while panting. They looked at Jiang Qin, who was sitting there like an old monk, before looking at each other. They finally understood why Xieting placed so much importance on him. Is he even human? Senior brother Xie said that he's already been here for 2 hours. Yeah, this bastard looks completely fine. There's not even a drop of sweat on his forehead. He couldn't have fallen asleep, could he? Impossible. Who has the ability to fall asleep here? What nonsense. Don't say any more. Let's listen to senior brother Xie and wait here. I also want to see how long this guy can stay here. Chapter 3989. The 2 of them would never have thought that they would become numb after waiting for so long. They waited until the sky turned dark. The entire call was empty. The cold wind blew and they felt as if their entire bodies were being searched. How long has it been? I don't know. He hasn't come out for so long. This amount of time has already broken the record of the Clear Source Thunderpool, right? Damn it, I don't believe that he can stay here for long. I have to wait for him to come out. The 2 of them were now in high spirits. It was no longer just for the task that Xieting had given them. Now they had developed an extremely strong interest in Jiang Qin. They both wanted to know how long this freak who had appeared out of nowhere could last in the Clear Source Thunderpool. At the Purple Pill Pavilion where Jiang Qin lived, Feng Tianhua brought Feng Wei over. At this moment, Feng Wei's injuries were almost healed. After all, for an alchemist like Feng Tianhua, it was still very easy to treat superficial injuries like Feng Wei's. Of course, although he had almost recovered, Feng Wei still looked a little disheveled. More importantly, Feng Wei's face was full of reluctance. He had come over to apologize to Jiang Qin, who had just beaten him up during the day. He was still very aggrieved, but he could not dissuade his grandfather, so he had no choice but to come. As for the grudge between him and Jiang Qin, there was nothing more to say. After all, even his grandfather had become Jiang Qin's disciple. Jiang Qin was his ancestor. What else could he do? Could it be that he had to do something like deceiving his master and destroying his ancestor? Moreover, even if he wanted to do it, his strength did not allow him to do so. Little Bastard, when you see your ancestor later, you must be respectful. You can't be the slightest bit negligent. If you can get 1 or 2 pointers from the ancestor, your future cultivation will definitely benefit greatly. Feng Tianhua repeatedly instructed him. Got it, Feng Wei said impatiently. Obviously he didn't take Feng Tianhua's words too seriously. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he still didn't believe that Jiang Chen could guide him. When they saw Feng Tianhua coming, Zhou Xian and Li Si immediately went up to greet him. They nodded and bowed. Elder Feng, why are you here? Zhou Xian asked as he glanced at Feng Wei, who was beside him. He could not help but laugh in his heart. They had all heard about what had happened in the Fusion Source Pagoda during the day and secretly thought that Feng Wei was an idiot. They had seen with their own eyes the scene of Feng Tianhua kneeling in front of Jiang Chen. Even his grandfather had to be respectful to Jiang Chen, yet Feng Wei had to frown. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Moreover, Zhou Xian and Li Si knew very well why Feng Tianhua had brought Feng Wei here at this time. Is Jiang Chen here? Feng Tianhua asked. Elder Feng, senior brother Jiang is not here. Zhou Xian said. It's already so late, why hasn't he returned yet? Feng Tianhua frowned. It seemed that she had made a wasted trip. Someone saw senior brother Jiang leave the Fusion Origin Tower and head to the Clear Origin Lightning Pool at the back of the mountain. Li Si said. How long can one stay in the Pure Source Lightning Pool? Don't tell me he can still persist in the Lightning Pool until now? Feng Wei said indignantly. Shut up. Can you imagine Jiang Chen's abilities? Feng Tianhua scolded. Feng Wei didn't know Jiang Chen's abilities, but he was very clear about them. In his opinion, no matter what happened to Jiang Chen, it was normal. This was not only true for him but also for Zhou Xian and Li Si. If they hadn't truly seen Jiang Chen's abilities and methods, they wouldn't have believed that such an extraordinary person existed in this world. He went to the Clear Origin Lightning Pool to cultivate. He should be back soon. Let's wait here, Feng Tianhua said. Since they had come, they couldn't go back empty-handed. Waiting here would also show their sincerity. Feng Tianhua didn't know that this wait would last for 2 days. Jiang Chen stayed in the Clear Origin Lightning Pool for 2 days. His cultivation had successfully reached the peak of the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, and he could advance to the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm at any time. If it weren't for the fact that he was going to fight the three-eyed leopard tomorrow, Jiang Chen probably wouldn't have been willing to come out of the Clear Origin Lightning Pool and directly break through inside. At the same time in the cabinet, Xie Ting followed Jiang Chen's method and successfully opened up the blocked veins in 2 days. He successfully advanced to the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Haha, I've finally advanced to the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. It turns out that I only need to circulate twice the amount of power to achieve my goal. I didn't think of this at all. That person is really a god. I Xie Ting admire him from the bottom of my heart. That's not right. It's already been 2 days. Why haven't those 2 guys reported to me yet? Are they not even listening to me? Xie Ting's eyes flickered. Impossible. Without the slightest hesitation, Xie Ting flew in the direction of the Clear Origin Lightning Pool as fast as he could. It's impossible for anyone to stay in the Clear Origin Lightning Pool for 2.5 days. Xie Ting kept repeating this to himself. However, there was another incomparably realistic thought in his heart. He was afraid that Jiang Chen had really stayed in there for that long. That was because the 2 people he had arranged for him didn't have the guts to disobey him. If Jiang Chen walked out of the Clear Origin Lightning Pool, they would definitely come to him immediately to inform him. When Xie Ting arrived at the Clear Origin Lightning Pool, the gate of the Clear Origin Lightning Pool was opened. Jiang Chen walked out leisurely. When the 2 disciples of the Martial Pavilion saw that Jiang Chen had finally come out, they immediately burst into tears. They were numb. Completely numb. In the past 2 days, they had been constantly guessing how long Jiang Chen could stay in the Clear Origin Lightning Pool for. Their bottom line had been broken. After that, they didn't dare to guess anymore. If Jiang Chen still didn't come out, they would all go crazy. Did he really just come out? Xie Ting was stunned on the spot. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a god. Yes, he just came out. Senior brother Xie, just what kind of monster is he? The 2 of them did not dare to look down on this white-clothed young man at all. Even if his cultivation was only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, which was a great difference from them, they still had enough reason to look up to him. Teacher. Xie Ting walked up and blocked Jiang Chen's path. He immediately bowed deeply and called out, Teacher. Teacher is truly a god. Xie Ting was unable to express his admiration and even gratitude towards Zhou Xian. With just a simple sentence, Zhou Xian had directly helped him break through the bottleneck and reach the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. What, teacher? The two of them looked at Xie Ting in disbelief. They rubbed their eyes forcefully, wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes. Who was Xie Ting? He was the young city lord of the divine martial city. How noble was his status? How talented was he? How arrogant was he? Yet at this moment he had lowered himself so much, calling someone with a lower cultivation than him teacher in front of the two of them. What did this mean? Xie Ting would definitely not lower himself. It could only be said that this white-clothed young man was too amazing. Chapter 3990. Zhou Xian glanced at Xie Ting and saw that his cultivation had broken through to the 7th level of the Unity Source realm. He could not help but nod. At the very least, this person's talent was not bad. To be able to advance in 2 days was enough to show that he was a talent that could be molded. You've broken through. Very good. Zhou Xian patted Xie Ting on the shoulder and then strode out of the kernel. Teacher, please wait. Xie Ting hurriedly chased after him. Is there anything else? Zhou Xian frowned and looked at Xie Ting. The martial pavilion actually has such an extraordinary person like teacher. Xie Ting really admires teacher. If I still don't know teacher's name after receiving such great help from teacher, wouldn't that be a great disrespect to teacher? Xie Ting said. His posture was very low and his tone was unprecedentedly gentle. The two disciples of the martial pavilion behind him were stunned. How was this the usual arrogant and despotic young city lord? He was simply a little lamb. Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian reported his name, stepped forward and left straight away. Zhou Xian. With Zhou Xian. This name sounds so familiar. A disciple said. Yes, I know. It's the Zhou Xian who killed the Hualyan gang in the fusion source tower. It must be him. I heard that he seems to be the bronze-masked man. Even Feng Wei, who was at the 4th level of the Unity Source realm, was not his match. He's really terrifying, the other said. I heard that Elder Feng Tianhua is very respectful to him. Xie Ting murmured, looking at Zhou Qian's disappearing figure and sighing. He finally knew why even someone like Feng Tianhua had to respect Zhou Qian. After he left the Qingyuan Thunderpool, he heard about what happened in the Fusion Source Tower and knew that a monstrous genius had come to the Martial Pavilion. However, fights between disciples were common. Feng Tianhua, an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion who was famous for being protective of his disciples, was respectful to a new genius. This made him unable to understand. Even though this disciple was extremely monstrous, it was not enough to make a famous alchemist of the Purple Pill Pavilion lower his head. It was only at this moment that Xie Ting truly understood that Zhou Xian did have the ability to make people respect him. Senior brother Xie, why do you call him master? His cultivation level seems to be much lower than yours. Even if he could defeat Feng Wei, he is still not on the same level as you. That's right, senior brother Xie. You've already broken through to the 7th heavenly layer of Unity Realm, truly reaching late Unity Realm. Even if Zhou Qian's talent is extraordinary and he broke the record of the Martial Pavilion's clear source lightning pool, there's no need for you to call him teacher, said Xianxia. The two of them were very confused. Based on their understanding of Xie Ting, this could be said to be a miracle. What do you know? Master's ability is not something we can imagine at all. To be honest, it was because of his guidance that I was able to successfully break through in 2 days. Previously, in the lightning pool, he saw the problem with my cultivation with a single glance and gave me some pointers. After I went back, I cultivated according to his guidance and broke through in 2 days. You two bastards don't know how to seize the opportunity. If you could get Master to give you a few pointers just now, that would be a real fortune. It would not be a problem for you to reach the 6th heavenly layer of Unity Realm in a short time, said Xie Ting. Xie Ting said. His admiration for Zhou Qian was like a raging river, endless and unending. What? The two of them exclaimed and looked at each other. Then they raised their palms at the same time with great tacit understanding and slapped themselves hard twice in the face. Motherfucker, I missed such a great opportunity just like that. Let's go after him now, said one of them. One of them said. They didn't doubt Xie Ting's words at all. Even Xie Ting admired Zhou Qian so much. This could only mean that Zhou Qian was truly amazing. Come back. Xie Ting scolded, you two idiots. Master has just come out from the clear source lightning pool. He'll definitely need some time to digest it when he gets back. Furthermore, he still has a battle with the three-eyed panther tomorrow. Can't you see what time it is? If you disturb him now and make him unhappy, that'll be a great loss. Yes, senior brother Xia is right. We were too reckless. If we disturbed Master and got kicked out, we might not have another chance in the future. It's all your fault. You almost made a huge mistake. Let's just follow senior brother Xia and ask him to put in a good word for us and get Master to give us some pointers. The two of them came to a realization. They felt that they had almost made a huge mistake. You two remember this. Don't be disrespectful when you see Master in the future. Xia Ting warned them solemnly. Of course. The two of them said in unison. Even if Xia Ting had not made arrangements, they would not have dared to slight Zhou Xian at all. Ignoring how deep Zhou Xian's attainments in cultivation and whether he could give them pointers, just the amount of time Zhou Xian had spent in the clear source lightning pool was enough to make them look up to him. It was almost certain that Zhou Xian would definitely become the focus of the martial pavilion in the future. After leaving the clear source lightning pool, Zhou Xian returned to the purple pill pavilion as quickly as he could. This time Zhou Xian had gained a lot from cultivating in the clear source lightning pool. Apart from his cultivation reaching the limit of the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, the divine lightning in his body had also resonated with the power of lightning in this world. In the purple pill pavilion in front of Zhou Qian's room, Feng Tianhua sat on a stone stool with his eyes closed. Beside him Feng Wei kept pacing back and forth. His face was full of impatience. At this moment Feng Wei's injuries had completely recovered. Even the bruises and swelling on his face had disappeared. Of course this was normal. After all, Feng Wei had only suffered a superficial wound. In addition, his grandfather was an alchemist. If he had not recovered after such a long time, he would be a little too weak. Grandfather, let's go back. It's already been 2 days and Zhou Xian hasn't returned yet. Feng Wei said impatiently. Shut up, you impudent thing. How can you call the ancestor by his name? Don't worry, Master will definitely return tonight. Feng Tianhua said. How do you know? What if he doesn't come back? Until now, Feng Wei was still somewhat disgusted with this ancestor of his. He didn't even believe that Zhou Xian had the ability to trick his grandfather into becoming his disciple. If he had the chance, he would definitely expose Zhou Qian's trickery. Feng Wei thought to himself. He won't. He still has to fight the three-eyed leopard tomorrow, Feng Tianhua said. He had also heard about the incident at the Beast Arena. Like everyone else, he was basically certain that Zhou Xian was the bronze-masked man. At this moment, a figure walked over silently. Feng Tianhua suddenly looked over. Who else could it be but Zhou Xian? Master. Feng Tianhua spoke and quickly looked around. After making sure that Zhang San and Li Si were not here, he respectfully called out to Master. Little Beastard, hurry up and greet your ancestor. Feng Tianhua kicked the back of Feng Wei's leg, causing him to kneel on the ground on the spot. Chapter 3991. Greetings, Ancestral Master. Feng Wei knelt on the ground. Although he had thought for a long time about how to address him as Ancestral Master, he still felt extremely awkward and tongue-twisting at this moment. It was even extremely strenuous. Well, get up. Zhou Xian said lightly. Feng Wei was stunned. He originally thought that Zhou Xian would definitely be angry when he saw him again. After all, he had offended him at the Fusion Source Pagoda before. He did not expect that Zhou Xian would not show any anger on his face. His attitude towards him was very calm. Get up and thank the Ancestral Master. Feng Tianhua scolded him. He tried his best to make Feng Wei behave better in front of Zhou Xian. Thank you, Ancestral Master, for not holding grudges against me, Feng Wei said. There was still some reluctance in his tone. However, in front of Zhou Xian he could not be arrogant. Putting aside the fact that his grandfather had already been subdued by Zhou Xian, he himself was only a defeated opponent in front of Zhou Xian. How could he be brave? Elder Feng, you came here to ask me to give him some pointers, right? Zhou Xian looked at Feng Tianhua and said with a smile. Feng Tianhua had brought his grandson here in the middle of the night. It was definitely not as simple as apologizing. Zhou Xian could figure out the purpose of this even with his toes. Nothing can be hidden from Master. That's right, this kid was reckless and offended you before, but as the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. If he knew that you are my master, he would not have dared to be presumptuous in front of you even if he was given 100 guts. Now Feng Wei has realized his mistake and repented. Moreover, this child is also a talent for cultivation. I think that if he can get some pointers from Master, he will more or less have some achievements. Feng Tianhua directly expressed his purpose of coming. Who is Zhou Xian? He was too shrewd. In front of Zhou Xian, he felt like he would be seen through by Zhou Xian at any time. Therefore, it was better not to feign ignorance. You seem to be a little unconvinced? Zhou Xian looked at Feng Wei and said with a smile. I wouldn't dare. Feng Wei hurriedly said, but the unwillingness in his tone was still very obvious. Little bastard, correct your attitude. Feng Tianhua hurriedly berated. It's fine. Zhou Xian waved his hand. I'll give you another chance now. Use everything you've learned to attack me. Zhou Xian said to Feng Wei. What? Feng Wei was taken aback. Soon after, battle intent began to rise from within his body. Truth be told, Feng Wei had been feeling indignant ever since he was beaten up like a dead dog by Zhou Xian at the Fusion Origin Tower. In his opinion, he had merely underestimated his opponent and allowed his opponent to gain the upper hand. From the start to the end, he had not used any of his strongest moves. If he had used all his strength and all of his strongest moves, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Absolutely not. Feng Tianhua instantly became anxious. What kind of joke was this? He had brought Feng Wei here to apologize to Zhou Xian said. Before this, Feng Wei did not know Zhou Qian's identity. It was fine if he attacked him, but now that he knew if he attacked him again he would be offending his superiors, deceiving his master and committing treason. Elder Feng, I order you to shut up now. Stay at the side and watch carefully if you want me to guide him. Zhou Xian frowned and looked at Feng Tianhua. Yes, master. Feng Tianhua's heart trembled. Seeing that Zhou Xian was a little angry, he quickly did not dare to say anything else and retreated to the side. Feng Tianhua really did not dare to disobey Zhou Qian's orders. Boom! An extremely powerful wave of air was suddenly released from Feng Wei's body. With his cultivation base at the peak of the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Source realm, coupled with Feng Wei's talent, he would be an expert in a real fight. Zhou Xian, I am not convinced. Moreover, I want to see why you are my grandfather's master and why my grandfather is so obedient to you, Feng Wei said as if he wanted to release all the grievances in his heart. Feng Wei spoke as if he wanted to release all the grievances in his heart. Similarly, he really wanted to know what Zhou Xian was relying on. He was all too clear about his grandfather's identity, and he also knew his grandfather's temper. Not to mention a new disciple of the Martial Pavilion, even the other powerful elders in the Martial Pavilion wouldn't be able to make Feng Tianhua humble himself. Well, make your move. Use your most powerful move. Zhou Xian said. If that's the case, take my scorching sun finger. Feng Wei moved. He formed a seal with both hands and extended 2 fingers from each hand. Above his fingers, an incomparably resplendent light lingered, emitting a sizzling sound. This little brat doesn't know his limits. Feng Tianhua, who was at the side, was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He was afraid that Feng Wei would rashly offend Zhou Xian. Boom! The scorching sun finger was unleashed. 2 incomparably resplendent rays of light moved at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, even the void made a loud sound. This was a terrifying finger technique. It was extremely firm and had an extremely powerful attack power. At this moment, Feng Wei used his full strength and it was extremely powerful. Even an ordinary cultivator at the 5th layer of the Unity Source realm would have to take this finger seriously. Even if they took it seriously, they might not be able to withstand it. Because Feng Wei had seen how powerful Zhou Xian was, he did not hold back when he attacked. He immediately used his most powerful technique. This scorching sun finger was the most powerful combat skill he had learned in his life. In the blink of an eye, the incomparably scorching finger technique arrived in front of Zhou Xian. Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. He stood where he was without moving until the 2 finger techniques arrived in front of him. Then he casually stretched out his hands and grabbed the 2 rays of light. Smack. With a smack, not only did the 2 indestructible rays of light not harm Zhou Xian at all, but their powerful attack power was also crushed by Zhou Xian. They turned into rays of light and disappeared. What? This is impossible. Feng Wei almost jumped up. He looked at Zhou Xian as if he had seen a ghost. This was too outrageous. He could not believe it. He knew how terrifying his scorching sun finger was. Even an expert at the 5th layer of the Unity Source realm would not dare to receive it empty-handed like Zhou Xian. If Feng Wei had been unconvinced by Zhou Xian before, then this unwillingness had disappeared without a trace in an instant. What remained was more than admiration. It had reached the point of being stunned. He is indeed powerful. Feng Tianhua, who was on the side, was also shocked. He had never seen Zhou Xian make a move before. Now that he saw it, he was even more shocked. Finger techniques are all about focusing on a single point. A true finger technique is definitely not two but one. The 2 finger techniques that you displayed were flashy but impractical. You did not comprehend the essence of finger techniques at all. I will only display it once. Watch carefully. Watch carefully, Zhou Xian said. His aura shook and his fingers were like swords. His fingertips flickered and a ray of light instantly shot out. Chapter 3992. Feng Wei was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the light that had not completely disappeared in the sky. The huge golden finger from before lingered in his mind for a long time. He could tell that the giant golden finger was the scorching sun finger that he had displayed. However, Feng Wei had never imagined that the scorching sun finger would be able to unleash such a powerful force. He had never imagined that the scorching sun finger could be displayed in such a manner. Zhou Qian's finger technique had directly opened a new door for Feng Wei. What truly shocked Feng Wei was that Zhou Qian had only taken a glance at it and was able to display the same scorching sun finger. Moreover, he had completely improved his scorching sun finger to the most perfect state, causing the power of his scorching sun finger to be at least 10 times stronger than before. What kind of ability was this? It was shocking. He had completely seen through his combat technique at a glance. Moreover, he could display his combat technique to the most perfect state with just a glance. This could no longer be described as abnormal. Was he still human? This was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. At this moment, Feng Wei no longer had any temper in front of Zhou Qian. Ancestor, please teach me. Feng Wei did not dare to show any neglect or dissatisfaction. This time he did not need his grandfather to force him. He knelt on the ground with a plop. At this moment Feng Wei really admired Zhou Qian to the extreme. Master is indeed a god. I suspect that he is the reincarnation of a true almighty. He is really omnipotent. I thought that he only had unique attainments in the path of alchemy. Seems that I was too naive and ignorant. He is truly an all-round genius. Feng Tianhua, who was at the side, sighed. He knew that he had made the right decision to bring Feng Wei here. Zhou Qian's methods were so powerful that even he was shocked once again. Seeing that Feng Wei was no longer arrogant at this moment and was kneeling in front of Zhou Qian with sincerity, Feng Tianhua was completely relieved. He also truly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Get up. I said that I will only display it once. Go back and comprehend it on your own. If you can comprehend it within half a month and successfully advance to the 5th layer of the Unity Source realm, then come find me. Zhou Qian said indifferently. Brat, hurry up and thank the ancestor. Feng Tianhua walked over and patted Feng Wei on the head. Thank you, ancestral master. I will definitely cultivate well. Feng Wei kowtowed repeatedly. He knew that Zhou Qian was testing him. If he could comprehend the true ardent sun finger in half a month, he would definitely be able to reach the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, which would be considered as fulfilling Zhou Qian's requirements. If he couldn't do what Zhou Qian said in half a month, then what right did he have to ask for guidance? It seemed like it wasn't going to be easy to be his grand disciple. Okay, let's go back. I'm going to rest. Zhou Qian waved his hand. Feng Tianhua and Feng Wei left. The Feng Wei who left and the Feng Wei who came were completely different people. When he came he was dejected and full of hatred, but when he left he was in high spirits and bounced around like a child. Feng Wei was completely convinced by Zhou Qian. He finally understood why even his grandfather had to respectfully call Zhou Qian master. Although Zhou Qian's cultivation was not high, he was really capable. Early the next morning most of the martial pavilion was in an uproar. When the sky had just brightened, people were walking toward the beast arena one after another. The battle between the bronze-masked man and the three-eyed panther was such a big event that almost everyone wanted to participate. Even if they didn't want to participate, they still wanted to watch. The battles in the beast arena were usually held at night, but this time it was special. It was arranged during the day. There was a sea of people and the gate of the beast arena was about to be broken. Because there were too many people, It even exceeded the Beast Arena's expectations. The Beast Arena could not accommodate so many people at all. In the end, the Beast Arena had no choice but to build a brand new Beast Arena in the square outside the Beast Arena as the place for the duel between the Bronze-Masked Man and the Three-Eyed Panther. This way it would not seem too crowded. The people of the Martial Pavilion were extremely supportive of the Beast Arena's approach. After all, there was no other better way than this arrangement now. How about it? Who do you bet on to win today? Some people had already begun discussing. Of course it's the Three-Eyed Panther. A Three-Eyed Panther at the sixth heaven of the Unity Origin Realm is no joke. No matter how powerful the Bronze-Masked Man is, his cultivation is only at the second heaven of the Unity Origin Realm. I don't believe he can defeat the Three-Eyed Panther. However, he killed the twin Hell Pangolin very easily before. This has already proven his strength. What a joke. Can the Hell Pangolin compare to the Three-Eyed Panther? The Three-Eyed Panther is a true beast of the world. I heard that the third eye of the Three-Eyed Panther can emit a divine light that can crush everything. It is unstoppable. It will be too difficult for the Bronze-Masked Man to win. That's right. The Three-Eyed Panther is a legendary beast. It is not something that regular demonic beasts can compare to. Fighting as sixth heaven of the Unity Origin Realm, Three-Eyed Panther at the second heaven of the Unity Origin Realm is basically playing with his life. Before the duel had even begun, there were already discussions everywhere. As the Beast Arena had expected, most people believed that Xianxia was not the Three-Eyed Panther's opponent. Under these circumstances, if nothing unexpected happened, the bets for the day would be one-sided. Before the duel began, there was a certain amount of time for everyone to place their bets. The place to place their bets was set on the square. There was a huge crowd and almost all of them chose the Three-Eyed Panther. There was also a small group of people who hoped for a miracle and chose the Bronze-Masked Man. Of course, there were some loyal fans of the Bronze-Masked Man who had placed their bets on the Bronze-Masked Man from beginning to end. For example, Zhou Xian, Li Si and Fu Qing did not hesitate to place their bets. Moreover, the fact that Xianxia was the Bronze-Masked Man was no longer a secret. There were many people participating this time. Other than many disciples from the Inner Pavilion, even some elders from the Inner Pavilion had come to join in the fun. This duel had even alarmed the upper echelons of the Martial Pavilion. There were many earthly source experts who were paying attention. After all, the appearance of such a heaven-defying genius in the Martial Pavilion was a big matter. Everyone wanted to see how powerful this new disciple was and whether he could really defeat the Three-Eyed Panther. In the distance, Xia Ting and the two disciples from the Qingyuan Lightning Pool had also appeared. "Senior brother Xia, let's place our bets too," one of them said. "All right, we'll bet 100,000 grade 2 origin stones on the Bronze-Masked Man," Xia Ting said. The two disciples could not help but stick out their tongues. As expected of the young city lord of the divine martial city, he was rich and overbearing. "All right, we'll place our bets on the Bronze-Masked Man too." The two of them nodded. If it was before, they would definitely place their bets on the Three-Eyed Panther. However, after knowing the Bronze-Masked Man's identity and witnessing how terrifying Xianxia was, they placed their bets on the Bronze-Masked Man without hesitation, even though they were not sure if the Bronze-Masked Man could win. Chapter 3993. In the central hall of the Colosseum, all the higher-ups were gathered together. The image on the wall was transmitted from the square. Everything that happened in the Colosseum could be seen clearly through the image. Other than the third steward, Yang Luan, there were two other old men, the head steward and the second steward. They were in charge of all the beast battling arenas in the Martial Pavilion. Their cultivations were extremely powerful, especially the head steward who was already an earthly source expert. "How is it?" the chief butler asked. "The atmosphere is very intense. More than half of the Martial Pavilion has been alerted. Some earthly source elders have even secretly placed their bets. I'm afraid that even the true upper echelons of the Martial Pavilion have been alerted and are secretly observing." Yang Luan said, "This Bronze-Masked Man is too powerful. There has never been such a heaven-defying genius in the Martial Pavilion. If he can really defeat a Three-Eyed Panther that is 4 levels above him, he will definitely become the focus of the Martial Pavilion's training. We are all very clear about the current situation in the Crimson East region. The Feather Clan is restless and could go to war with us at any time. The Human Clan is in dire need of powerful figures. In the Crimson East region or even the entire Crimson Afterglow astral boundary, There has never been a figure who can kill a demonic beast that is 3 levels above him, let alone 4 levels above him. This is simply a miracle. That's right. This battle has practically shaken the entire martial pavilion. The number of people placing their bets is more than 10 times that of any other duel in the past. Furthermore, this is a duel of life and death for our beast battle arena. We've already placed all our bets on the bronze-masked man. If the bronze-masked man loses, I'm afraid we'll lose everything we have. Wang Xian said. After all, even though the bronze-masked man is powerful, the three-eyed panther is not so easy to deal with. It is far more powerful than the average monster. When we first made this decision, there was already a huge risk involved. However, now that the arrow is already knocked on the bowstring, there is no way to change it at the last minute. We can only hope that the bronze-masked man can create another miracle. This person's aura is very profound and I can't tell how strong he is. I have confidence in him. Yonglun said. He had seen the bronze-masked man with his own eyes. Even with his level of cultivation, he could not see through him at a glance. In his eyes, Zhang Chen was like a bottomless black hole. Have you figured out the identity of the bronze-masked man? The chief butler asked. It's almost certain that it's that new disciple named Zhang Chen who entered the Purple Pill Pavilion. He's also an alchemist. Wang Xian said. And an alchemist? That's interesting. It's very rare for an alchemist to have such terrifying combat power. The deputy steward let out a soft gasp of surprise, obviously not expecting such a powerful bronze-masked man to have the identity of an alchemist. There's no mistake about it. This Zhang Chen had a conflict with the disciples of the Hualyan gang at the Fusion Source Tower. He was only at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, yet he easily defeated the leader of the Hualyan gang, Feng Wei. Aside from the bronze-masked man, there's probably no other person in the martial pavilion who can defeat Feng Wei at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Wang Xian said with a firm tone. He was not the only one. Almost everyone was certain that Zhang Chen was the bronze-masked man. The martial pavilion was only so big, and there were only so many famous geniuses in the martial pavilion. Only Zhang Chen was the most compatible with the bronze-masked man. Soon the scorching sun shone high in the sky. Almost everyone had placed their bets and were waiting for the representative duel in the martial pavilion to begin. At the center of the square, the beast battle stage was still surrounded by metal fences. There were powerful experts who had set up formations around it, which was enough to allow the metal fences to perfectly support the duel between the bronze-masked man and the three-eyed panther. Safety measures had to be done well. If any accidents happened, it would be no laughing matter. The bronze-masked man was not worried. The disciples of the martial pavilion were only here for the duel. However, the three-eyed panther was different. The bloodthirsty three-eyed panther was a symbol of savagery and slaughter. When it fought, it would not care about its own life. If there were no perfect safety measures, once the three-eyed panther went berserk, it could easily hurt the disciples of the martial pavilion. At this moment, a figure came from afar. He was dressed in black and wore a bronze mask on his face. He had a deep aura. Look, the bronze-masked man is here. Get out of the way. The bronze-masked man has appeared. I wonder if he is Zhang Chen. Look at his figure and his aura. Without a doubt he must be Zhang Chen. Otherwise, would you be able to find a second bronze-masked man in the martial pavilion? The appearance of Zhang Chen caused the square to become restless again. Many disciples automatically made way for him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Chen walked onto the beast battle stage. Xianxia, is this teacher Jiang? A disciple beside Xie Ting asked. He must be. Xie Ting's lips curled into a smile. The way he looked at Zhang Chen was filled with respect. At a corner of the square, the Yun Residence's duo and Xianxia had also arrived. The two little girls pouted as they looked at the bronze-masked man's figure. Their eyes were still filled with dissatisfaction. This bastard. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Yun Ying snorted. If I can't vent my anger by beating him up, I'll be furious. Yunji's ponytail swayed. It was obvious that the two sisters still held a grudge against Zhang Chen for what he did in the Fusion Origin Tower. You two little troublemakers, don't provoke him for no reason. You can't afford to offend this person. In the near future, even your Yun residents can't afford to offend him. Xianxia glared at the two of them. The two sisters snorted. It was obvious that they did not take Xianxia's words to heart. Ding. A bell rang across the square, indicating that the duel was about to begin. At that moment, the entire square fell silent. Roar. Following that, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. Everyone saw a ninth heavenly layer Unity Realm expert pressuring an extremely ferocious beast towards them. That demonic beast was incomparably ferocious. Its body was more than 3 meters long and its entire body was covered in spots. Its body emitted a reddish-gold glow, and the most eye-catching thing was the third eye between its brows. It flickered, and every time it opened, it made people feel like they had fallen into hell. Look, it's a three-eyed panther. This beast is just too powerful. Just the aura it emits is enough to crush the bronze-masked man. It's hard to imagine how this battle is going to go. Yeah, there's a difference of 4 levels. This is a little too ridiculous. Those who bet on the bronze-masked man to win are probably regretting it now. Don't celebrate too early. I've seen the bronze-masked man in action. He's extremely ferocious. We can't just look at the surface. You'll know soon enough. Chapter 3994. Roar. The entire square was filled with the roars of the three-eyed divine leopard. The sound waves rolled and the toasts were endless, making everyone's scalp go numb. In the arena, the three-eyed divine leopard shook its head and bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was calm and composed, not affected by the aura of the three-eyed divine leopard at all. It was as if the one standing in front of him was not a ferocious beast, but a barking puppy. Following that, Zhou Xian lifted his hand and gently removed his bronze mask under the watchful eyes of the crowd. His true appearance was finally revealed to the crowd. Whoosh! The crowd was once again in an uproar. Even though everyone had a clear guess in their hearts, they still exclaimed when they saw the bronze-masked man's true appearance with their own eyes. It's Zhou Xian. Really is Zhou Xian. I knew it. Other than Zhou Xian, there's no other genius in the martial pavilion who fits the bronze-masked man's identity. So he's Zhou Xian? I didn't see the scene when the Fusion Source Pagoda dealt with the Huolin gang. This guy looks quite handsome and his body is slightly thin, giving people a feeling of weakness. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. You can't judge a person by their appearance. You didn't see the scene when he smashed the Hell Pangolin. It was brutal and carefree. The powerful Hell Pangolin was like nothing in his hands. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. He finally showed his true appearance. He's a new disciple. It's a miracle that such a monster has appeared in the Qidong region. The martial pavilion will definitely treat him seriously. Exclamations could be heard everywhere, including in the central hall of the arena. It was only at this moment that the bronze-masked man's identity was truly revealed. No matter how certain their guesses were, they were still just guesses. Really is teacher. The moment Xie Ting saw Zhou Xian reveal his true appearance, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He had bet 100,000 grade 2 origin stones on Zhou Xian's confidence. Perhaps he had never seen Zhou Xian's techniques before, but he believed in Zhou Xian's unfathomable abilities. This made Xie Ting believe that Zhou Xian wouldn't be too surprised no matter what happened. Inside the War Beast stage, a blue flame appeared on Zhou Xian's hand, and the bronze mask turned into ashes in a flash. On the other side, the three-eyed leopard dashed over with a golden glow all over its body. It launched a fierce attack on Zhou Xian with an overwhelming aura. Good timing. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. With a shake of his arm, the Qilin divine arm rippled out and punched out a powerful shadow of a fire Qilin. Awoo! Inside the War Beast stage, the aura of extreme yang was drifting. The Qilin divine arm had not been used for a long time, but after arriving at the eternal world, putting aside those Dao techniques that were comprehended in the past, the Qilin divine arm and the true dragon palm were still the most direct and ferocious means of attack. Rumble. Incomparably violent waves of air surged. This kind of ferocious confrontation was very impactful. The three-eyed leopard was incomparably powerful. Whether it was its flesh or bloodline, it was not something the Hell Pangolin could compare to. The two were on completely different levels. Moreover, the three-eyed leopard was already at the 6th heavenly layer of the origin realm, for levels higher than Zhou Xian. The Qilin divine arm collided with the three-eyed leopard's sharp claws. The indestructible Qilin divine arm was instantly destroyed, and a violent wave of energy struck Zhou Xian's body. Zhou Xian was blown away and he crashed into the metal fence behind him with a loud thud. Zhou Xian stabilized his body, but he felt the blood in his chest churning. It was an indescribable pain. Really is powerful. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't seem depressed at all. Instead, he was filled with excitement. This was the battle he had been looking forward to. The stronger the three-eyed leopard was, the more excited Jiang Chen would be. If the three-eyed leopard was just an ordinary demonic beast, then it would be meaningless for him to agree to this battle. All right. The square became restless once again. Most people began to cheer. They had bet on the three-eyed leopard's victory. Seeing how powerful the three-eyed leopard was and how Jiang Chen was not its opponent, they naturally had a reason to cheer. One had to know that many people had bet their lives on it. If the three-eyed leopard lost, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. The three-eyed leopard really lives up to its name. It's too ferocious. Jiang Chen is not its opponent at all. The difference of 4 levels is too great. It's impossible to surpass it. Yeah, Jiang Chen is too arrogant. Looks like he doesn't know how terrifying the three-eyed leopard is. This time the three-eyed leopard will teach him a lesson. However, I have to say Jiang Chen is a very ferocious man. After receiving such a powerful attack from the three-eyed panther, he was only pushed back and didn't suffer any injuries. If it was me, I'm afraid I would have been cut in half by the three-eyed panther. Let's not jump to conclusions yet. The three-eyed leopard is indeed ferocious, but Jiang Chen is not injured. He's still as powerful as before. Sounds of discussion filled the air. Almost everyone believed that Jiang Chen was going to lose. After all, such a huge gap in strength wasn't something that could be easily made up for. Furthermore, the attack just now had proven that Jiang Chen was no match for the three-eyed leopard. Brother Xie, did we bet on the wrong person? Someone asked. Don't worry. I believe that teacher has a backup plan. He is not a reckless person. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have accepted such a huge challenge. Xie Ting said calmly. He was still very confident in Jiang Chen. However, the 2 people beside him began to worry. They couldn't compare to Xie Ting. 100,000 second-grade origin stones was nothing to Xie Ting. He could take it out and play around with it. Even if he lost, he wouldn't be hurt. However, they were different. If they lost, their future cultivation would be hindered. In the central hall of the bestial battle arena, the upper echelons of the bestial battle arena were sweating. Everyone was silent because it was useless to say anything at this time. The duel had already begun. It was impossible to stop it midway. The only thing they could do now was to pray that Jiang Chen had a powerful backup plan. However, after seeing the gap between Jiang Chen and the three-eyed leopard, this prayer seemed a little weak. Inside the beast battle arena, the three-eyed leopard became even more berserk. It looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Brat, you should be proud to be able to receive my attack. Chapter 3995. I haven't used my full strength yet. Jiang Chen chuckled and waved his hand to unleash the true dragon palm. An incomparably bright dragon claw appeared and pressed towards the three-eyed panther like a heavenly barrier. This guy has a terrifying technique. There seems to be the aura of a true dragon on his body. Yang Luan said in surprise. Not only that, there is also the aura of the Qilin divine beast. It's unreasonable that such a monster appeared in the Red East region and our martial pavilion didn't know about it before. The second steward said. On the beast battling stage, the three-eyed divine leopard's expression changed slightly. A trace of fear could be seen on his face. He was not afraid of how powerful Jiang Chen's technique was, but the powerful true dragon bloodline that was contained within the dragon claw. It had a strong suppression effect on his bloodline. Dragons were the essence of heaven and earth. Even in the eternal world, they were the supreme existence. It was said that above the 18-star regions at the top of the eternal world, there existed the superior dragon clan. Although there was some suppression in the bloodline, the three-eyed panther was not frightened. His violent blood was stimulated once again. He waved his claws to meet the attack. The terrifying panther claw and the true dragon palm collided with each other in an incomparable manner. The energy waves were even more violent than before. The war beast stage was covered by the incomparably bright light. Violent, it was too violent. Many people did not dare to breathe. It was the first time for many people to see such a violent battle. It could be imagined that if they were to enter the war beast stage at this time, the outcome would be obvious. They would definitely be torn apart on the spot. The three-eyed panther was indeed terrifying. It tore apart Jiang Chen's true dragon palm with one claw. Its attack power did not decrease. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Zhou Xian and hit Zhou Qian's chest with its head. Once again Zhou Xian was sent flying. What? This time the strength of the attack was 2 times stronger than the previous one. Zhou Xian spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, he had the myriad qi in his body. Such a simple injury did not affect him at all. In a blink of an eye he had fully recovered. Zhou Xian looked at Zhou Qian. Crack. However, when the three-eyed leopard rammed into Zhou Qian's body, a cracking sound could be heard. That was the sound of a breakthrough. In other words, Zhou Qian was about to advance to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. This was exactly what Zhou Qian wanted. In fact, with Zhou Qian's cultivation at the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, he was confident that he could kill the three-eyed panther if he used his full strength and used his dragon transformation. However, the dragon transformation was Zhou Qian's greatest trump card. He wouldn't use it easily if no one knew about it. Furthermore, to him there was no point in using his dragon transformation now. The reason why he had agreed to fight with the three-eyed panther was because he wanted to make use of the three-eyed panther's strength to increase his cultivation. Otherwise, Zhou Qian wouldn't have to rely on the Qilin Divine Arm and the True Dragon Palm to fight with the three-eyed panther. If he used the Heavenly Dragon Sword and used the 26th Sword, coupled with his unrivaled speed, it would be difficult for the three-eyed panther to hurt him. However, when Zhou Qian was defeated by the three-eyed leopard once again, the commotion in the arena became even greater. In the eyes of the spectators, Zhou Qian had been seriously injured this time, and many of them had witnessed the scene of him spurting out blood. It's over. It's over. They are not on the same level at all. Zhou Qian isn't a match for the three-eyed panther at all. Haha, we're going to make a profit this time. It seems like 90% of the people bet on the three-eyed panther to win. The arena is going to lose a lot this time. Serves them right. They've earned so much from us. It's time for them to pay up. Many people began to celebrate. In their eyes, it was impossible for Zhou Qian to defeat the three-eyed panther. Their strengths were not on the same level at all. In the central hall of the arena, the deputy steward's face was pale. It seems like you've overestimated Zhou Qian's strength. The deputy steward said furiously. This time, the arena would probably become a laughingstock for holding such a large-scale battle. Not necessarily. Look, this Zhou Qian is not simple. At this moment, a smile appeared on the chief steward's face. With his reminder, Yang Luan and the others focused their attention on Zhou Qian again. As expected, they found that Zhou Qian's aura had begun to change. The change this time was the same as when he fought against the twin infernal pangolin. This guy is doing it on purpose. He's going to advance again. Yang Luan said. This kid is indeed a monster. He's using the pressure of the three-eyed panther to advance during the battle. This is too terrifying. 3 days ago he used the same method to advance to the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. In just 3 days he's going to advance again. This speed of advancement makes people speechless. Wang Xian laughed. Although he was shocked, he had to admit that Zhou Qian's advancement was what they hoped to see the most. All of them had witnessed Zhou Qian's terror. If Zhou Qian wasn't a match for the three-eyed panther when he was at the 2nd heavenly layer of Unity realm, it was hard to say what would happen to Zhou Qian after he advanced to the 3rd heavenly layer. On the arena, a storm-like aura was suddenly released from Zhou Qian's body. At this moment the people who were cheering suddenly stopped and looked at Zhou Qian dumbfounded. What is this guy doing? It seems like he's going to advance. Damn it, why is he advancing now? Fuck, this is too absurd. He was already like this 3 days ago. He advanced during the battle against the twin infernal pangolin. It's only been 3 days, why is he advancing again? Since when did advancement become so easy? Advancing in battle. What a beautiful move, but is he still human? It's already not easy for this daddy to advance a level in half a year, but he only took 3 days. The situation had changed. The group of people who were cheering for Zhou Qian now knew that things weren't as simple as they thought. They all knew how frightening Zhou Qian was, and many of them had seen how he dealt with the Hell Pangolin and Bauda. It was already an indisputable fact that Zhou Qian could defeat an opponent 3 levels higher than him. If Zhou Qian advanced to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm now, then the gap between him and the three-eyed panther would shrink from 4 levels to 3. It was hard to say what the outcome would be. As expected of teacher. Just the ability to advance in battle is enough for me to learn for a long time. If there's a chance in the future, I must learn from teacher. If teacher can give me a pointer or two, it will be extremely beneficial to my future cultivation. Chapter 3996. The three-eyed panther roared once again. He had defeated his opponent twice in a row. Not only did he fail to injure his opponent with an advantage of 4 cultivation realms, but his opponent had even used the pressure to advance. How could the three-eyed panther not be enraged by this situation? He felt like he had been tricked by Zhou Xian. Brat, eat my heaven-shattering claw. The three-eyed panther attacked once again. Its majestic body suddenly soared into the air, and its terrifying claws struck out as well. This claw caused the air to crackle as if it was going to shatter the sky. The roar of the panther shook the entire square. A scarlet golden claw was conjured by the three-eyed panther. The terrifying claw almost enveloped the entire warbeast stage as it lunged towards Zhou Xian. The three-eyed panther's innate claw really is powerful. However, it's still nothing before my dragon claw. Zhou Xian's aura violently fluctuated. He had become extremely domineering after reaching the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. His aura was completely different from before. Dragon chi filled the air above his head, making him seem like a roaring dragon. The roar of a dragon shook the sky as the true dragon palm was used once again. It was countless times more powerful than before. If Zhou Xian's previous attacks were a little lacking due to his intentions, then the current Zhou Xian had already become a battle maniac. In his eyes there was only battle intent. Those who knew Zhou Xian knew that Zhou Xian was the most terrifying in this state. The resplendent dragon claw seemed like it came from a god, capable of annihilating everything. Its might was no weaker than the three-eyed panther's heaven-shattering claw. A powerful tremor rang out once again. Under countless shocked gazes, the dragon claw and the panther clashed. Even the fence that was covered by the formation was unable to withstand it and began to crack. A scorching and violent gale was unleashed from the warbeast stage. Those who were closer felt the scorching wind and found it difficult to breathe. They could not help but retreat. It was too powerful. It did not seem like an attack from a 3rd heavenly layer Unity Origin expert. It could be described as world-shaking. And this time the situation on the warbeast stage had changed. The three-eyed leopard had been holding the upper hand all along, but its heaven-splitting claw had been torn apart by the true dragon palm. The three-eyed leopard had received a huge shock, and its majestic body had been pushed back more than 3 meters. It was clear that it had been defeated. The three-eyed panther was indignant. The tyrannical aura on its body grew thicker and thicker. Its eyes instantly turned blood red. This exotic beast that was blessed by the heavens had completely gone berserk at this moment. So powerful. Zhou Xian is actually this powerful after his advancement. Yeah, I feel like he's about to make a comeback. Even the three-eyed panther's innate ability has been destroyed by him. If this continues, Zhou Xian will probably still be the victor today. Zhou Xian is indeed a monstrous genius. There's probably no one else like him in the entire Crimson Afterglow Star realm. However, the outcome has yet to be determined. The three-eyed panther is not easy to deal with. It's said that its 3rd eye is extremely powerful. It can emit a divine light known as the gaze of hell, which can pierce through anything. Once it's used, Zhou Xian definitely won't be able to resist it. Unless he can advance further and reach the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, it'll be very difficult for him to resist the divine light emitted by the three-eyed panther's 3rd eye. Advance further? That's impossible. He's only just reached the 3rd heavenly layer. It's impossible for him to reach the 4th heavenly layer instantly. Does he really think advancing is a joke? The crowd was restless. Sure enough, Zhou Xian was too terrifying after advancing to the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He was able to reverse the situation almost instantly. Under such circumstances, many of them began to feel anxious, especially those disciples who had bet all their wealth on the three-eyed panther. The last thing they wanted to see was Zhou Xian's reversal. Of course, they still felt extremely lucky or even blindly confident. They were confident in the three-eyed panther. After all, the three-eyed panther could not be compared to a demonic beast like the hell pangolin. The difference between them was like night and day. Inside the Colosseum's main hall, Yang Luan and the others finally revealed smiles on their faces. Teacher really is impressive. Xie Ting sighed emotionally once again. He knew just how powerful the three-eyed panther's attack was. If it were him, even if he was at the 6th heavenly layer like the three-eyed panther, it would be extremely difficult for him to receive the attack, let alone defeat it in a single strike. The three-eyed panther went completely berserk on the stage. The third eye on its forehead flickered with a blood-red light. A vicious aura radiated from it, enough to make people shiver. Brat, you've really angered me. I'll make you die a horrible death. Even if you die, you can be proud of yourself for forcing me to use my third eye. The three-eyed leopard's voice rumbled, and the sound waves spread across the entire public square. The third eye suddenly opened, and an endless amount of red light completely covered the entire warbeast stage. Under the spread of this bloody light, the entire warbeast stage seemed to have turned into hell, a hell of death. This was a true hell. Compared to the three-eyed panther, the hell pangolin's name was like an insult to the word hell. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The light in his eyes rippled, and he could not help but become serious. This terrifying innate ability was extremely powerful. Even Jiang Chen felt a sliver of pressure. If Jiang Chen used his draconic transformation, killing the three-eyed panther would be a piece of cake. However, Jiang Chen did not want to use his draconic transformation, as it was not the time for him to use it yet. He had many tricks up his sleeves. With his current abilities, he could kill the three-eyed panther without using his draconic transformation. The more powerful the three-eyed panther was, the more excited Jiang Chen became. He loved doing challenging tasks. If there was no challenge at all, it would be pointless. Look, the three-eyed panther is angry. It's using its eye of hell. What a terrifying blood-red light. The entire stage has become a hellish existence. The area covered by the blood-red light is a dead zone, filled with the smell of death. It's really scary. Fighting against a three-eyed panther is a great test of one's temperament. Being able to stand on the stage is already commendable. I admire him. I really want to see what other methods Jiang Chen has to deal with this eye of hell.